Yeah, hold on 1 second. Are you okay? Are we doing more waters? Thank you.
Not supposed to bring banners into the room.
We don't have any closed announcement of session.
No.
Okay.
Expulsions.
Okay, got it. No banners?
I said, if they stay there, that's fine.
Okay. No, yeah, I think it's fine. Good evening. Good evening. I'm calling this meeting of the Sacramento City Unified School District Board of Education back to order. We're going to have item 4.1, our broadcast statement, which will be read by our student board member, Halbo.
This meeting of the Sacramento City School Board is being recorded in its entirety and will be cablecast on Metro Cable 14, the local government affairs channel on Comcast, Consolidated Communications, and AT&T Uverse. Today's meeting will air Sunday, May 19th at 6 p.m. and Monday, May 20th at noon, and webcast at www.sacmetrocable.tv. We welcome members of the audience to address the board. Please complete a speaker form located in the back of the community room and give them to our communications representative along with any handouts you may have for the board prior to the conclusion of the item's presentation. Please speak into the microphone when addressing the board and state your name for the record. Please limit comments during public comment to items that are not on the agenda. If you do comment on an item that is on the agenda, we will ask that you please defer your comments until your item comes up on the agenda. Please also turn off your cell phones or place them on silent or vibrate.
Thank you, Board Member Halbo. Item 4.2, tonight's Pledge of Allegiance, which will be led by the youth media team. I have the pleasure of sharing a little bit before we have you come up to lead tonight's Pledge of Allegiance. The Source Media Agency, which is made up of men and women's Leadership Academy students, which were just recognized for their efforts by the California Endowment, is a youth program specializing in digital media and marketing. The goal is to prepare our media team high school students for a forever changing digital world in the form of marketing and community development. The second goal is to give a platform for authentic youth voice, and you are accomplishing that goal. It's remarkable. This year, Sac City Unified hosted the 2019 Collaborating Districts Initiative from April 9th through the 11th. Our partners created a community of learners who convene regularly to share best practices on social emotional learning. Our Source Media team took the task of not only recording the CDI event and developing the content for their website, but they created a youth-led workshop that inspired groups of adults to bring change to their local education communities throughout the country. You deserve a round of applause for that. On May 30th at the Guild Theater, I hope you'll all attend, Source Media will be premiering a documentary centered around social emotional learning and experience-based learning called Data with a Soul, which goes hand in hand with the leadership curriculum of Life Data Matters and the platform of social emotional learning. The Sac City Unified School District is extremely proud of our scholars for their participation in the Collaborating Districts Initiative convening, as well as continuing to be a part of positive development of the Sacramento community and lifting up authentic youth voice. And we're going to give you another round of applause as you come up. When you want to begin, just let us know. Yeah. The flag. And to the republic stands one nation
under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Will you stay up there? We'd love to have you say a few words before we present your certificates.
Start.
Yeah, go ahead.
It was a great experience to participate in the SEL conference. And our presentation that we led in our workshop on Life Data Matters, it was a great impact to see people really understand how the work that we're doing in men and women's leadership has really impacted our lives. And it was great to also lead the mask project with the whole group and see teachers and educators understand how they can bring their true selves and who they really want to be into the classroom and into those spaces.
That's beautiful. Thank you.
I would like to say thank you to all of the people that went to the conference, to see educators actually care about the students, not just that we are another statistic or number on the board. Them wanting to improve their connections with us as students also opened my perspective, and I'm thankful for it because with people that believe in children like us, give us a chance to succeed in life, it was really great to see that. So thank you.
Excellent. Anyone else? Okay. So I'm going to present our certificates, and we'll take a picture with you. Our first certificate goes to Kiara Young. Our second certificate goes to Cecilia Colchillo.
There we go. The third certificate goes to Eric Wright.
I'm totally going to mispronounce the last name. So it's Nathan, and Nathan, teach me how to say your last name.
Hoptamariam?
Hoptamarum. Did I say it?
Hoptamariam.
Hoptamarium.
Yeah.
Got it.
Yeah.
Awesome. Congratulations.
And our last certificate goes to Ethan Lee.
Thank you.
Okay. Moving on to item 5.0, announcement of action taken in closed session.
One action, Madam President, out of closed session by a vote of 6-0 with Board Member Pritchett absent. The board approved a settlement agreement in a special education matter. OAH case numbers 2019-020-302 and 2018-100634. That concludes the announcements out of closed session, Madam President.
Thank you. Item 6.0, agenda adoption. Do we have a motion? Our student preferential vote?
Aye.
Second? All those in favor? Aye. Any against? The motion carries. Item 7.0, our special presentation. Tonight's special presentation will be the Seal of Biliteracy recipients presented by the DLAC Executive Committee and our Multilingual Literacy Group. Dr. Iris Taylor and Vanessa Gerard will be presenting.
Is Iris Taylor presenting? You just have a little misunderstanding. You gotta stay in line. Gotta stay in line. This is how I have your cards. Order of your cards.
Thank you for your patience.
Yes. And actually, before you begin, I just wanted to make an announcement. We are so happy to see the turnout from community tonight. We have several rows in the front, if any of you want to take advantage of one of the seats.
Good evening, President Ryan, Superintendent Aguilar, and all board members. The California Seal of Biliteracy is an award given to graduating high school students who have studied and attained proficiency in English and one or more languages. The criteria for achieving the Seal of Biliteracy are laid out in AB 815 and are very rigorous. All students must achieve at high levels in their English classes and on the English Language Arts Statewide Assessment, CASP. Additionally, students must show competency in another world language through high school coursework, testing through the AP or IB programs, or by passing a state-approved test in the target language that includes reading, writing, listening, and speaking. In conjunction with the Sacramento County Office of Education, the Sacramento City Unified School District will award the Seal of Biliteracy to 276 students. We are bursting. We are bursting with pride over these youth. More than 200 students qualified through the World Language coursework and AP and IB tests. On April 1st, we transported 109 students from 7 schools and provided language tests in 14 languages. This has been made possible by a collaboration among all high schools, the Multilingual Literacy Office, the Sacramento County Office of Education, the Matriculation and Orientation Center in Sacramento City Unified, and all the many bilingual staff who volunteered their time and talked with students about the awards. The recipients of this award receive recognition through the county office and the district, a golden seal on their high school diploma, a note on their transcript, and notifying the world that they are a huge asset in the 21st century. So I am now going to read the names of the wonderful sample of Seal of Biliteracy recipients we have here and ask them to step forward when they hear their name. Alejandro Sanchez, Rosemont High School, Spanish. Michaela Louis, John F. Kennedy, French. Nikki O'Brien, John F. Kennedy, French. Elizabeth Zamaron, Rosemont, Spanish. Sydney Fong, McClatchy, Japanese. Susie Emily Campero, McClatchy, Japanese. Serena Lynn, John F. Kennedy, Japanese. Lisa Kim, John F. Kennedy, Japanese. Joelle Yokota, John F. Kennedy, Japanese. Cecilia Ramirez Gonzalez, the Met, Spanish. Alejandro Alvarado Flores, Health Professions High School, Spanish. Jasmine Rodriguez, Health Professions, Spanish. Angel Hernandez, John F. Kennedy, Spanish. Julian Williams, John F. Kennedy, Japanese. Andrea Samayoa Alvarenga, Capital City, Spanish. Jackie Lang, John F. Kennedy, French. Tanya Cornejo Cruz, McClatchy, Spanish. We are so proud of them. Thank you for helping us celebrate with them.
Congratulations. Item 8.0, public comment.
Madam President, we have many public comments tonight. If you can line up in the order I called.
Okay, Mr. Browning, since Mr. Barrios is not here, I'm going to go ahead and read the statement. So these are public comments on non-agendized items. Each member has 2 minutes to provide their public comment. You can combine your comments if you would like to submit multiple cards from individual commenters who will be speaking with one voice. And since we have a large number of public comments tonight, I ask you to respect the time. I want to make sure that each of your voices is heard.
Thank you. May I please have Lucas Kermit from West Campus, Vincent Savietti, Jennifer Nakayama, and Maria Harrell-Sullivan.
Mr. Browning, can you confirm, are these separated by topic or just individuals?
These are all on funding for arts and music.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I tried to be organized, sorry. I know it's been a little while, but you know. So hi, I'm Maria Harrell-Sullivan. I'm representing West Campus High School band. And arts and music is very important to our kids. I'm going to relinquish my time to the fabulous Lucas Kermit.
Good evening, board. My name is Lucas Kermit, and I'm a West Campus student and part of the drumline, but I'm also part of Video Production Club. And if it's still queued up, we have a video that was made to represent the drumline that I hope helps demonstrate what an effect the music department and drumline and other arts have on the students. So I hope you enjoy. The video is the 2019 show for the West Campus Drumline. It wasn't made especially for this occasion, but I was told and agreed that it would help demonstrate music in our schools and why we should keep it around.
Thank you. Are we having? Okay, perfect, we got it.
Our story begins at the height of the Roman Empire, where gladiators have been cast into enslavement and forced to fight to the death for the pleasure of the empire. This is their story.
Are you not entertained? Are you not entertained?
Thank you for your time. I hope this video helps to demonstrate the passion and enjoyment and hard work that music students put into their performance, and I hope it helps convince you to keep music around. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, board. Is this on? Good evening, board. My name is Vincent Salviti, and unlike many of the speakers before and ahead of me, I stand before you as a product of a Sacramento City Unified School music program. Currently, I'm a fourth-year student at Sacramento State University, doubly majoring in music education as well as trombone performance. I won the Sacramento State Saturday Club Scholarship Concerto Competition, Scoring Arranging Competition, and have been a representative member of the CMEA Intercollegiate Honor Band twice as principal trombone as well as euphonium. I'm the director of a local community band, the Sacramento Youth Band, as well as a formal member of that same band. On behalf of all students who are products of our district music programs, I can say with certainty that we would not be who we are as musicians, and more importantly, as people, without the guidance of our music mentors, staff, and fellow band members alike throughout public school. Please don't put our students at a disadvantage by cutting funding for our music programs. Thank you, and have a wonderful evening.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Jennifer Nakayama, and I am the SUSD music librarian. I am also a product of this district. I went to Croc Riverside, Peter Burnett, California Middle School, and I graduated from McClatchy. I wanted to make you all aware of what the music library is because I don't think it's been a very publicly known item that we have here in our district, and it's an amazing asset we have. So I wrote you this letter yesterday. If you have any questions, feel free to contact me. I'm going to read you what I wrote. It has recently come to my attention that the music library is, once again, in possible jeopardy of being closed due to budget cuts. While I understand that the dire fiscal situation our district is in, I want to be sure you understand what our library provides to our students, since the term library doesn't really explain all that happens there. First, our library does hold sheet music. It has music for bands, orchestras, choirs, soloists, ensembles that can be used by any music teacher in our district. When I was training to be the librarian, I was told that we have the largest collection of music west of the Mississippi for a K-12 public school district. I believe this to be still true. Many of the arrangements we house are priceless or can't be replaced or could cost a small fortune. Music library is also a hub for district-owned instruments to be repaired. Our district has invested in musical equipment that has been used by generations of students. And our equipment is kept in working order by local repair technicians. This has allowed our music teachers to use instruments that are 10, 20, 30, or more years old when we didn't have the funds to purchase new equipment. It has also provided equity to students across our district, so those who couldn't afford to purchase or rent their own instrument had the same opportunities as their more affluent peers. Finally, the music library serves as a hub for musical teachers to gather necessary supplies for our student musicians, such as cleaning swabs, violin strings, valve oil, and reeds. With a minimal budget, we have been able to provide supplies to our students, and without these supplies, our instruments would not work. Our instruments would be silent. We understand the budget situation is daunting. Music programs for our students have been eliminated in the past, and many have never been restored. Our own music library used to have a full-time administrator and a full-time music librarian, and now we are able to get by with me working six hours a week after school. We're making it work. Thank you. Thank you.
I'm going to read the next 8 commenters on the music item. Kaylee Kazee, Martin Rincon, Milo Phillips, Jacob Lesterrod, Laura Powell, Tiana Lindsay, Bianca Kiome, Alexandria Sais, Andrew Seaver.
All right, good evening. My name is Kaylee Kazee. I'm from John F. Kennedy. I'm a senior there. I've always been really active in my community, in high school or outside of the community. I'm part of the robotics team. I don't know if I have been up here before talking about the robotics team. I recently got my Girl Scout Gold Award, and out of everything that I've done in my life, I'm most proud of my achievements in band, and I give a lot of credit to band for getting me into UC Berkeley this coming fall. I plan on being in band for the rest of my life. I've been doing this since 3rd grade. Ms. Nakayama, your last speaker, was my band teacher, starting then, and then I've had Mr. Hammond up until right about now. This summer, I will be leaving. I will be competing in something called Drum Corps. I will be touring across the United States and competing with people at high levels between ages like 15 to 22. After that, I'll be playing Cal Band at Berkeley, and I plan on double majoring in performance for horn and bioengineering. What I've been doing my entire life, I have felt this sense of community and presence in band. It's something that I've been in love with for a very long time. Can I have everyone from John F. Kennedy please stand or wave your hands? These are my family. These are people that I've been, with my whole 4 years of high school. People who've been there to support me. I've been there to support them. I have my own, very cohesive group, my section. I love my section. I hope they love me back. Hi, guys. Yeah, and the most disappointing part about this whole funding situation is I know where I've been, I know where I'm going. My good friend Vinny has committed his life to doing band, and he absolutely loves it. And by cutting funding for these programs, I know that there's students out there who aren't going to get the same opportunities as me. And to me, that really hurts. I am leaving the school district. For most people, this problem wouldn't be an issue. But for me, I really appreciate the opportunities that I've been given by this school district to go out there and do the thing that I love for the rest of my life. And I'd really love other students to get this opportunity. It really would hurt me and the community around us if we don't give these people a chance to, go out there and be musicians and do what they love. So thank you for your time. Yeah.
Mr. Aguilar, Ms. Ryan, members of the board. My name is Martin Rincon. I am a senior at West Campus. You may recognize me from the video that Lucas Kermit played earlier. Since joining the West Campus Marching Band, I've discovered my passion in life and have moved on, and I am going to study music at CSU Northridge. I've learned to be a leader and how to work in a team and seen the impact that the band program has had on other students since joining. You will hear many stories similar to mine tonight, and I hope that these will be considered when regarding the cuts.
Thank you.
Hello, Superintendent and board members. I just want to say that band has changed the course of my entire life. When I first came into high school, I hated music and everything around it. And without band, I wouldn't have grown out of that and come to know one of the greatest loves of my life. Growing up, I was forced to play music for hours a day, and I knew nothing but hatred for it. And the art form that I'm a part of now is one of the greatest joys for me. Playing trombone in marching band, in concert band, the feeling that you get when you play a part with your section perfectly is something close to ecstasy that I don't think you could find in any of the other parts of our school system. And I just think that cutting funding to it would be a mistake, because so many people wouldn't be able to enjoy what I've enjoyed and wouldn't be able to understand and grow the way that I have. Without band, I definitely wouldn't be who I am today, and to say the least, I would be much less happy. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jacob Lesterud. I'm an alto sax. I'm currently a senior, and I go to Rosemont. I started off with music as a clarinet during 6th grade, and then I moved on, and I've been playing alto sax ever since the 8th grade. During my 7th grade year, I was raped, and It ruined my motivation. It ruined my attendance and my grades. It was impossible to go to school and then look at people with a straight face and not melt down. But I managed to do it for a short while. I've continued playing instruments ever since, and during that time after which that occurred, my behavior took a very negative turn, and I became destructive to myself and others, and I'm very sorry to those people. However, high school moved on. High school had occurred, and sorry.
Okay, no, you're doing fabulously.
My grades were still very poor, and I struggled to maintain over a 2.0 grade average to participate in sports, which I also loved. The one thing that kept me going for the longest amount of time was music. Eventually, during my junior year, I had to take 1 year off of music. And my mental health took another drop. My attendance dropped again. My grades dropped again. And this year, I'm back on music, and I can definitely say that music has helped my mental health drastically and has made me a much happier person, and I'm much more dedicated to it. And I just want you to understand that taking away the arts and taking away music is one of the worst things you can do, because it will damage all those kids who have gone through traumas, who have gone through a lot of pain and suffering, and it will hurt them deeply because they will not have any outlets or any ways to cope with their mental dysfunctions or emotional dysfunctions. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Wow.
Good evening. My name is Tiana Lindsay, and I am part of the John F. Kennedy Color Guard. And I would like to say, on behalf of the entirety of all of the students here, band and color guard has helped people come together, work as a group, and it's helped people grow in the best way possible. And honestly, I would like the middle schoolers that are going to be going into high school to be able to have that opportunity as well, because they deserve it. And the students, without the arts program, they would be lost. And honestly, that shouldn't happen. So definitely rethink the, funding situation, because students need it, even if students just really, they do need it. I'm sorry. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Board members and superintendent, I'm Alexandria, a 12th grade member of the John F. Kennedy High School Band. My personal relationship with band has been since 7th grade, and my musical teachers stayed the same throughout my high school experience. So as you can imagine, we all became a family. This was very important to me because I didn't have a healthy family life. That's the thing with schools. You will never know the condition of each child's home life. And you are supposed to have our best interest at heart. Band gave me something that I never had before: family, trust, happiness, and passion. The decision to make these cuts to the band program would be like making the assumption that every kid in the SCUSD system has family support and no passion for music at all. Think about all the children who have a passion for music, but just don't know it yet. You guys are trusted with the power to shape our future. You are supposed to expand our opportunities, not to take them away. The decisions I was making prior to my commitment to the band was harmful. I was struggling mentally, not going to school, and being apathetic about most things. With the support of the musical program, I was able to develop and build coping skills to help me have a better quality of life. I'm graduating now and going off to college in the summer, and I can honestly say 80% of that reason why is because of this music program. I will be moving on with my life before any of the effects of the budget cut would settle in, but I am here still talking to you. And if my actions don't show it, please let my words, I care. And let me be one of the voices for many who do. My brother is in the middle school band now, and I know he needs this, just like most of the future musically educated. Thank you, and I hope you take this into consideration when you're making your final decision.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Bianca Chiomani from John F. Kennedy High School, and I'm here to let you know what this music program means to me and what it's done to all of us. And I'm sure I can speak for the majority of us when I say that it's made a huge impact on all of us. And I live in Natomas, and I could easily obtain an education elsewhere, but I choose to come to the school for the music program because it's so amazing. And I support this district because of the music program, and it means so much to me because it's helped me shape who I am today. And it's been a part of me since the 7th grade, and it's honestly taught me so much these past 5 years. And to cut this program for budget purposes, in doing so, you're telling me you want to cut the most interesting thing in my life out of my life. And I just hope that all of these comments are convincing enough to you to change your minds on the budget cut.
Thank you. You can.
Good evening, Superintendent and School Board. I am Andrew Seaver. I'm a freshman at John F. Kennedy High School. I've been playing music since I was in 4th grade, and for the past 6 years, band has been my whole life. I wouldn't be here today if it wasn't for music programs. And band has, it's given me like a family away from my family. It's given me like a second home. It's given me friends, and it's given me a purpose that I didn't know I used to have. And it's been a great privilege and an opportunity to be in the band programs here at SUSD. And it would be a tragedy if those opportunities were not given to kids if the budget is cut. It would be extremely sad for us as the band wouldn't continue, our great John F. Kennedy band. And it would be, and for all the people who don't know they like music, or they do and they won't have the opportunity to play in their in the bands here.
Thank you.
Okay. The rest of our speakers on the music item, if you could please come on up as soon as you hear your name called. Courtney Joy Sanders, Yesenia Vasquez, Chloe Mundell Seals, Grace from Kennedy, Bruce Rohrer, Isidro Vasquez, Sandra Lau, Christopher Wong, Kayla, and Marciel Amparo.
Good evening, school board. I am a freshman at John F. Kennedy High School, and I've been in band since 6th grade. And band has just been the only thing in my life that kept me going through struggles and hard times. Band is everything to me, and it's helped me with my social problems. I'm not very talkative, but when I'm in the band, I just feel like I can tell them anything. And when I walk into the auditorium, I feel safe. I feel like I'm at home. And if you take that away, I don't know where I would go, because band is everything to me. And it's always been in my life. And I just really hope you consider all of our comments. The band is amazing. And the only reason why I go to John F. Kennedy is for this band program. And I just really hope you listen to our comments, and I hope that you take this in consideration, because band is the #1 thing in my life that has made me who I am today.
Thank you. If you can just hold on for 1 second. Mr. Robinson, before you leave the room, so I do want to continue having everyone speak, but I do want to just share, I'm having a walk down memory lane because my high school music and choir teacher, Mr. Robinson, is in the back of the room. And as a low-income daughter of a struggling single welfare mother, often I didn't even know how I was going to get to school every day. And Mr. Robinson's choir and music program and theater arts gave me a reason to come to school. I treated it like a full-time job and was there every day after school, and it gave me a safe space and a family. And I just want to honor you and thank you for coming out tonight. Yeah. Please go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Yesenia. I have a younger brother in band, and I'm here for him and on behalf of the rest of the kids in our city. These cuts aren't just surface deep as assumed. In fact, they go much farther beyond and affect every single child's life personally, born and unborn. You would be cutting off an entire community, opportunities for friends, along with a safe haven to stay out of trouble. But most importantly, you'd be severing dreams at the roots. Folks, if these children are the future, then please, let's act accordingly. We are depending on you to keep that promise. Give these children what already belongs to them, the future. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Chloe. I'm a freshman at Rosemont High School. I am a second clarinet in wind ensemble. I'm in jazz band, and I'm also in the high school marching band. So I'm here to talk about why I don't want you to cut the music program. I don't know what you see, but from what I've seen, you guys see numbers on a paper. While if you were in the music program, you would see emotions, challenges, and victories. This year, the Rosemont High School Marching Band got first place at most of our competitions that were not canceled. That was my first time in a competing marching band. The feeling of getting first was amazing because getting first place is like being a champion to me, especially since after almost 9 years of mental abuse, I wasn't told that I was good enough. When I met Mr. Neff, I was in 8th grade. It was in Miss Zimney's advanced band at Einstein Middle School. I asked him for advice, and he told me I was too shrill. That was my first ever experience with him. This year, I have him as a band teacher, and he is one of the most amazing people I've met. Our music boosters at Rosemont High School pay for our competitions because it's how we get there. Because of this fact, you might ask why I'm here. Well, it's because of my middle school music program and my high school music program that I haven't been sent to a psychiatric hospital yet. It's amazing. I'm asking you to please not cut the music program and allow me to be who I am, because without the music program, I wouldn't be who I am today. Another musician said, please don't take my sunshine away. The music program is my sunshine, and please don't take that away. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Grace Hibbs from John F. Kennedy Marching Band. I'm the drum major of the Kennedy Band. I play flute in Sacramento Youth Band. And the significance of band is astounding. It has so many effects on people's mental and social skills. And it's been an aspect of my life ever since I moved here in 2006. Both of my brothers have joined the band program and created a community of their own to call family. And I'm so lucky to have my brothers in that program and having me integrate in that program with them. And that integration made me not afraid to go to high school. It made me step up and want to be the person who I am. And
becoming drum major, I wouldn't be up here right now if I didn't have that confidence to speak for my band. And not only have we made a community here in Sacramento, but we've gone to DC and we've marched for our country and we've made them proud to be Americans because of our music, our playing, and just our soul. And cutting band would just diminish a whole community. It would just eradicate the safety that we have. And I just think it's foolish to even consider cutting it. I mean, I get it. A lot of these money manners are like they need to be considered, but just destroying something that is so important to many is just not great.
Thank
you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Hi.
Good evening. My name is Isidro Vasquez. As a future voter, I am concerned with the topics that face me and my fellow peers. The middle school band has helped me out of a very dark time in my life. I had a very toxic friendships and I was in a very dark hole. And middle school band has helped me out of that hole. All the friends, the family I have made throughout my years, have brought me closer to myself and has brought me closer to everyone around me. Without music, I would probably be dead. I was struggling very much with self-image and suicide. And the friends and family that I've made throughout the years, I would not trade that for the world at all. I please ask you guys to please consider everybody's mental health and everybody's physical health, because band not only affects just communities, but it affects everybody's soul and everybody's heart. The music is the glue that holds all the band kids together, even after we graduate. Some of the kids that are graduating now still hold music dear to their heart. I ask to please don't cut funding for the kids, because everybody deserves a future in this changing world.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
For hearing me.
Hello, my name is Bryce Rohrer, and I attend John F. Kennedy High School, and I am in the band. Back in elementary school, I didn't really know what I wanted to do with my life. I didn't have any special talents or abilities. I wasn't in any extracurricular activities. I didn't participate in sports, and it was just kind of boring. I was just normal, maybe some average or even below average kids. I didn't even have the best grades or especially attendance. But in middle school, my brother had enlisted me into the advanced band, and honestly, I couldn't be more thankful. It was finally something that not only was I good at, but it was something that I could do to pass the time. And now in high school, I couldn't imagine a world without band. It gets me through the day. I would never even be able to get through high school without it. 6 tiring periods every day would be too much for me to handle if I wasn't able to look forward to band every day. Sometimes when I wake up, I question why I even go to school, but I always remind myself that band is there. And it's definitely not math or anything that's keeping me in.
That was me.
So it's definitely something I can take pride in, I can do well in it, and it's something that I can have fun with. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good evening. My name. Good evening, board members and superintendent.
My name is Kayla. I am currently a senior at John F. Kennedy High School, and I've been involved in band since I was in the 7th grade, and I can honestly say it has changed my life. I've always had a love for music, always had a passion for it, and when I joined band in 7th grade, I was able to further and deepen that love for music. Beginning band taught me the fundamentals of music and what it means to be a musician, and I was able to take what I learned from that and translate that into marching band. Being in marching band, I met some of my best friends. This is part from the endless hours we spent on the field perfecting our show, getting ready to go up against our rival school that we know is our biggest competition, and taking home sweeps. And for those who don't know what sweeps mean, it means that you are the best out of all the schools you went up against. And I can honestly say, without being in the John F. Kennedy marching band, I wouldn't be able to say that. But it's more than competing. It is the time we spend together on the bus rides and someone busting out their speaker playing Careless Whisper or Don't Stop Believing, screaming at the top of our lungs and knowing that we couldn't hold a tune if our life depended on it. I don't want to ramble on, but I do want to leave with this last message. Being in band, marching band especially, we became a family. And if there was no more beginning band in middle schools, the students that are coming up wouldn't be able to experience half of what I've experienced. Thank you for your time, and I hope you take what I and all the fellow musicians into consideration before you make your final decision. Thank you.
Hello, I think I got in the wrong group, but I'll take my chance to speak anyway. My name is Marcy Amparo. I'm a 3rd grade teacher at Edward Kemble. My children, my personal children, are in San Juan. And K through 6, they have PE, music, and art twice a week, every year. I buy my own paper at my site. So it really makes me angry to hear these kids begging for their program. If on Monday we were going to be taken over by the state and we were insolvent, how on Tuesday we found this money? Maybe there's other money that could be found so that you can pay for these things. I really feel like something needs to change and it needs to be big. Maybe you could double up the admin assistants who make twice as much as teachers. They could double up. That'd make room, that'd make some money. I mean, there's just so many common sense things that can be done and bureaucratic bloat that can be cut, that it doesn't make sense to me why San Juan can do it for my kids, but you can't do it. Why don't these kids deserve it? The kids I teach every day would benefit even more than my kids do because they need it. They have trauma in their lives. That's all.
I
Thank
hope
you.
you'll stay for the budget presentation to hear from Dave Gordon about some of the issues you've addressed.
Yes, thank you.
This one?
Yes, please.
Hi, good evening. My name is Christopher Wong. I'm a graduate of John F. Kennedy High School. I was in the marching band, and I was also in the school newspaper. Currently, I will be a sophomore at Sac State, majoring in journalism. In one of my classes, my data journalism class, our final project was to write a data story. So tonight, all I have are numbers for you. Sacramento City Unified School District, of its middle and high schoolers, 10.91% are enrolled in music classes. San Juan, 12.18%. Elk Grove, 13.72%. Folsom Cordova, 19.7%. We outrank Twin Rivers, 7.71%. I'm going to keep crunching numbers on this in the back of the room. So, other districts, Center Joint, 14.41% are enrolled in music. Natomas, 15.21%. Washington, 16.27%. Woodland Joint, 20.03%. Rockland, 23.77%. Right now, of the districts that I've reached, we outrank Lodi, 10.85%, and Stockton, 10.11%. I want to know more. I'm going to keep crunching these. Please find me after. This is pretty easy to spot.
Thank you.
Hi. I don't know if it's on. Hi, hello.
If we can be quiet so we can hear our speaker.
Hi, my name is Sandro Ledoux. I'm one of the head teachers at the Overture program, which is also on the chopping block. Like I said last time, we all know music is very important, but I also know sometimes things are futile. Like my first year teaching at the program 7 years ago, the Fruit Ridge School was going to be closed down, so we played. Everything was great. We played for the meeting. People were shouting, and the school supposedly had a big surplus, but they still closed it down. So I'm just trying to be real here. Maybe we can all, if suffering is a necessity, maybe we can all suffer together instead of treating music like a second-class subject. No one ever is going to say you're going to cut math. So why we're going to, so maybe if we all suffered a little bit, we wouldn't have to cut everything, and maybe just a little bit from everything can go down if that's the end, if that's the absolute necessity. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for that honor. That was lovely. And when I saw you on the telecast, I was like, gosh, that looks like Jesse Ryan. So,
So this is my high school music and choir teacher.
And just a side note, my high school music teacher directed me to get into music. So you guys are tasked with an incredible job, and it's difficult, I understand. I'd like to maybe take a little slant, a little different in this, which is, so I've been a music teacher for about 20 years, and it's not just band that's taught. There are a lot of other courses. I'm at Burbank. We're teaching a composing program through GarageBand. There's all sorts of classes from music appreciation to exploration to all kinds of things. So our most visible, of course, is our bands and our choirs, and that's where the kids really, have decided to get in there. But I think there are hundreds, even thousands of kids that come into it from different directions, right? So the other thing also in the music teacher we were talking about, we're pretty good bang for the buck. Like if you look at the average music teacher's day, we don't really bounce out at 3. I'm sure Jeremy Hammond, I could go through a list, every music teacher I've ever known will spend time beyond the contractual hours. So we're kind of cheap in that respect in keeping our kids involved. The one other thing I wanted you to maybe consider is that we are in the capital of California. And I really grew up in California, but it's a visionary state. And I think a culture, a nation is remembered by its culture. And so I just on Siri, what we make in the state of California, and it's $293 billion in the entertainment business. So I think it's the things that we plant here as far as supporting and keeping the arts and music, it's actually central and core to California. And, it's again, something, as you know, very valuable to support. So thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. Robinson.
Okay, we have a number of speakers on avoiding a state takeover and the fiscal crisis. I'm just going to call you up in 2 large groups. The first group is Tara Thronson, followed by Sawait Sayum, Tanya Gibson-Naman, Eric Thronson, Maria Mar Rodriguez, Nicole Gustafson, Michelle Rubalcaba, Eric Shands, Rebecca Wall, Julie Del Agua. And there's some with Julie Del Agua, and we'll pause there and let this first
Okay,
group go.
thank you.
My name is Tara Thronson, and I'm a parent of 2 in the Sacramento City Unified School District. Good evening. I'm looking forward to tonight's budget update to learn how we may have delayed a state takeover. However, my initial analysis is we have not yet fixed our structural deficit such that we avoid a state takeover. That is why Sawite and I co-founded Parents United to Restore Our Schools. This is a math and a money problem. That's what we heard from our parents on Monday night. We received this delay with many cuts that are important to our students. We heard a lot about this tonight, and we need to be investing more in all areas. But right now, I'm not celebrating because urgent work is yet to be done. We also need to shift from an us versus them culture and start working together. After we shift to a collaborative culture and realize this isn't a district, a teacher, or a staff problem, but all our problem, and work together as a functioning system, then we can address the money problem. Yes. The money problem is we're not investing in our educational institution at the federal, state, and local level nearly sufficiently. And we're scraping by with mechanisms just to make things pencil out, and it's just hurting all of our students. We need more investment with an equity focus. We need to stop the deficit spending and start working together before we invest in new funds. First, solve the urgent math problem, then the overall funding problem. Parents, we want our decision makers, the district and the 5 unions, to come together and solve the math problem. I am grateful that I just heard tonight there will not be a strike. Thank you to those who called off the strike. Please spend your days, every day, starting tomorrow, coming together collaboratively to solve our structural deficit. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Sawite Siem. I am a mother. My 2 children are in the district, and I am here, as Tara mentioned. Both Tara and I founded a group, Parents United to Restore Our Schools. And the reason we did that is because we felt the need to come together at a time where there's a lot of division and strife. And I just want to acknowledge the parents that are in this room who are here on behalf of their kids. It really is a beautiful thing. We heard some positive news today about the state of our budget. And while we have reason to celebrate a little, it's a temporary fix. We're not out of the woodworks. We have a lot of work to do. As some of the kids here, our students, expressed, programs that mean a lot to them or are on the chopping block. And for every student that was here today, there are thousands that couldn't be here today and speak on behalf of themselves and their families. So we're really mindful of that, right? And I think that this is a time where we need to come together as a community. As Tara mentioned, we're really pleased to hear the announcement from our beloved teachers that they will not strike on May 22nd. That's a big deal. And so we're grateful that now we have an opportunity to really come together and get to work. Like, this is where the work starts. So thank you. I'm really hopeful. I think that, in the near future, we're going to see a time where there is no division, where people are coming together, parents, students, communities of all races and socioeconomic status. And that's what we see here tonight. So thank you. Thank you for your leadership, and thank you for all that you're doing to save our schools.
Thank you.
Hello, everybody. I do need to say a disclaimer that the following comments represent my personal opinions and not those of my workplace or employer. I am speaking as a parent of a student in the district. I'm here to express my concern about the structural challenges to the long-term financial health of the school district. Being in leadership positions is hard. I get it. You get all the grief and no recognition for the work that you do. But it is a position that you all have chosen to be in and have been selected to represent our community. So ultimately, it is the board's responsibility to ensure that the district's finances are managed in a fair and transparent fashion. It is clear to me in this last few weeks that I've been really engaged in this that there's an extreme amount of distrust that has been fostered over this last year and for decades prior. There's a lot of finger pointing, a lot of yelling, fear, and anger. And as a parent looking from the outside looking in, I'm disgusted by the divisiveness and ugliness. I'm here to let you, the board, and union leaders know that I am part of a parents group that has now been awoken to the severe dysfunction that exists in this district. Our first priority has been to avoid a state takeover, to force all parties to come to the table to find a solution to the immediate crisis. I am here to tell you, though, that we are not going away. If we somehow are able to avoid the state takeover, know that our interest and engagement and pressure will not let up. We will continue to fight for all students and programs in this district, especially for those less advantaged members of our community, many of those that can't fill these seats because they don't have the time or resources to be here. So we continue to demand that all parties come together in good faith, honor their commitments, honor their words, speak like adults, and be respectful, and find long-term solutions to our budget issues.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, good evening. My name is Eric Thronson. I am a parent of 2 children in the school district, and I have to tell you, I'm really excited to hear that we've found some good news, and we're going to be able to delay a little bit a state takeover. My family, we have been worried about this for a long time. But on the other hand, I have to tell you, my wife suggested that I pick an analogy, and the one that came to mind was I kind of feel like Jon Snow, because winter is still coming. Some people might get that joke. While we're delaying problems, we aren't solving them, and we need to solve them. And that as my friend who just went before me pointed out, is ultimately your guys' responsibility. We asked you, we elected you to take control of this issue. The parents are getting involved because we're frustrated, and we feel like for a long time these problems have not been addressed. They need to start being addressed. That takes you guys, that takes the administration, that takes all of the union leaders, that takes everybody. But ultimately, the parents are first and foremost concerned about the kids. And that is why we're here, and that is why we'll continue to come. We are not interested, we're not concerned with you guys, we're not concerned with the administration, we're not concerned with the teachers, we are concerned with our kids. As has been pointed out earlier, there are school districts around that are doing better than ours, and there are lots of reasons. We recognize that is true. We have a unique challenge, but that doesn't mean that we can't solve them. And we want to help. We want to be there to help. But we want to make sure that you guys are doing your job.
Thank you.
So, thank you.
Hi, I have a TK in the district. I'm frustrated as a parent. We're all a team. We're all parents, the board members, the teachers, the staff, the union, and I want to see us work together to avoid state takeover, to stop the bleeding. I do ask that we lead by example, the same as we ask our children. We work together with respect, even if we disagree. We work hard to find the best solution to solve this problem, and even when times are hard, we don't give up. Our question should always be, how are these issues going to affect our children? And I hope that this is my first meeting. It won't be my last. I'm engaged, and I won't go away. And I hope that all of us in this room can come together respectfully and figure out a solution for the long term, because I have another one, a 2-year-old at home also, and it's not just about my kids, it's about all of the children. Absolutely. Because our future are our kids. So if we're treating them, well at school, they'll learn and they'll be able to take care of us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, President Ryan, Superintendent Aguilar, and members of the school board. My name is Maria Rodriguez, and I consider myself a senior citizen in the school district because I started being a parent volunteer in 2003. And for the next 14 years, I've served on various boards to support our teachers and programs. Usually as a treasurer, I've also worked with the PTA and the council level PTA. I'm here to commend to you this group, Parents United to Restore Our Schools. It's a really amazing, safe, wonderful place to be in. And I want to preface what I have to say with saying, like, please realize, teachers, I love the teachers in this school district. From Ms. Chederitsky, who voluntarily provided music to fourth graders, which obviously I love music. My kids are both in music. To principals, Mr. Husher, he made me become a PTA president. I kind of blame him for all of this. I have a card from him hanging on my wall where he gave me some thank yous. And I look at that sometimes to remind myself that I'm appreciated when I don't feel like I am. I appreciate the teachers, but I have to say there is an aura of intimidation that may or may not be intended. And it's been there long before this. It's not just teachers, there's peer pressure. Someone who is close to me sent her kids to school because she was afraid of the peer pressure. And she said to me about this Parents United to Restore Our Schools, she said, I'm a coward where my children are concerned. I like the info on their page you recommend, but I don't want to make public comments, partly because I don't know all the facts and partly because I don't want my kids suddenly be ostracized because their parents hate me. I have 12 seconds left, I have more to say, but all I have to say is, I could easily be, I'm out of here. I have one more year left. I can be out of here. But I've always cared about the poor kids in this school district. My kids are privileged. They have two parents that can volunteer and have two incomes, but they don't need me. These other kids do, and I'm sticking around. And please consider this group.
Thank you.
Good evening, President Ryan, Superintendent Aguilar, board members. My name is Michelle Rubalcaba, and I am a Matsuyama parent. I'm also on the PTA board, and I have a fifth grader and a soon-to-be kindergartner that would be coming into the district. So I am very concerned about the possibility of state takeover. I think it's amazing news that the teachers' unions has decided not to strike. I didn't see how that was going to avoid a state takeover, so I am so appreciative of that news, and I want to commend them for taking that positive step in the right direction. I think that it is just a baby step, and there are still some very hard discussions that need to happen. I know that there are very serious problems that have happened for decades or years, and we're not going to be able to resolve them if we can't come together collaboratively. I want to implore everybody who is a stakeholder in this process to be open to all sorts of solutions. I think that in the short term, our focus should be to avoid a state takeover. I am a parent, obviously, and I love when people use talking points such as smaller classroom sizes and more extracurricular activities. However, I don't think that that should be the focus of these current negotiations that you're going to go into. I think that we need to avoid the state takeover first and find any savings that we can in order to avoid it, because what happens if we actually do go into state takeover? That's the first thing that's going to go. The class sizes are going to go up. We're going to lose all these programs. And so if we're all saying that this is what we really want for our district, ultimately, I think that the priority needs to be where can we find those savings in order to avoid state receivership. I am so appreciative of everybody who is engaged, and thank you for giving us this platform to come talk to you about what it is that we, the parents, care about, and that is ultimately the students. So thank you. And I associate myself with the prior comments.
Thank you.
Good evening, board. My name is Eric Schranz. I have two kids who attend Caleb Greenwood Elementary. I'm also the volunteer track and cross country coach, and am a member of the Parents United group. I haven't had the time or energy or time to pour through every single document about who promised what, where, and where every dollar has gone, but please do all of us a favor and make the tough structural changes that apparently need to be made so we don't have to play this silly and disruptive game again next year. But please, no tax increases and no one-time fixes. The energy, the animosity, and the time that it's taking up is ridiculous, and it's embarrassing. To be clear, I'm not blaming one party individually, but I'm casting blame across the past decade of weird board decisions and its spending, the bullying of the labor partners, and both parties' inability to get over past issues and instead look towards our kids' futures. I'm thrilled to hear about SUTA's calling off the strike. That's fantastic news. But they all need to know as well that there's a tremendous undercurrent of frustration with the parents. And like we said before, we're here to stay. And if there's another strike, we're going to be here to walk in and volunteer and work during that strike. To the board, though. To the board. Please accept. I've got two pieces of advice for the board. First, improve your communication with parents. I tell you, I get 4 calls a day if my daughter forgets lunch and owes 50 cents. I literally get 3 or 4 calls a day. But I don't know what's going on with the board and with the district and if we're gonna go bankrupt or not. But I know that she owes 50 cents, and it's crazy. Also, please find a way to reach out to parents, volunteers, and teachers throughout the year in hopes of finding ways to trim up the budget. There's tremendous amount of bloat and waste, and it would take a simple call or questionnaire to get some real life insight on where this money is being wasted. Please do what you can. Save our schools. Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Rebecca Wall. I was a super volunteer as a parent at LDV, so I just had to come and work for the district to give those skills out to all the other kids in the other places. But tonight I'm wearing my parent hat, and I wanted to share that you've heard a lot of bad news from people and frustration, and while that's all there, I did want to share some good news. My daughter, Audrey Wall, is 12 years old. She's in 6th grade at Leonardo da Vinci. Because there is music at the K-8 schools, she's had the opportunity to be in music. And because of that, I've seen a dedication and a persistence that has applied across the board to all of her schoolwork. I've seen an increase in her ability to handle the math that's coming her way and succeed with that. It has had a direct effect on her academics. And in March, she, along with 21 other students from the district, went with Mrs. Nakayama to the California Music Educators Association's Golden Empire Festival at Sac State. And my daughter was one of 3 that walked away with a gold medal for her performance that night. Because of that gold medal, she was invited back to the statewide competition in May, where she was able to compete as one of the few 6th graders with students up through 12th grade who had qualified in their local section. And she also took another gold medal home from that because of the opportunity of K-8 music. She's leaving K-8 to go to San Brandon next year so that she can be with Mr. Hammond and move up, hopefully, to high school at JFK with Mr. Hammond. And I just want to encourage the teachers to share that if you can come into the room and help solve this problem, families like mine will be able to stay in Sacramento to get their needs met for their exceptional students.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm using minutes from my partner for tonight. Good evening, board members, President Ryan, Superintendent Aguilar. I stand here today and I have a group of teachers behind me who were gonna stand but decided to speak on their own volition after the Monday parents meeting. And I have some more who are on their way and stuck in traffic. So I'm speaking on behalf of a group of teachers. And we as well are very excited that the union says they're not gonna strike on the 22nd. Although it says postponed, not canceled, I would have preferred canceled instead of postponed. And so we just wanna make sure as teachers that we have our voice heard, that we do not support a strike at all, not just postponed, but canceled. We will not strike. If it happens to come at a later date, we will be there with our students teaching in our classroom. That's why we became teachers, to support our students. And we encourage any teacher that feels that way to feel free to stand with us and not feel intimidated or have fear that some have mentioned to me to stand against their union. And ultimately, our biggest goal is to say we want the district and SETA to get together without conditions, without ultimatums, and come to an agreement. And then this is a side comment. I am not speaking for my partner in this scenario. I am more than willing to switch insurance to give 10% of my paycheck if that means saving a music program. And if every teacher was willing to pay a small portion. When I worked in private industry, I paid $300 a month for my insurance. I pay nothing now. I don't have a problem paying $300 a month, $200 a month to save a music program, especially since I just got a huge raise.
Thank you.
So my salary has increased as a teacher $3,000 a year. And I thank you, that's great. So I can afford to give some of that back to my students and allow them to have a music program, a sports program. Not only will my students benefit from it, but my own children. My son barely graduated high school if it wasn't for sports. So thank you very much for listening.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Deborah Andorf. I've just been told to shut up by the lady in the front room. I've just been told that I better meet her outside when I'm done. This is the intimidation that we are referring to. This is the intimidation. I said, let her speak.
Please.
I said, let the woman before me speak as you mocked her. I'm a parent of a student at West Campus, as well as a 20-year teacher in our district. I am here to give a voice to the perspective that has not been heard, often because teachers are fearful of damaging their relationships with their colleagues and fearful of crossing the picket line. But I will not be intimidated. I will not be quieted by this intimidation. I am here to speak for the children. When I heard the children speak today, I was emboldened by their fearlessness to come forward and speak their truths. I am emboldened by their courage. I am not intimidated. I was emboldened tonight. Although I'm grateful for the very generous pay increases that my union has negotiated, I'm appalled that it has come at the expense of our students and the other 4 unions that were willing to negotiate with you. I am appalled that despite your efforts to inform us of our very generous compensation packages when compared to neighboring school districts, and despite unbiased sources outside of yours, that have been confirmed, my union still will not unconditionally meet and sit at the table with you.
If you can please wrap it up.
We
Thank
talk
you.
about sacrifice, but I will tell you that as a teacher, I have made no sacrifices. None of the teachers in this room have. I am appalled by this. Come and speak and tell us. We pay 0 co-payments.
I'm
We
sorry.
pay-
I have to wrap you up unless you're
Sure.
joining your time with someone else. Okay, thank you.
Hello. This is Julia O'Brien. She is my sister-in-law and a fellow mama. Good evening. My name is Janine Rupert, and I have taught in the district for 18 years, and I'm also the mother of 4 kids enrolled at Phoebe Hearst. For months, the union's mantra has been honor the contract and healthcare savings back to the students. This means that the SCTA would like the district to take the money saved from adopting a new healthcare plan and put it towards class size reduction, school nurses, librarians, psychologists, etc. It seems like a wonderful plan. I've maxed out at 33 students in my class almost every year I've taught. Unfortunately, this plan is not only idealistic, but it's downright irresponsible at this stage in the game. The timing is poor. Lowering class sizes in grades 4th through 11th would cost the district tens of millions of dollars the first year alone for new personnel in terms of salaries, pensions, and benefits. Sac City teachers are the only teachers in the entire state of California that pay 0% for benefits, I might add. And of course, there's facilities, resources, and upgrades for additional classes. How is this a savings? Our district is millions of dollars in the hole, and the union wants the district to spend millions more. We are on the verge of a worst-case scenario, a state takeover. Now is not the time to be squabbling about our contract. That idealistic ship has sailed. Table it. Both parties must come together harmoniously, a united team, not us against them. When the bottom dropped out of the economy in 2008, the entire country made sacrifices. Government agencies, big businesses, mom and pop shops, administrators, employees. That's what needs to be done now. Sacrifices from both parties, with some losses, unfortunately, to save our district from state receivership. The union needs to realize that we are in a crisis situation. Now is not the time to remodel the bathroom with marble floors and a gold toilet when the house is being foreclosed.
Can I ask you, are you taking 2 minutes for your sister as well?
Yes.
Okay, so 2 more minutes. Just want to make sure.
Furthermore,
Just want to make sure.
she wrote this part. Furthermore, the CTA announced that they'll be bringing their masses to the Capitol with their own agenda on Wednesday on the backs of the teachers who were planning to strike. We are their pawns. Are they here for the 47,900 Sac City students and families being adversely affected by this mess? Absolutely not. With a pep in my step and my head held high, I crossed the picket line last month, for I do not support the union's proposals at this time. And more importantly, my students need me to be at school. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll call the next batch on this topic. Marcos Martinez, Nora Barraza, Marisol Espinosa, Arthur Aleman, Deborah Andorf, Jana Fisher, Maral Farsi, Shonda Grady, Natalie Tamblin.
Thank you. Good evening, board. I'm here, my name is Marco Martinez, because I have 2 kids at the district. Recently, I was discussing with them this possible strike, reasons, goals from SCTA, goals from the district, the concept of state receivership. And my kids are only 11 and 9, but they kept asking a lot of questions. So after talking to them about this, I came up with one on my own. What I asked them, if you were to be standing right here, what will you tell the teachers? What will you tell the board? They told me that they love their teachers, but they also love learning. So they hope no one ever makes them choose. That was it. They don't want to have a choice for a strike. Now, I was relieved when I came in that the SCTA has postponed the strike. But I ask, why does it take a single politician to convince you and not the parents of this district that we didn't want you to strike? A single person was capable of influencing you, but the parents of all the children were not. That is very disappointing in my eyes. As my kid's father, it's important to me that you do not let up the effort to continue to try and meet with the Teachers Association to improve the financial stability of the district. I trust the SCTA leaders are now listening to parents' voices. I hope they will anyway. And what the parents' needs are for their children. The appreciation my family has for teachers is real, and we want them to be compensated properly. But in the absence of a strong financial footing for this great school district, we ask that ultimatums, unreasonable demands, go out the window, and both the district and the Teachers Association become partners in solving this very real structural financial crisis. As a union member myself, I'm a huge believer that together in unity,
Thank you.
Buenas noches,
Good evening,
miembros del jurado.
members of the board.
Yo soy una madre de familia que tengo hijos en 3 diferentes escuelas.
She's a mom with kids here at different schools.
En Luther Burbank High School, From Bacon y Bowling Green, Chicago. Esta situación me ha tenido un poquito nerviosa.
The situation's made her very nervous.
Porque con todo esto estamos perjudicando a nuestros estudiantes.
Hurting. And all of this, we're hurting our kids.
Yo lo único que quería pedirles, por favor, únanse todos en un solo equipo.
She's asking that everyone gets together in one team, one group.
Trabajen
Work
por el futuro de nuestros estudiantes.
for the future of our children and students.
Y esperemos que todo esto se solucione a favor de nuestros niños.
And we hope that this results in a solution for all of our kids.
Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Good evening, Superintendent Aguilar and board members. I well, I had a lot to say, but I forgot. What I want to say is that right now is not the time to. Right now is the time for the teachers union and the board members to come together and sit down and negotiate in good faith. You know, because right now that you can, I know in a couple of months you won't be able to. So if we don't come together and negotiate in fairness, the ones that are going to be suffering is our kids, our families, and our community. So I'm going to ask you guys to come and sit down and work it out. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening, board and SCTA members. My name is Jana Fisher, and I am a mother of 3 children currently attending school in this district. On Tuesday, Dave Gordon, superintendent of the Sac County Office of Education, spoke to Beth Ruyak on Capitol Public Radio. If you haven't heard it, please go to capradio.org to listen. In a nutshell, he said the same thing all of us parents have said and will continue to say until this is resolved. Please, STCA, board, and other union leaders and decision makers, please move forward and come together to balance the budget by June 20th. This is what's best for our children, teachers, city. If we go into receivership, we're going to lose so much more. We need a fresh, positive plan to resolve this deficit together, please. Insolvency is not an option. No one is either all right or all wrong, but I think we can all agree that harsh negativity is bringing down our entire community. I grew up in a Title I elementary and high school. I grew up one of the 70% that I'm here to speak for. All the children. We're here speaking for all the children, not just our own. These are the ones that need school the most, just like I did. We worked very hard during several years of commuting to move from District 7 to District 3 to be closer to school and work. We're all in for our schools. That's our level of commitment, volunteering however we can, but if receivership happens, we would be very sad to consider leaving. There is still time, just like Mr. Gordon said, to still show California the best of Sacramento and how we can come together in a crisis and solve it respectfully. Respectfully is the only way. We've got to stop this bullying. There's still time to do the right thing for the 70% that need it most. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for hearing me out. I really don't know what I'm going to say. I'm very emotional right now. I heard these kids talking earlier, and I'm sobbing my eyes out back there. They have experienced tremendous challenges, and the programs that the school district offers have literally saved their lives. With that said, I don't know. I'm not informed enough to know exactly what's going on with this money, but what I'm reading is that there was miscalculations, and that doesn't look good for you guys, right? Don't clap for me. Do not clap for me, because why I'm so angry right now is that there are parents talking, and I don't know how I ended up in that row with those people, but a parent came up here and said, I'm here because I care about my kids. And one of those teachers said, no, you don't. Thank you. That does not make you guys look good. We're all on the same team. We all have to make sacrifices here. She's fine. She's fine. Guys, we have to find a way to get along. This vitriol isn't working. When I spoke last time, a teacher got in my face. Who needs that? We're here to work together. You guys, them, everybody. There is no us, them. Like, we have to do what's in the best interest of our kids, and that means the teachers must be supported. The school district must be healthy. I'm sorry, I have nothing else to say.
Good evening. My name is Natalie Tamblin, and I'm a parent to 2 elementary school students in this district. I'm also a teacher in the district, a recently laid off teacher as a result of the budget crisis. But tonight, I am here as a parent. I'm a very frustrated parent who wants to find a resolution to this financial crisis and wants long-term solutions that will make us a destination district. A district that puts students first, that prioritizes programs like music, art, and special education services, that has high school programs that I want to put my children into. I want to be proud to say my children attend school in Sac City Unified. Tonight, I ask that both SCTA and the district come together to find a compromise to avoid a state takeover. Please put your differences aside and remember that we are here for all children. And just for the record, as a teacher, I would pay a portion of my health care if it means compromise. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Shonda Grady. I'm a parent of 3 students at Theodore Judah Elementary School. I'm also a graduate of Sequoia Elementary School and Albert Einstein Middle School, where I was in the band and the orchestra, and I was blown away by the kids and the students who were here earlier. I had to hold back tears. They were amazing. And I hope that you take their messages to heart because those programs are critical. And I also hope that you take the message that these parents are bringing to you to heart, which is right now we need strong leadership. Our only control, our only power is to vote the people here in and out and talk to the teachers about their leadership. Right now, I am disappointed in all of you. It is absolutely unacceptable that we as parents are spending our work days, our times that we should be with our children, helping them with their homework, reading your posturing letters. I'm an attorney. I understand the importance of putting these things on paper and making your record of what your position is. But what we lack right now is clear leadership from this side and from the other side. For somebody to say, put this down, we need to solve this problem. We also need better legal counsel. The document that is being fought over is the most disgustingly poorly drafted piece of garbage I have ever seen. It is absolutely unacceptable to have a final document, something held out as a final document, and for us to spend all of our money, our tax dollars, on lawyers to fight about something that nobody took the time or spent the few dollars it would take to finalize that document so we can know which is the operative term with respect to healthcare, with respect to how that's done. And there should never be the words non-binding goals in a contract. That's my free legal advice tonight.
Thank
you. It's absurd.
So I'm now using my 2 minutes.
Okay.
So although I am grateful for additional revenues, the governor investing more money in education, and that the district has cut $28 million, we are still in a deficit spending, and we will still need millions of dollars more to avoid a state takeover after next year. This should encourage us to be even more engaged and ramp up even more parent involvement. This is the time to have an even stronger voice. Our voice is being heard. This time is still of the essence to get the district and the union to come to the table with no conditions, no ultimatums, and save money. The priority is to get the health care savings, period, right now. No savings have been achieved. We're fighting over money that doesn't exist. I'll say it again. We're fighting over money that doesn't exist. You only have certain periods of time to change your insurance. One is June 30th. I don't think we're going to make that. The next one's January 1st of 2020. So if we don't get going and get paperwork happening, there will be no savings, and we will be right here again in 2020 next year fighting again because we still won't have any savings. Whether that savings ultimately goes to classroom size reduction, nurses, psychologists, help, solves deficit spending, I don't know. That's something for a lawyer to determine on the language on that agreement. I'm not a lawyer. I'm not going to get into it. What I do know is nobody will have class size reduction, nobody will have nurses, psychologists, and we won't solve our budget issues if we don't get the savings, and time is of the essence because you only get a certain amount of time to switch and get that money. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to call out the names of the last members of this group. Jimmy Armstrong, followed by Cassandra Gutierrez, Andrea Smith, Sairo Mendoza, Alina Cervantes, with Jen for 2 extra minutes. And there's Jen. Cassandra Jennings, Zachary Bryant, Daniel Conway, Elia Basin, Allison French-Tubo, Jennifer DeWald, Carla Mendoza.
Mr. Aguilar, Mrs. Ryan, rest of the members of the board. My name is Jimmy Armstrong, and I'm a volunteer with Communities for New California. I've been speaking with families across Sacramento about the mess this district is in, and to be totally honest, my neighbors and my family will be among those most affected by a school takeover. I have 2 daughters, Samaya, who is 6, and Aaliyah, who is 4. They actually sleep in the foyer. My nieces, my nephews, and little cousins all go to school in this district. I have family members who are teachers, so I want to be very clear that I'm not against teachers or the Sacramento City Teachers Association. What I do know is that time is ticking, and all 5 unions need to meet together with the school district to come up with a fair share budget plan in order to save our schools and programs for all of our children. For the kids of South Sacramento and for the kids in my family. Nobody who I know or have spoken to benefits from everyone taking sides against each other. Instead, please, please, please come together as fellow humans and realize that our children are the future who deserve your sincere efforts to do the hard work we need you to do. May our hearts be felt. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Andrea Smith, and I'm a volunteer here with Communities for a New California. Over the past few weeks, I have been knocking on doors of families in the community of South Sacramento, and I had the opportunity to speak to some parents like Kenya A., who said, and I quote, "I wish they would involve the parents directly because we are the most affected. If the children are affected, we are affected too." Or Daniel Pena that quoted, "Make sure our children are being put first and thought of as well, because if our teachers don't want to help them out and look out for them, then who do we trust?" These statements reflect the same sentiment that many of the families who I have spoken to over the past few weeks have shared and asked us to share with you. From what I can tell, the school district have worked hard to bring the deficit down using every tool it can, but it's still not enough to solve the district structural issues. Unless all five unions join the district to contribute to a fair share budget, we're still looking at a situation where our leadership is kicking the can down the road, the equivalent of maxing out all of our credit cards and just hoping to figure out the solution later. In reality, this is not a solution. We need to forget about the differences and stop demonizing each other. We need the five union laborers to come together at the table to negotiate with the district to work towards a fair share budget that works for all, especially the students. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Cassandra, and I'm with Communities for a New California. And I want to take this brief time to express my feelings and my thoughts on the budget situation. I want to express that even though the budget has been decreased, the alarm bell is still ringing. We are not out of this problem, and we should hear that bell and not ignore it. The fact still remains that there is still an urgency, right, to eradicate this problem, and we cannot be tricked into complacency. I understand that the district has made tough cuts and made some adjustments to decrease the deficit, and I thank the district for working on this, but the fact is that this is not enough. You know, we're still not out of the red zone. In order to fix our structural issues and find solutions, we need the 5 labor partners, including SETA and the district, to come together at the table to unite and work towards achieving a fair share budget that works for everyone. Because at the end of the day, if this problem is not erased, our children will be the ones to lose, and we have already taken so much from them. As parents like Harris Walker and Melissa Garcia said, wake up and focus on the kids. Otherwise, we will be back here again in the coming months. Thank you for your time.
Good evening, Superintendent and board members. My name is Haido, and I'm a volunteer with Communities for New California. I've been knocking on the doors of our families for the past 3 weeks in South Sac, and which is also my home. I've lived in 95824 my whole life. I've had dozens of face-to-face conversations with families, and we all come to the same conclusion. Avoiding the state takeover is #1 priority that everyone should be working on together, yet the 5 labor unions and school district have yet to sit down and solve the issue. There's no sides to be taken but the side of our children and parents. Time is running out, and June 20th is right around the corner. Even though the school district has worked diligently to reduce the deficit for this budget cycle, we're clearly running on borrowed time without true negotiation between the 5 unions in the district. I have already witnessed 3 local schools closures, which include Maple Elementary, Fruit Ridge Elementary, and CB Wire. 2 of them are located in my home zip code, the same zip code that this district office is located in. Let's stop wasting time, and let's stop wasting time going back and forth, and let's get together now and figure out a fair share budget for our children and our families. Again, I attended various schools in this zip code. I attended Hiram Johnson, and I want to thank my middle school history teacher for teaching me that it's always worth to giving back to your community, even though there's lucrative opportunities elsewhere. So thank you for your time, and I hope you guys make a decision that's worth it to our families.
Thank you. Are you a group combining your comments? Or
She's yielding her time to me, and I found 2 of my students here. So I'm like, come up here. So I'm speaking
4 minutes. Or
yeah.
Okay, got it.
Yeah.
4 minutes.
Good evening, everyone. I'm here. Jen Kustin is her daughter, and I are in third grade class moms together in the district. And as I said, I have 2 of my college students here who want to be future teachers and are learning about advocacy and child advocacy, and another member of our parents group. I am angry. We should all be angry. Angry has a long history of bringing about positive change. Those are the words of Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie. But what I know and what I've heard tonight is that anger is rooted in sadness. We saw tears, right? We are angry at the long history of bad decisions, like not heeding FCMAT's 2006 warning that healthcare costs were unsustainable. We can talk about new funding all day long, but our kids won't ever see their fair share of the pie until we tame the healthcare beast. We're sick of our district living paycheck to paycheck. We don't want to be back here next year listening to these kids cry over their music programs, fighting for child development programs. I'm a child development professor. My students want to be preschool teachers. They need jobs. We are angry that we've been conditioned to accept a budget structure, and this is the hard part, that is the enemy of equity, one that will never serve our most vulnerable youth. Music, arts, field trips, and sports are not extras, and your zip code should not determine opportunities. When we try to change the system, we're met with fierce resistance. I want you to hear this, so please don't clap, but thank you. By those who want to keep the status quo, it's much easier to rely on misleading rhetoric to stoke fear and division. We are hurt that parents and teachers are being shamed for speaking up and not blindly accepting what we're told. Look what's happened in this room, in front of people, in front of cameras, and now you can feel what we've been going through just for 2 weeks. I don't know how y'all do it. We've been told our anger is making people uncomfortable and we should tone it down. As a woman and a woman of color, I'm very familiar with the tone police. If our anger is making you uncomfortable, I suggest you sit in that uncomfortable place and try to learn something. We're not here to make you comfortable. We are here to raise our voices for our children. So what is the positive change we're hoping to bring with this anger and this hurt? We're asking SCTA to join the other 4 unions and work together in good faith to negotiate with everything on the table. We are asking for everyone to honor our children first. Please don't let our children become wards of the state. Help us retain custody and keep decision-making power. The time is now. We have a short stay of execution, but our schools are still on death row. We are tired of distractions and our kids being held hostage by talking points. Help us build a district where all kids can thrive. Family makes tough household budget decisions all the time so our kids don't suffer. Many families can't buy the things they need because they want to keep a roof over our heads. We know you can't make $1 out of 15 cents. We're really angry at decades of kicking the can down the road, then let's prove it. I tell my kids it's okay to make mistakes and it's always okay to change directions. When you know better, you have an obligation to do better. Can we do better? Can we make our schools a shining symbol of our city where the children of teachers, bus drivers, cafeteria workers, and administrators are all valued? Change does not roll in on the wheels of inevitability, but comes through continuous struggle, as Martin Luther King Jr. said. The loss of our district is not inevitable. I used to think this was a math problem 2 weeks ago, but it is not. It's a moral crisis, not just a budget crisis, a civil rights crisis. It's a call to action. Please don't ignore parent voices. Find it in your hearts to honor our children first. Help us right this ship and set sail in a new direction so that we may one day truly live up to our name, the Sacramento Unified School District. Thank you.
Now you can keep a shot clock.
Wow. Good evening, President Ryan and members of the board. I'm Cassandra Jennings, President and CEO of the Greater Sacramento Urban League, also a parent of former students that went through the district and a guardian of my nephew who's currently in the district. I too am pleased that the meeting started with the youth. It reminded me that their success and courage are direct results of the systems, opportunities, and some challenges provided by your leadership, caring teachers, families, and other support groups. I'm also reminded that there are still way too many students who are struggling or left behind, and there are some systemic issues that definitely need to be addressed, particularly for people of color and from underserved communities. But regardless of what spectrum they are in the community, they all, each and every student, are counting on you, the administration, and all 5 of the unions to really support them and to help them see their potential and then be able to strive to the success of where they see themselves going. I join with the parents, with the community leaders, with my neighbors, with businesses, with the faith community, and with concerned citizens, urging you, the board, the administration, and all 5 unions to come together in a very transparent way and with a genuine commitment to fill and to find a path forward. A state takeover is not the option. The kids are our only option. Thank you.
Good evening, Chair Ryan, board members. My name is Daniel Conway, and I am a parent in the district. I have 3 kids currently, a 4th on their way, and I also serve on our school site council. Thank you for your time this evening, and thank you for the time that you're putting into this issue. I frankly join most of my parents here in just expressing frustration and a strong desire to see this get resolved. I'll make 3 brief points to frankly, to both parties, to all sides involved, which is, first of all, please stop relitigating the past. Clearly, decades of poor decision-making have gotten us here, so we're all culpable. The district, the unions, the parents, we all are responsible for this mess, so now we have to work together to clean it up. So as we sit here presently, as far as I'm concerned, both sides are wrong until you get this right. Stop pointing fingers. So looking ahead presently, I'm encouraged by what we've seen in the last 24 hours. I'm happy that there's not a strike on the 22nd. I'm happy that the district has found $20 million, but I still don't think that the fundamental situation's changed. This is still the same math problem. This is still the same operational challenges and frankly, cultural challenges within the district. And until those things are systematically addressed, we're gonna be back here in a few months having the same conversation. So you have to get the fundamentals. Furthermore, frankly, the more I look at these recent events with the union announcement and with the district's announcement, I find it more questionable, frankly. I see the union put out a YouTube video saying, we're striking because we want more teachers and more programs, which is great, but when you're on the brink of bankruptcy, it's like you're in the matrix. Like, what are we talking about here, right? And at the same time, I see the district put out a press release that says, guess what? We dug into the couch and we found 20 million more. And it's like, this whole time, frankly, your fiscal management has been questioned, and to suddenly pull this off, I appreciate that you're trying hard, but it also makes us say, I don't know what to think, frankly. So that kind of brings me to my close here, which is stop posturing and solve this now. Fortunately, SCOE and FCMAT, I'm finishing, have done your homework for you. They've laid out a roadmap. Both sides can come together and get this done. I urge you to follow the example of the 4 unions that have stepped up and compromised and shown real leadership. I feel like they're the real heroes here, and they've done this for the kids.
Thank you.
Finally, I'll just urge you, I would urge the district and the teachers union, in light of that, to start around-the-clock negotiations tomorrow morning. Because if you started tomorrow morning, you'd be done by Monday, and we could all put this behind us and get to the real issues that we should be focused on.
Thank you.
Good evening, board. My name is Jennifer DeWald, and I'm a parent of 2 elementary school students in the district. As a former public educator myself, I know the daily challenges that teachers face inside their classrooms, and I praise them for their efforts. Our district in the state capital of California should be a role model district. We should be celebrating the same successes that our surrounding economy is seeing, but we're not. We are in the spotlight for all the wrong reasons. And at this fork in the road, we have hard choices to make, but there's one right turn: the path towards resolution and long-term financial stability. We can save our district. We will save our district. Everyone must move forward in good faith towards resolution. With my whole heart, I urge every decision maker on all parties, all groups in this room to work towards a long-term student-centered solution. Any action that is not focused on resolution is a waste of time. As a parent, I do not have or understand all the information that the decision makers have, but I know we have one thing in common. We all have the students in common. We have heard from many students tonight and students that could not be here. These are the students in our district that we are all united for. This is who we work for. We work for the kids. Grown-ups with their own agendas are playing political games with our educational future. It needs to stop. Both sides need to continue their differences and move forward in good faith. We have too much to lose. There is too much at stake. Thank you for your efforts.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Allison French-Tubo. I'm a Sac City parent and volunteer, and I'm a supporter of Parents United. When my kids were smaller, I was a clerical substitute and got to visit a lot of schools, meet a lot of kids. I grew up in a small town in Oregon that ran out of money for schools 3 times. So that makes me all the more grateful to be raising my kids in the privileged bubble of East Sac. But Sac City United community is much bigger than East Sac. All of our community students deserve a solid education, especially the 70% who don't live in a privileged bubble. So for today, we can smile for a moment for some short-term good news. But we can't stop finding our way forward to fix our structural deficit and avoid state takeover. We need everyone in a decision-making role on every side being on their best behavior, just as we expect of our students. Please listen to SCOE and FCMAT and balance our budget now. Later, we can campaign for more funds and make wise investments, but now we must have a balanced budget to avoid state takeover.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name's Carla Mendoza, and I have 2 daughters in high school in the district. It is my understanding that a potential state takeover has not been averted. It has only been delayed. My daughters attended private school from preschool through 2nd and 3rd grade. At that time, due to financial reasons, I began to research elementary public schools in Sacramento. I learned that the elementary and middle schools in Trustee Area 2 had good rankings. We left private school. I actually relocated my family. I left my support system behind in order to attend the good schools in District 2. I'm glad I did, because soon after we made the switch from private schools, I learned that my daughters were actually behind curriculum-wise. My daughters love their teachers at SCUSD. Mr. Ho, Mr. Oppo, Mr. Robert, if you're watching, my daughters love you, and we want you to be fairly compensated. However, this delay, if it doesn't work and a state takeover takes place, it will have long-lasting, devastating effects on our kids and our teachers down the line. One of the reasons SCUSD is in such a huge deficit is because enrollment is so low. Please don't push us away. We want to stay in the district. But if receivership takes place down the line, I will be looking to return to private school. But what about the families that can't afford private school? What about the families that can't afford to move out of the district to Elk Grove or San Juan? It will further negatively impact SCUSD enrollment if parents such as myself leave for other school districts or private schools. I came here again tonight to implore both sides to find a solution to fix our budget. Please do not kick the can down the road anymore. We need real long-term solutions. For the sake of our kids and our teachers, everyone needs to come together to find solutions to fix this district.
Thank you.
Otherwise, we will again be facing the threat of a state takeover down the line.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Yesenia. I'm a student here. If the students and kids are supposedly the priority of these issues, and this might sound naive, but hear me out, why not include more of them at these very decision-making tables and letting them have an actual vocal vote? They have a much more different mindset. They aren't money-oriented or power-hungry. Let them have an input on their reality and soon-to-be future. An analogy to this would be like the government now, full of men making decisions on women's rights. I know the idea may sound crazy, but so is every revolutionary beginning. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have 25 more public comments. I'm going to call up the first half of that 25, then the last half, and then we'll close public comment. Alice Mercer, followed by Catherine Boulos, followed by Damian Harmony, Aaron Duarte, Nikki Malevsky, Nafisa Young, David Fisher, Laura Shirley, Peggy Watson, and Cindy Stewart.
And as we have those commenters come up, I just want to thank all of the parents and students and community members who came out to lend their voices tonight. And I do want to say, because I know many of you might be leaving, that we will, the board, be launching a series of community budget workshops beginning next week. The first, which will be hosted by Board Member Garcia on Monday, May 20th at Hiram Johnson. And we highly encourage you to join us there, as we'll be able to go into our budget in more detail. And with that, I also want to urge our community, for those of you who are able to stay, to please stay for our African American Achievement Initiative presentation, as well as our budget presentation, which will allow us an opportunity to hear from Dave Gordon about some of the questions that have been asked. Mr. Fisher?
Hi. We had some called out of order, so we're going to do a group thing this either time for to start. But
Do you
it's
want
all-
me to have them add?
I think we just kind of figured it out on our own, and then
Okay.
if that's okay with you
fine.
guys.
Yeah.
Okay. Good evening. David Fisher, parent of 2 children in the district, taught 2nd grade, mostly at CB Wire for 20 years, and I'm proud to be the president of the Sacramento City Teachers Association. 18 months ago, on December 7, 2017, we stood here before you after a 16-month-long negotiation session when you approved a contract that we believe would put our district on the path to becoming the destination district in California. We thank the parents for their support in helping us to defeat the district efforts to increase class sizes in K through 3, as well as some special education class sizes. Instead, we reached an agreement to make changes to our own health plan with the savings used in a cost-neutral way to lower class sizes and improve services for students. By the way, the reason it says non-binding is because it's based on the savings. We did not ask the district to put 1 dime extra into these services. We've said if there's not enough savings, we won't put pressure on the district. I'm going off script a little bit because I just have to say for a second, other unions have been out for 2 weeks at a time disrupting their districts to get what they deserve. We go out for 1 day to make sure that we can have the least disruption. And I don't know of another union that has traded their benefits for services for kids. I know they've traded them for increases in pay, but that is something that was controversial at the time among our own membership. And the controversy also among parents, like how did we not we were going for class size, why don't we have it already? And we had to explain, because we do not want to put the district in a financial strait. We can't reduce the class sizes yet because we haven't found the savings yet. That's why it says non-binding. And then you guys refused to implement it. Also, Mayor Steinberg helped negotiate the contract, agreed that we would sponsor, I've got the other people, we would sponsor a ballot measure in 2020, also to help fund things like art and music that was talked about tonight. We also agreed to put aside 1.5% of our payroll to address the district's unfunded liability related to retiree health benefits. It's ironic because when we settled the contract, like I said, many criticized us because we couldn't immediately put the class size and the other services in. Again, like I explained, it's because we had to get the savings first. We were not going to put this district in financial risk. Instead of implementing what you guys agreed to and the promise to the students, you let, I don't know, $11 million go to HealthNet instead of that going to the students. We made a promise. We're going to continue to this day to demand that the district follow on our mutual promise that we made to students. At that same December 2017 board meeting in which you approved the contract, Sacramento County Office of Education Superintendent Dave Gordon, I just watched the video the other day, warned the district that it needed to make 15 million cuts to offset the cost of the new contracts, all of them that were signed. Mr. Gordon didn't tell the district not to approve the contract, but he did ask the district to submit a plan within 2 weeks from December of 2017 that would identify cuts in order to be able to afford the contract. He asked the district to approve the plan by January 15th, 2018. Unfortunately, the board still has not complied with Superintendent Gordon's directive more than 18 months after the fact. Rather than cut what you were told, the district went on a spending spree, adding millions of dollars that was never budgeted, including $6 million in payouts to the highest paid administrators. Other administrative things, other things that might have been good, but they weren't budgeted, like the summer school, just kept adding and adding and adding. So now we're here with this tension that didn't have to happen. It's no secret we've been critical of the district's fiscal mismanagement, particularly when it comes to some sort of excuse to refuse to honor legally enforceable collective bargaining agreements and going back on your promises to students. We know what's happened since then. We won the arbitration decision that compels the district to implement the agreed-upon salary schedule. We did a one-day strike to protest the district refusal to implement the savings for students. And just this week, PERB issued a complaint against the district based on the initial determination that the district indeed has violated the law in several areas, including refusing to use the healthcare savings for students. On April 30th, we notified the district that we would be striking again on May 22nd. Since then, several things have occurred. Already mentioned the arbitrator's decision, and the district has indicated it will comply with the award. The PERB complaint will move forward. In addition, the forensic audit approved by the California State Joint Legislative Audit Committee commenced on May 1st. We also received a positive response from our request from State Superintendent Tony Thurman to convene the parties to try to resolve our differences about the contract and the budget. Perhaps just as importantly, however, the district's third interim budget, which we believe helps validate many concerns that we've been raising about the budget. The third interim shows the enrollment numbers were way off, a mistake that the district now concedes led to underestimate millions in revenue from the state. The report addresses the need to address escalating costs in special education. The report validates the viability of using the overfunding of retiree health costs to help stabilize the budget. And it also shows that they have the ability to fully implement the student services based on potential savings from the health plan if we just make smart cuts from the top. We've consistently stated that as last resort, we need to open our contract to avoid the state takeover, we would. Asking anyone to set aside a fully executive legal agreement is an extraordinary thing. But the third interim budget makes it clear that state takeover is not imminent. There are still cuts that need to be made. No doubt this starts with making cuts from the top and not breaking promises to students. We're not alone in believing that these developments, particularly the budget, create a more constructive pathway going forward. Yesterday, we received communication from Sacramento County Supervisor Phil Cerna, in which, after his review of the budget, offered that, in quotes, there exists an opportunity to work through the budget together, continued working towards a labor peace as it relates to the teacher's contract, and further find a means to avoid state takeover. He continued, I therefore respectfully request that you and your leadership reconsider the pending May 22nd strike action so that all parties can focus on fiscal sustainability for the good of the district, the kids and the families, and of course, our valued teachers. We appreciate Supervisor Cerna's thoughtful request and Superintendent Thurman's intervention, and we are pleased to announce that SCTA is hereby withdrawing our notice to strike on May 22nd. As many of you know, May 22nd is also the day of the statewide CTA action at the state capitol beginning at 4 p.m. to use our collective voice as educators, parents, and students to advocate for improved state funding for our public schools. We invite the greater Sacramento community to join us there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fisher.
We'll pretend that works. I'm Damian Harmony. I've been a teacher here for going on 15 years. I've taught over 1,000 students in my time here. I don't know what to tell you other than I've never seen it this bad before. Education is the great equalizer, and yet it's being threatened. We've had a number of students here today speaking about their band experiences and how their band experience is being put on the chopping block. A lot of people talk about it being on the chopping block without mentioning who put it there. All this energy is being spent to stay put. These kids came to you begging for a thing that should be theirs by birthright. All these appeals just to keep the basics. We used to fully fund band and sports and electives and vocational training. Now they fundraise all the time and you're still talking about cutting them. We also used to have a lot fewer central district administrative staff. Several kids shared their stories of not getting the help they needed. You know what would have helped them get the help they needed? If they had nurses, counselors, school psychologists, support services, in addition to the band that they should be a part of. The way to pay for that is real cuts from the top. I'm ashamed to be working in this district. I am ashamed for how we have let our students down through your financial mismanagement and through your weaponizing of people's civility, through your gaslighting of our parents and our students to make them think that this false equivalence, that this false choice of you can either have band or you can see a psychologist once a week, how you can either have this or that, when in fact you just checked your gray pants and found $31 million. Please get to work. I've got to go home and grade a bunch more papers.
That's some hard stuff to follow up on. I'm Alice Mercer, and I am a teacher at Hubert Bancroft Elementary. At this point, I just don't know what to say. It's ridiculous. This isn't about past grievances. This is about our current contract. This is not about our pay. It's about our students in our classrooms and the classrooms that they are in. We've got a path forward. We need to have that fiscal summit to go over and lay the groundwork. I know that Board Member Morawski has talked about getting a community budget board. I would strongly urge her to do that. And for some of these parents who are here wondering what the heck's going on and how to get this resolved, to join it so that there can be a light shining on the practices in this district, which are deplorable. This needs fixing, because if this was any other district right now, you would be having parents not coming up here decrying both sides. They would be calling for a vote of no confidence on this superintendent.
Good evening. My name is Nafisa Young, and I am a school psychologist at Leah Tata Floyd and at John Still on the elementary side. Now, initially, I didn't plan on coming up here to speak. However, when I came into the district this evening and this afternoon, and I saw the teachers from child development, it actually compelled me to come and talk. My son also graduated from this district last year, so I'm a former parent of this district. During spring break, I spent the time in South Africa, and while I was there, my last day, I was able to volunteer at an elementary school in a very small, poor village called Masi. And while I was there going through the schools, I noticed that the classrooms had primary students who looked like babies, and I asked the teacher, I said, hey, how old are these kids? And she said, they're 18 months. Because in South Africa, the government decided that it was so important for early childhood development for their students. They decided to make that a mission. So they served their kids from 18 months to 6 years old starting. And when I told the teacher that I'm from California and my district is cutting all of child development, she was shocked and appalled. And to be honest, I'm really, really embarrassed by it. And I think that we need to do more for our students, that our students deserve child development. We need to keep child development. And in this poor town, in this village, if they know the importance of child development and what it means to our students, surely in Sacramento, the capital of California, we should see that too. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Cindy Stewart. I'm a teacher in the district. And I just wanted to say how sad it is that you guys have allowed the propaganda and the false news to continue. SCTA has tried over and over again to meet, but you wouldn't come to the table. You did your empty chair propaganda of how, look at all the districts, all the unions that are here, but SCTA's not. And you made it act like all the other unions were willing to change their health care, which they can't, because they can't do that until 2020. They're in a different health program that they can't leave right now. The only ones that can save money in their health care right now is the teachers. But you've let this propaganda continue. And the saddest one was this high school students in the music program. Cutting music has not been a proposal from the district, but you've let them believe that music is going to get cut. You've let them believe that that is something we have to do. And all the commotion and sadness that you've caused, because you're going to put that threat out there. You're going to let them feel that, yes, this is what we're going to do. One of the wonderful things I saw up here was all the different language and the students that stood up and talked about Japanese, that they had mastered that language, yet you're laying off a Japanese teacher. You know, that because it's that important. It's just shameful, the rhetoric. That's shameful that you are acting like we won't come to the table. We had to get the superintendent, state superintendent of education, to finally bring you to the table.
Thank you.
I'm Nikki Malevsky, president of the Vice President of the Sacramento City Teachers Association. And I'm here to talk about the gutting of child development that you have approved. You have cut child development nearly in half. And I want to make sure that you understand that you have a early Head Start policy committee that you recently, in September of 2017, reapproved their bylaws. Those bylaws, under their powers, duties, and functions, state that federal regulations state that the policy committee must work in partnership with key management staff and the governing body to develop, review, and approve or disapprove the following policies and procedures. All funding applications and amendments to funding applications for Head Start, early Head Start, including administrative services, prior to the submission of such applications to the grantee, SETA. I visited this policy committee over the last 3 months, and I was there this morning. And I shared with them letters that were communications between Superintendent Aguilar, Board President Jesse Ryan, and district staff to the grantee, SETA. These were letters that committee had never, ever seen, and they never would have seen. These letters would never have come to light if it wasn't for SETA requesting these under ERA and the Public Records Act. These letters show that back in August of 2018, the district was engaged in conversations with SETA and was informed by SETA that they were requiring the district to close 128 Head Start slots due to some problems and violations that have happened at those sites, or the district was to present an alternative plan that was to be developed no later than December of 2018.
Nikki, are you using additional time?
Yielding their time to
Okay.
me. Thank you very much. So, at the next meeting that occurred on January 24th, SETA reports that the district presented no alternative plan. Your staff had created absolutely no plan about these reductions that SETA was asking for. But come January 31st, all of a sudden your district has a plan. Your staff has a plan to cut 599 positions, student slots for child development in our school district. This was in your budget reported to save like $1.2 million that child development encroaches into the general fund. I assure you that child development is worth encroaching into the general fund a little bit. This district decided to lay off 32 teachers of child development, many who are here tonight, cut off all mental health for child development. Countless classified people have also been laid off, and they have closed these programs to students. But worst of all, this is just another example of the district and its leadership making closed-door discussions and decisions without the public input that you are required to have. This committee is required to must be a partner in these decision makings, and they did not even know that SETA was telling the district that you needed to close positions, and they certainly had no idea that you then proposed to cut 599 children's spots in child development. You have got to stop this backdoor, out of the public eye decision making. You are required by law to make these decisions in public, and to have public input. That is why so many people are upset about the budget, because you were required to have budget meetings, you were required to have budget documents on the district website, and suddenly they're not there anymore. And some fancy new tool you've put up that doesn't allow people to see the changes that you've made to the budget. These cuts are unacceptable. These behind closed doors decisions are unacceptable, and gutting child development will not be tolerated.
Hello, my name is David Alamon. I'm a preschool social worker, and I've been there 21 and a half years. I was also a Head Start parent in 1983. And Head Start, child development, is a jewel in the crown of Sac City Unified School District. We are one of the jewels in that crown. Another thing is I was a league wrestling champion back in 1976. Have you ever been slammed? I've been slammed. I know it hurts. On February 22nd, after the board meeting, our director with Iris Taylor called us in right here and began to slam us. Out of the 63 classrooms we have, 22 were going to be cut. Preschool classrooms were going to be cut. All of our infant and toddler programs gone. Our home visitors gone. And that was done all behind closed door and meeting with who we thought were our allies, our grantee, SETA. And this was all done behind. And then, Mr. Minute, you had the ability to stand here in front of our parents that other board meeting and say, we've looked through our budget and we can't afford you. And now all of a sudden, magically, you've come up with some more money now? How does that work? You can't afford us? We're a jewel in this district. We prepare children or below the poverty line for this district. We bring them in, 0 to 5. And we get shafted like that. That is wrong. There's something wrong here. Shame on you. I can't believe this.
Good evening. My name is Domitila Casillas, and I'm currently a Children's Center preschool teacher. I say currently because I was one of the teachers that got pink slips, so my last day is June 30th. My daughter's here, 16 years old, from Rosemont High School. I have a son at Sequoia. I have 6 children, all went through the district. I'm here as a parent, I'm here as a teacher, and I stand behind Sacramento City Teachers Association. I'm here at Washington. I've been there for the last 7 years, and I've been with this district for 15. And I'm here this evening to speak on behalf of the Child Development Preschool Program and the massive, unfair, unlawful cuts to the program. I'm here fighting for myself and my colleagues because our director, Jackie Bonini, didn't. I am now aware of some letters that transpired between SETA and our organization. There were concerns, one of them being licensing violations, which could occur in any organization. But there were proposals and precautions that were put into place in our program-wide to prevent further occurrences. We were all in it and we were all for it. And these violations are in no way a reflection of our program as a whole. Because of this, you got rid of the program because, they're costing us money anyway. For the sake of our children, our families, and our community, you make corrections. You don't make reductions. They are worth fighting for, and so are we. I am confident that I was an asset to this program, yet you dismiss me as if I didn't make a positive impact on children, their families, and this community. And when you eliminated our positions, you violated 3 laws. And this massive layoffs, they were illegal for 3 reasons. 1, You misclassified early childhood development teachers as classified employees when in fact we're certificated. 2, the law mandates that a district conduct any child development layoff in strict seniority order, which the district failed to do. I've been here for 15 years. We look around and we're wondering, what are we doing here? And 3rd, the adoption of the child development layoff resolution violated the Brown Act and is now in litigation in Superior Court. You are our leadership. Lead ethically, fair, and with integrity. Make this wrong right. As faithful, quality, committed teachers, you owe us that.
Okay, I'm gonna call up the last group of speakers. This is the last group for public comment. We're closing public comment now. Chris Corcoran, Kessie Hatton, Queen Jones, Carl Pinkston, Loravian Barnes, Kenya Martinez, Elvia Vasquez, Laura Graber, Audrey Wall, Benita Ayala, Sarah Williams Kingsley, Monica Harvey, Terry Ann Katowski, Tara Bull, and Cecile Nunley.
Thank you, Board, for letting me speak. My name is Chris Corcoran. I'm a teacher at in San Juan Unified, but I live in Sacramento City Unified, and my daughter, Madeline, attended both Kayla Greenwood and Sutter, both excellent schools. I think I have a unique perspective. I've been a union rep for many, many years for my school, and I frankly have never felt that our relationship with the district or the superintendent was at loggerheads like we see today. I think that we have a good relationship with our board, our district. We have a good working relationship. We have a superintendent that is the product of our district. He was a teacher, he was a principal. He knows the district inside out. He understands the families, the teachers, everything. And frankly, in the union meeting, it was saddened because my wife's a teacher. She just got laid off, and Sac City has become kind of a joke around when I talk to other teachers all over the place. It's my school district, and I've take offense to that because my wife's a darn good teacher, and I know that all the teachers I've ever worked with or seen in Sac City are excellent, and seeing all the people here, all the parents advocating for their kids, the kids advocating for themselves. It's not a joke. Sac City is not a joke. However, the way this situation has been handled it's pretty sickening. Now, I have some suggestions for you guys. I suggest, because of all the pain and suffering you caused, all the teachers, all the infighting, the people against each other, you need to have this financial wizard step down, and anybody above him step down. Our superintendent, unfortunately, needs to step down as well.
Can you please wrap
All
up?
layoffs need to be rescinded as well.
Thank you. Okay.
I'll be taking her 2 minutes. All right, hi to all the board. My name is Kessie Hatton. I have 5 children in which were in the district 2 years ago. Today, I only have 1 in your district. Since moving into the district, my scholar has not only become a statistic, but also has been blackballed from being able to attend her home school or any school in the district without succumbing to more harassment from teachers and or principals, which lead to her referrals and suspensions. And just this year alone, my scholar has received a novel thick behavioral report that we can agree reads to be like the beginning of a rap sheet that labels my scholar on every occasion, no matter what the situation, as an offender. My daughter has been the victim of bullying on multiple occasions, one leading up to a fight, the other leading up to her being put out of school, all in which I have proof to this date of and have properly notified all administrators. The head of the SCC, which is your Student Service Center, Mr. Brown, has not only been instrumental in being absolutely no help, but also wanted to put my child on a contract for being bullied. In fact, no one has ever even cared to rectify the bullying issue that has taken place for my child, but my child suffers. I ran into the president, Jesse Ryan, on one of my many visits to the district, briefly explained my case to her. She provided me with Nathaniel's information and said he would keep her in the loop with how things are going and assist me. Nathaniel returned and rerouted me back to Mr. Brown, along with saying he cannot help me and has no jurisdiction to. The district's disciplinary actions are rigorous and most belittling, to the point where our children are being raped of their natural human process of growth and learning. San Diego State University confirmed Sacramento City Unified School District having the most egregious suspension rates of Black males in California, which is also quoted in the letter from President Ryan in the Sacramento Bee article written June 18, 2018. The consequences of our Black scholars are suffering at the hands of stressed teachers, teachers who lack cultural humility, and administration who misappropriate funds and programs that are not being implemented correctly nor adequately, as well as no accountability, which provides pathways to high suspensions. Jesse Ryan wrote a letter to the SAC-B a year ago with her insight and experiences and feelings on being a Black parent. being a parent of a Black son. She suggests reforming and strengthening school discipline policies. However, to date, she nor anyone else on the board has made no effort to enforce any of it. SCUSD, the time is now. We need change. Funds must be appropriated correctly from the top, President Ryan, all the way down. Close your enrollment centers if need to that have no real service or serve no real purpose to the community, and let go some of the secretaries. That can alleviate some of your funds. Due to my numerous many trips at the district, it has been very stressful on me. I've had many nights of no sleep. I don't eat. I have multiple children. I am a full-time student in school. I had suffered a very bad anxiety attack my last visit at your district, to where I couldn't breathe. It felt like sandbags were on my chest. This is very discouraging and hard. And too often we're being judged because I'm Black, because my attitude or demeanor isn't of anybody else's. When I raise my voice, I'm not, we don't look at the problem. That type of stereotyping, that needs to stop. It's driving a wedge between parenting. Regardless of how I approach it, the bottom line is I'm fighting for my child, and I have every right to raise my voice so that I am heard, because it's evident that I'm not being heard. So that's what I wanted to say, and thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, and I hope that you'll stay for the African American Achievement Task Force presentation. Many of the items that you were talking about have been the product of an almost year-long effort post that op-ed to address some of those concerns.
Hi, good evening. My name is Laravian Barnes. I have been a special ed paraeducator for this district for over 21 years, but I'm speaking now as a parent. I have 3 children, one who has graduated from this district, and 2 who are now in the 4th and 5th grade. My 4th grade son is the only African American boy in his class, one of 2 in the 4th grade at his school, one of 9 only Black boys at his school. He also has autism. I've chosen to fully include him in general education. For the last 4 years, my son and I have experienced a cycle of horrible incidents just to try to push him out, to push him into a SDC class, out of a special program of Waldorf education, which is privileged. My son has not only experienced solicitation of parents to other parents on getting him pushed out, disparity of discipline, being suspended for behaviors that are a manifestation of his disability, harassed and bullied not only by peers but other parents. As early as 2 hours ago, there were parents posting on Facebook of having to get him pushed out of the school. He has met physical aggression by his peers and also by a paraeducator who pushed his head into a wall, and he's now experienced a concussion. When I reach out to address these concerns, they've been ignored, even to late on April 26th, when a letter of concern came to Superintendent Aguilar. There's been no response. Now, it's just disheartening that when you guys see such disparity in education for African American boys, you act like that's just what it has to be. I asked the district and this board to address those concerns and give equity to all those Black boys in our district, in our school. Thank you.
Good evening, President Ryan, board members, and Superintendent Aguilar. My name is Carl Pinkston, representing the Black Parallel School Board. On June 7th, 2009, I came before this board demanding that the district address the achievement gap and cuts to staff that were impacting students of African descent. Since that time, the district has gone from taking 75 years to close the opportunity gap to never closing that opportunity gap. Thus, the district has failed in the following. 1, to fully address the needs and implement the services of Black students with disability. 2, to fully implement, and I mean fully implement, Board Policy 5144 and 5137 to address the disproportion of Black students suspended in the district to stop the pushout. 3, to fully address the implicit bias in the district. And 4, to fully implement the services and needs of Black students that are failing in the district. Although we do not support the district takeover, however, let this financial crisis be a wake-up call to turn things around. This is the responsibility of the board and the administrator and nobody else to achieve a 21st century multicultural education. And now, we must do this not by word, but by deed.
Teresa.
My name is Elvia Vasquez. I'll try to say it in Spanish as I can express myself better, and I'll try in Spanish, in English after. Mi nombre es Elvia, tengo 3 hijos que han estado en el Distrito Escolar de Sacramento. Tengo un niño de 5º grado ahora, pero hace un año lo saqué de la escuela pública en Oak Park, área. Su padre está haciendo un sacrificio para obtenerlo en una escuela privada, no sé por cuánto tiempo. Lo que quiero destacar con esto es que mi hijo tenía grados o calificaciones regulares, aunque con muchas frustraciones para mantenerlas. Estuve de voluntaria en su escuela y me doy cuenta que nuestros niños en áreas como Oak Park o bajos ingresos tienen muchos más retos, como viven en moteles, no tienen casa, trabajan todo el día, entre otros problemas. No hay la ayuda suficiente, ni los programas, ni los consejos, ni los psicólogos, ni preparación en algunas áreas para los maestros. Mi hijo, con un año que ha estado en la escuela privada, ha avanzado de 5º grado en lectura a 6º, en matemáticas de 5º a 8º. Y ahora me doy cuenta qué vergüenza con el sistema, que ha estado mal funcionando por tiempo. Es obvio que algo está funcionando mal. No les culpo a ustedes directamente, pero sí les pido rescatar esos niños que tengan una oportunidad. ¿Cuántos niños como mi hijo en estas escuelas donde sus talentos o habilidades o potencial se están tirando a la basura? No solo eso, cómo afecta también a las familias. Por favor, les pido ayuda para los niños que no pueden estar aquí y expresar sus frustraciones. My name is Sylvia, and I have 3 children. They've been in School District of Sacramento. I have a 5th grade right now, and over a year I took him out of public school in Oak Park area. His father is paying right now with a big sacrifice to keep him at private school. What I want to say with this is my son had average grades with hard to keep them. I was volunteering in his school where I know that many children with low income, like Oak Park, they have more challenge, like homeless, working all day, and other problems. There's not enough help, not either psychologists or counselors or preparation for the teachers in some areas. My son, with just 1 year and the private school from reading that he's supposed to be in 5th grade is being right now is in 6th grade advanced. In math, from 5th grade to 8th grade. And so now I understand what a shame on the system. There's some people that are being working behind this. It's obviously that something is not working properly or it's wrong. I do not blame you directly, school board, but please, I ask you to rescue these children to have opportunity. How many children like my son in these schools are with talents, with abilities, with potential, they've been thrown in the trash? Not just suffering families, but how it affects everyone. Please, I ask you to please, for the children that they're not here to express the frustration, help them.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. First of all, I'd like to say I'm 12 years old and I'm in the 6th grade, and I know that's a very young age, especially for when you're speaking in front of the school board.
You're very brave.
Thank you. My name is Audrey Wall. My mom spoke earlier about the rewards I won from music.
Yes.
I have grown and spread my abilities because of music. Music lets me become happy, it makes me work hard, and it helped me create a dream future for myself. Music made me choose the schools that I want to go to. Next year for middle school, I will be going to Sam Brannon, where I will be hopefully learning under Mr. Hammond as my band director. And then next, I would like to go to Kennedy. I choose these schools because of their band program, and that's the future I want for myself, is to be a musician. And all of this has happened because of music. And if you take away music, you will be taking away dreams, hopes, futures, and lose many families, because families are willing to leave for the education of music for their children. And I can imagine that that would be a very big problem if you lose many families for cutting this program. Also, if you cut this program, you will also be losing many people that work really hard, like my teacher, Miss Nakayama. She could lose her job if she's still out there. She has done a great job for me. She has brought me along so long, and she has been there with me every step of the way, and I'm very grateful for her. And I would really hate for her to lose a job, as well as many other people. And it would be very unfair if people are like me at my age and they're just in the middle of music and they have a future, and that would be taken away due to budget cuts.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Sarah Williams Kingsley. Thank you for letting me speak tonight. Kenya Martinez and I are here representing the Community Advisory Committee for Special Education. I've reviewed the third interim report, and we had some questions about how special ed is handled and the savings, and as a committee, we didn't obviously know about those savings until the report was released last night, and so we would like further information about how you managed to find $900,000 in savings from the transportation budget, and where this $5 million that is on page 8.
And we can address those questions in
Yeah,
the budget
at the next
item,
section.
for sure.
So that was part of the reason I wanted to get up and speak tonight, to let you know that we're attempting to be engaged in this process and have been working with the staff to look at the budget and attempt to problem solve and find savings within that department. In addition, I wanted to just speak for myself as a parent and say that the additional cuts that are throughout the report, and I guess through the PowerPoint, I'm concerned that as parents in the district, there's a lack of transparency about what's happening to programs at the district level. For example, the GATE program or all the students who are talking about music. They've been listed in various forums, but the cuts that are proposed have not been explicitly shared with the parent community or the city, so that my child's in the GATE program. I don't know what's happening with that program. How am I supposed to manage his transition to middle school and finding a place for him? He's not at his home school. I needed Kari's help to find him an appropriate classroom when we moved to this district 2 years ago. Those are things that are important to us, and we need information to be able to make choices and to help you make choices.
Absolutely.
And line items about staff is not enough.
And the community budget forums, I think, will be a great opportunity to get that additional
Right,
information.
and what we need in those forums is a list of what those programs are and how you plan, if those are the things that you're gonna cut, what happens to children who are in those programs? How do we move forward? And those are the answers that we want from that forum.
Thank you.
Just to piggyback on what Sarah was saying, I know that there's going to be workshops, but I would like to add that parents need to have a position at the table. We need to have a seat at the table. What is lacking in this budget crisis, like the student spoke earlier, there's no students and there's no parents at this budget table. You have a bunch of educated people in this room who know exactly how to fix this budget, and you're not speaking to them. And I really do feel sorry for the board. I know that you guys are under a lot of pressure. I know that this is very time consuming. I'm not here to point a finger at any of you. I know this is a hard job. I'm not here to point a finger at the teachers union. I know teaching is a hard job. And I'm not gonna bring up about the 4 or 5 tables coming together, because I know you've tried that. But what I'm here to say is you need to invite parents and students to the table to work this out.
Absolutely.
Use their education. They're here for you. We're here to help you. The other thing that I did want to point out is transparency. This is why this district, I think, is moving towards insolvency. No one is transparent. We've asked for, as CAC members, asked for different line items in the budget. We have yet to receive them. Yes, we're meeting with Director Bryant on Tuesday to go over, but we still need answers. We want answers. So I just ask this board to make sure that there's transparency. And I just want to say to everybody in the audience, I love seeing parents and students here, but we need you here every other Thursday, not just when you feel like there's a budget crisis going on. Wait a minute, you're gonna hear me out on this, because I've been here for a year. The only time that I've missed a meeting is when my aunt was dying and I went to go take care of her the week she died. And the only time I missed the second meeting was the night that they pulled the plug on her. So I don't want to hear from a parent, a student, a teacher ever again, you can't make it to a board meeting and you can't do the best that you can to be here. And Ms. Ayala is probably going to speak next, and she's the only other person who I think has a right to say anything about how she brings her son Christopher with her
Everywhere.
to every board meeting, in the corner with her, so all you parents, all you students can be here.
Thank you. And I know we're wrapping up, and Benita, you're always super respectful for time, but I do want to just point out we're 2 hours behind for the African American Achievement Initiative, and I really want to make sure we give that the time it deserves. So please, go ahead.
Good evening. I won't make any further comment about what Ms. Martinez says, but I would like to say that there was an incident that happened with me with a teacher here that was very hostile last Thursday. Some of it was on my part, and some of it was possibly on her part in allegations of a conversation. But the reason why I'm bringing this up, because I think this will bring people together when you come together as units to speak. Because when we met tonight, this teacher and I, and she's still here, and I told her I was going to come up and speak about it, I thought to avoid her like anybody else would because I had an attitude about something that occurred that I felt she did. But as speaking to her, I realized that we have a lot in common. We're caregivers and what have you. Even though sometimes we happen to be sitting on a different page, in the middle is a student for us. And that student is what made it important for us, you know, to come here tonight. So I say that because of the simple fact, even though that comment was hostile and it could have went into a different manner, and I know there was other parents that brought that up, but she and I decided to cross paths back there and make peace out of whatever it is that we had. And it was a matter of, because we had emotions going on, for one as a teacher, for one as a parent. You didn't even know there's things that she said I still did not agree with, but at the end of the day, she let me know I'm here for my students. And I'm here for my students, not just my child, but those other ones that are out there. So I share this story and to say that at the end of the day, what are we here for? We're here for the students. So I think that if we can do that, if I can do that with her, I'm not saying we're friends or anything else, but we both have an interest in Sac City Unified School District. So because of that, we made peace here when we were opposite ends on the last meeting. So I share with you guys with that is that when you come together, everyone, because I'm not choosing sides except for the student, is to realize at the end of the day, it's our students that are important and that are dear to our hearts. So I thank you for listening to me.
Thank you so much, Benita.
Okay. I promise I'll be quick because I know you said it's over 2 hours. I just wanted to reiterate to the board because I still think it's so important, especially with what I heard tonight. Always, 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 and you've heard me say this more than once, Superintendent Aguilar needs the support of the board. Because in the articles that I've written and everything that I've heard, when you have a district in crisis, the turnover, constant turnover at the top, which is what Sacramento City has experienced, is not good for anybody. So I urge the board to continue to support Superintendent Aguilar, number one. Number two, the third interim. You are right, I read the talking points in the back of the room. It's clear the district is not out of the woods by a long shot. The standard is, according to what the state has said, year after year after year, is that you have to prepare for 3 years, not just one. So chances are, if the budget goes forward like it is right now, this budget will be rejected again. And people need to know that we are not out of the woods. The other point that I wanted to make was about the ADA. And I did see in the thing, somebody mentioned, oh, they didn't include the ADA. And I said, that can't be right. No, they included it. But then I did see that there was an issue with not including all of the ADA. I cannot stress again, and I know I've said this before, there needs to be a presentation to the board on enrollment in ADA. I really feel strongly about that, and I hope that you, as the board, will consider it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Cecile. So we're moving on to item 9.0, Board Workshop Strategic Plan and Other Initiatives. 9.1, Approving the African American Task Force Recommendations. I just want to acknowledge these next 3 items, the African American Task Force Recommendations, the Local Control Accountability Plan, and the 3rd Interim Financial Report, have 30 minutes allocated for each. And I don't want to lose the parents at any point on these. So I'm going to ask both my board members to be respectful of limiting their comments and questions to tight comments and questions. And then I'm also going to ask our public comment on these items to be 1 minute each so that we can ensure that all of your voices make it through the rest of the evening. And so we'll begin with 9.1, Approving the African American Achievement Task Force Recommendations, presented by Dr. Iris Taylor, Vincent Harris, and a couple of our representatives from the African American Achievement Task Force. Can we have each of the representatives who will be speaking tonight also introduce themselves?
Yes.
And I know we have several others in the audience. Thank you so much for your hard work over the course of many months. I am so grateful for your service.
So good evening, Board President Ryan, Superintendent Aguilar, and members of the board. My name is Iris Taylor. I'm the Chief Academic Officer. And joining me tonight, and I'll have them come up now so that you can introduce yourselves. There are just a few members of our task force, but we have others in the audience. And we're here to share with you just the work that has been done since the presentation in March and seek the board's adoption of the recommendations.
Cecile Nunley.
Lynn Berkeley Baskin.
Good evening. My name is Julius Austin.
And Cassandra Jennings was scheduled to present tonight, but she had to leave due to another, catching a flight actually tonight. Okay, good. So here's the full list of task force members who participated on the African American Task Force beginning in September of 2018 up to the present day. Just gave tirelessly of their time to analyze, to research, to inform the recommendations that they'll share with you tonight. There we go. All right, so the purpose of tonight's presentation in short is just, the recommendations that we'll share with you tonight are really grounded in our equity, access, and social justice guiding principle, being that all students graduate with the greatest number of post-secondary choices from the widest array of options. We're going to respond to the board's request made on March 21st, at the March 21st meeting to do some further analysis around the recommendations, recognizing some of the limitations there. And then we'll share with you at a high level the recommendation implementation plan, and finally seek the board's adoption. In previous presentations, we've shared with you quite a bit of data on the performance of our students. And we just had one slide. It's a great slide. It's a great slide. It's in short, too. Great summary, there it is, that just shares with you the performance and some of the disparities in the performance of students on our California dashboard that looks at student achievement in various areas from chronic absenteeism, suspension, graduation, college and career readiness, English language arts, and mathematics. And you'll see highlighted here the performance of our African American students who in most of these categories are underperforming compared to their other peers.
So this slide is really meant to give some framing around the work of the task force between the March 21st board meeting and tonight. Really in terms of the methodology, what we undertook was really an aggressive timeline so that we could present meaningful data and information to the board this evening. And so, of course, obviously, in terms of the time constraints we faced, we didn't have an opportunity to cost out the recommendations completely. We recognize, particularly in a fiscal crisis, that's a big deal. And so what we're going to do tonight is provide some framing around the recommendations, because we made some high-level estimates, but obviously those still need some vetting, particularly for some of the recommendations that you'll see that will be high complexity, high costs. Ultimately, we've done this type of work during our journey in terms of collegiates of expertise with other districts throughout the state of California, and actually nationally, that have had initiatives for African American students. But you can never do too much benchmarking research, and so we're continuing to do that concurrently, just to again see, particularly here in California, we see districts like Hayward and Moreno Valley that have actually launched and implemented these types of initiatives. We're doing some benchmarking and starting some benchmarking with them, just so that we can adopt best practices. And then internally, we've been working with our internal departments to gain greater perspective on just how we would implement those recommendations within Sacramento City Unified. So that work's just starting and is underway, and it's obviously going to have to continue through the summer. And then, of course, completing all of the research that we started since the fall. I mean, if you remember, the task force began its work in late September. And so during that time, we've been continuing our own professional learning in this journey. As we think about next steps, and I guess in some context, next slide, thanks. We're going to be creating measurable outcomes. And so ultimately, for the recommendations themselves, we have some overarching measurable outcomes, which you'll see in a moment. We also want to have discrete outcomes to measure, because we know that the accountability is really key, and that's wrapped around being able to speak concretely about what we're going to do. As I mentioned previously, obviously completing the budget impact for several of our high cost recommendations is going to be key. You'll also see that some recommendations are low cost. And so ultimately, we know that as we think about the cost variability of the recommendations, some are very discrete in terms of what we have to do. And so those will be recommendations, obviously, we see as ones that could be implemented much sooner. And then, of course, establishing this accountability plan. The community members on our task force have been clear that as they think about the district's accountability in this journey, we've got to be concrete about what matters. And then finally, if we could go back, I'm still setting the ongoing communication plan so that we're clear and specific about what we're trying to get done. And then very specifically, because as the task force kind of ends its work, one of the things that's called out is that we have to have the sustainability plan. So you'll see one of the recommendations we're already going to start working on, because ultimately we know that we need this district-wide oversight committee, and we're looking to launch that actually sometime probably late summer, early fall. With that, I'll turn it over to one of our task force members, Lynn Barkley.
Before I get started, I do want to acknowledge that we went into this transition after a whole lot of pain, 2 hours of pain. And so with that, I'll continue, but I just want everyone here to know, especially the community for which we stand here, to know that we are with them and that this is a difficult, difficult time to be bringing forward these, we feel that they're mandates. We feel that they're expectations. So with that said, we framed our expectations recognizing that systemic failures require system change, an entire system change. And all these recommendations are not discrete. It's a body of work that we are asking you to expect of yourselves and everyone around, that we implement as one work, not piecemeal, not just a discrete effort. That's been done before and it hasn't worked. It's like water displacement. You put something here and it pops up here, right? We don't want that. We want something much broader and bigger. Having said that, we understand the complexity, cost, and other factors, and we know that we have to move through this in a way that is acceptable to implement. So we can't do it all at once, but we do expect that all of it be done. So moving forward, the community does expect, one back, yeah. Got one more thing to talk about. The community does expect regular monthly, quarterly, or annually updates, but I think it's important to note, especially as the implementation starts, we really have two expectations. One is that you all report back to the community about the implementation process, but you also begin while things are being implemented, since they won't be implemented all at once simultaneously, that you begin when things reach the students to also start reporting back on student outcomes that are happening at the same time as other things are being implemented. So you'll end up having two reporting mechanisms at least. Okay, next slide. Thanks. So rather than look at all of these numbers, which I know everyone's going to look at these and think, oh, look at the 7s and the 5s, and instead just look at me for a minute. I want to explain the process. So the process of getting to these numbers is that we would think of 100 students, 100 students, and we're looking at 20 students, which would be 20% of achieving. And we want to get to a 10% year over year, and this is in theory, I'm using these zeros for theory. We want to get to 10% year over year appreciative, sustainable growth and capacity building. So if we're taking 10% of the students who are not meeting the line that we want them to meet, that would be 10% of the 80%, which would be 8 students. We add the 8 to the 20 students who are achieving, and then we have 28 students who are achieving 28%. And we continue doing that year over year. So please don't get stuck on these numbers. More think about the process of growth. We want it to be sustainable. And with that, I will say this. This group of people, this task force, we're very informed. We come here with our own data, with our own research, and more than that, our leadership provided us with even more. So know that this was a team effort, and we do think that this is something, just to put a punctuation mark on it, specifically to be a system change effort.
Yes.
So I'm going to turn this over to Julius to review our recommended framework for implementation.
Thank you. So per your request to create an implementation plan, we went through a process of trying to organize the recommendations into complexity and cost. And we asked questions in regards to complexity that would allow us to understand how difficult it would be to implement a recommendation. So in regards to complexity, we ask questions like, how does this recommendation align with existing district initiatives and practices? Or how many district personnel and departments would need to be consulted to determine a recommendation's need, fit, readiness, and capacity for implementation? When we looked at costs, we asked, what are the fiscal implications of the recommendation? What are the new and or iterative costs? What can be absorbed in existing programs and initiatives? We wanted to make sure we recognize each recommendation's impact on teaching and learning, because we recognize the effect on student achievement is the most important thing. So we asked questions like, how would the recommendation directly impact classroom instruction? How would it directly impact teacher practice? And how would it impact academic achievement? And so as we went through these questions, we came up with a recommendation framework, and we organized the recommendations. Next slide, please. So because this is a kind of tough to read slide, I will break down each quadrant. So next slide, please. So you can see here in high cost, low complexity, really easy slide to understand because there's no recommendations that fit this criteria. Next slide. So in regards to high cost, high complexity, which we recognize it was the most difficult quadrant, we entered in recommendations, and I will be brief, so I will only point out a couple of the recommendations in each quadrant. But one that I think is really important is the recommendation to increase Black/African American teachers from 109 to 150. I also want to point out that this is not, to me, this is not just a recommendation to increase the amount of Black and African American teachers, but also administrators, principals, and other staff as necessary for there to be people who reflect the students. Also, one of the recommendations that fall into this category is the need to implement research-based intervention and acceleration strategies to close persistent learning gaps. Next slide, please. So in this category, low cost, low complexity, you can see that it entails recommendations such as creating the district-wide Black/African American parent/caregiver and student advisory committee. You can see this is a long title, but we wanted to make sure that we recognize that all parents are not considered, all parents who are Black are not African American. We also want to recognize that the guardians of students are not all parents, right? We have lots of parents who are led by aunts and uncles and grandmothers and et cetera. So we wanted to make sure that stood out. Also, we think it's really important to establish the Black/African American Student Achievement Task Force Implementation and Accountability Steering Committee. So we know that it's going to be important that there is a body to hold the district accountable to these recommendations. We also recognize that this body can be a body that the district leans on for support and guidance. Next slide, please. All right, and low cost, high complexity, we have recommendations such as the elimination of pre-K through third grade suspensions. We know how much suspensions, even a single suspension, can impact a student, especially in those early ages. And when it comes to suspensions as well, we want to recognize, as was stated earlier during this meeting, the elimination of willful defiance suspensions. And so you can see that we have categorized the recommendations. And I want to make sure that I reiterate that these are categories, but this is not a ranking of the recommendations. This is not something that we did to say, well, let's focus on the low cost, low complexity recommendations, because we want to make sure that all of these recommendations are implemented.
Good evening again, Board. I wanted to say that I am taking the place of a very graceful speaker, Ms. Cassandra Jennings, and I'm the understudy, so you get the second act, okay. But I also wanted to say she left me several notes that I have to make sure that I address each of those. One of the things that was very strongly felt was that this was a new accountability for Black youth, that this was community-led, and it was very important that the board be aware of that. As far as those first two, establishing those steering committees and the advisory committees, that was looked at as being a resource not only for parents, but also for the board. And also, those two are some of the more critical because we wanted to be sure that there was accountability, that there was someone who was watching, there was a specific group that was able to watch over, and that it was very intentional. The next items where it's requiring the sites with the suspension rates, I think you've heard more than enough of the frustration, especially from myself over and over again about those suspension rates. And there was an article recently that was shared with our group because as Ms. Lynn said, we've all had resources that we were able to draw on. And there was an article that shared that those students that have those high suspension rates, they're also leading to lower graduation rates. It leads to that whole school to prison pipeline. And on those, the reason why the 3rd, 6th, and 8th grade were chosen as far as those metrics was because it was trying to interrupt and disrupt that whole system that leads into that prison, school to prison pipeline. The next few are more on academic success, talking about multiple measures to assess student progress. We felt this would be in line with other districts in our area, and then also implement research-based intervention and acceleration strategies to close persistent learning gaps. These were very critical, and we understand that there can be some cost associated with this, but if you look at that timeline up there, these are all the things that we are also saying could be implemented, and we're looking at those for 1 year because we need to have that effect on our students as quickly as possible. One that was felt very strongly, divest from future funding for school resource officers and reinvest in alternative supports. That would be cost neutral. If you're not spending on this, you could take that money and use it right on those interventions. And then we talked about creating a district-wide study task scene. And then the last two have to deal with culture and climate. Adopt and implement curriculum that reflects Black African-American experiences. I know in the news lately it's been quite a bit about the LGBTQ community and putting those books in there. We feel this very strongly the same way about the African-American. And then provide professional development addressing inequitable disciplinary practices, and mandate 100% faculty and staff attendance. I was so proud at the last board meeting when the students presented on their take and they had this item. So you have students asking for that, you have parents asking for that, and you have this community asking for that, because you will see it in the LCAP as well. So I think it's really, really critical. You're seeing 3 of your groups that are asking for this. This is something that we feel very strongly about. And then, of course, eliminating the pre-K, 3rd grade suspensions and increase Black African American teachers. At this point, I do want to, because Ms. Jennings is very graceful, and she wanted to take some time out and thank everyone that is involved. Not that I wouldn't thank, but she's more graceful than I am. She wanted to thank her fellow task members for their commitment, and she also wanted to thank especially the admin and the staff who were right there with us, because we put in a lot of time and it was a very short timeline. So thank you very much to Vincent Harris, Iris Taylor, and also the volunteers that experts, Dr. Ellaby and Dr. Robin Fisher. We can't say enough to thank those that helped us quite a bit. And then on the last slide, what we are requesting at this particular point in time is that the board adopt the recommendations of the African American Task Force. And at this point, if you have any questions.
So do we have any public comments on this item?
Yes, we have a public comment from Kenya Martinez.
Okay, wonderful. And just a reminder, Nathaniel, we're doing 1-minute public comments for the remainder of the evening.
So I wasn't going to get up and speak, but I would be remiss if I didn't. I don't see students with disabilities reflected in this report. One of the things that, which you may know, that students with disabilities of color have the highest suspension and expulsion rate in our district. So I'd like to see something that directly addresses that. And also, one of the recommendations that I made when I attended the task force meeting was that some type of curriculum pertaining to computer science, even though I know a bill was introduced and adopted for the state of California, but specifically around African American students, I know that Mr. Lopez is trying to do, the district is trying to do a one-to-one ratio for Chromebooks at schools like Bowling Green. So I would also like to recommend that students, especially in our lower income areas, receive one-on-one Chromebooks.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it, Kenya. So we're going to take board member brief comments at this time. I do want to begin by thanking each of the task force members for the literally hundreds of hours that you put into this work. As you know, after the state of capital suspensions came out, I, as my board members, was pretty outraged to find that the Sacramento region and Sacramento City Unified were the most egregious offenders in the disproportionate suspension and expulsion of Black males. And I think I shared that was my experience with my son beginning in preschool, seeing my son be booted out of his preschools and be labeled aggressive when his white peers were just energetic. And it was a deeply personal issue for me. The first thing that I called for was the establishment of this African American Achievement Initiative, and it hit around the time of our budget crisis. It would not have been possible had it not been for a grant that we were able to secure from Gear Up and the UC Office of the President to bring you all together with the amazing facilitator, Robin Fisher, who I know is continuing to dedicate her time to facilitate this work. I want to call out a few things that I think are so critical. So I obviously appreciate what you did, which is exactly what we asked, which is looking at a comprehensive picture to recognizing that the system is inequitable by design and figuring out a phased-in multi-year approach to address these inequities, right? And sequencing and prioritizing them by what is low cost, high impact, low cost, low impact, et cetera, high cost, high impact. And I think that that's incredibly helpful. For me, low hanging fruit that we absolutely need to tackle out of the gate is eliminating the pre-K to 3rd grade suspensions. We know that what happens is not only is that incredibly soul defeating for our Black and brown children. But when those suspensions occur preschool through third grade, it also perpetuates systemic racism, because the peers who see their peers getting suspended at that age then begin to be conditioned to see those children as bad children, right? And that just carries on as this stigma for the rest of their lives, and it's not okay. The elimination of the willful defiance suspensions, we know that there has been legislation around that there has been additional follow-up to extend that all the way through the upper grades. I absolutely believe, and I called for from the dais, an immediate elimination of willful defiance. What I found out was that is actually a contractually negotiated item. Right? So in the contract, in the collective bargaining agreement, we have empowered our certificated staff for discipline. And so we need to figure out a way, and I absolutely want to work with our teaching partners who are very committed to this, I believe, to end that, because that absolutely should not be contingent upon state leadership making changes, right? I want to appreciate the recognition around professional learning and trying to ensure that we are doing everything we can to have open, honest, inclusive conversations around race. The $1 million for one day of training concerns me, and I wish Daryl White was here, because Daryl did such a phenomenal job of saying there are alternatives. We can do train-the-trainer models. We don't have to halt all professional learning to ensure that we're having open conversations about race and inequity. We can actually utilize some of the amazing advocates we have who are already doing this work in the community. So I would hope that we would take that on as well. The disinvestment in the SROs, we had a rich debate about that, and I think that there is a recognition that the majority of the board wants to move in that direction, and I want to hear, how do we invest in a way that ensures our students have supports for social emotional learning? I am absolutely committed to instituting that. We talked about a summer plan so that we're moving away from that coming into the fall, and I think that is a tremendous opportunity for us. So I just want to thank you for all of the really hard work you did, and then I want to just finally talk about restorative practices, because I just want to tell you, as the parent of a first grader, we've talked about the over-identification of African American children in special ed. My daughter was one of those children. My son, has a 504 plan, and that accommodation plan has been helpful, but the reality is that restorative practices versus traditional discipline will make or break children like my son and children who experience trauma across our district. And we cannot have restorative practices and restorative justice conditioned upon having the majority of a school site agree that they want to take it on. I will say that it's probably the school sites that feel least inclined to take that on that need it the most. And quite often, it's not that they are even aware of the lack of understanding around not being responsive to institutional racism. And so how do we move past that and make a commitment to do that so that all of our schools are benefiting from restorative practices, so students are not out of the classroom, but actually are being through, intentional intervention that builds them up and builds the school community integrated into the school community. And so I want to thank you for all of this hard work, and I am really excited about the multi-tiered approach over the course of the next 3 years to institute this. We have a comment from Board Member Minnick.
Thank you. So I also want to thank you all, because I know you met a lot, I think weekly for a long stretch of time. So I appreciate all the energy you put into this. And thank you, President Ryan, for talking about the importance of restorative justice as we think about this. I'm working off of this document of the recommendations, and I just had I have about 5 of them that I just had questions or comments about, and sorry if it takes a little bit. First, with recommendation number 1 around school resource officers, when we did have that conversation, I know I spoke, and I think some of my colleagues spoke about the importance of it not just rolling over if there's no action. And so we made that very clear to the staff that, if we do nothing, then June 30th it ends. So, unless something comes to us and something comes to a vote, like it seems like it's in the works already. And so, so I think that we're good with that. Recommendation number 3, the stuff around willful defiance and the pre-K suspensions, it's listed in here as beginning September of 2019, or by September. Oh, sorry. You know what? I may have made a mistake. I saw September 30th on the other piece, and I was concerned that it was not to be started by the beginning of the school year. And I just want to make sure that both of those, that we implement those policies prior to the school year starting, because I don't want any changes after we start. These are too important, and there's too many days, in between. But then related to that, then is the accountability implementation plan, and that was listed under as September 30. And I was wondering if that's something that we can roll out or organize over the summer, so that again, when our schools begin in session in the fall, that's already this expectation that we're going to be tracking all this stuff, and that we have this this plan in place. Not related to that too, in number 4 in the tracking of suspensions, that was another one where I thought it was important to make sure we just align some of these dates to the beginning of the school year, because it seems kind of arbitrary to have it at the end of September when kids all start whatever it's going to be, August 30th or whatever. And 2 more. Sorry. Oh no, maybe 3. There was the timeline around the school site plan for the if there's a 5% variance in disproportionality. I just wanted to think about that, and this might be kind of a staff maybe thing to think about. Talks about by the end of that first quarter, and I just wanted to know how realistic that timeline is. And I just want us to think about in terms of gathering enough data to make sure that we're accurately assessing the schools, and not that I'm not in a hurry, because I am, but I want to make sure that we're not rushing into making judgments and identifying certain schools too soon. So, but it might be appropriate. I don't know, but that's something that I just want to make sure we think about. I appreciated that you talked about the advisory committee and how that's really a resource also to the board. I think that that committee is going to be our eyes and ears in the district around these issues, and we really need that at a time where we're really stretched thin on staff, here. And so I think that to have that committee there on the ready to serve both the public and the board, I appreciate. And I was just curious about, I don't think I saw a timeline around that advisory committee's implementation, and maybe it was in that chart that you showed, Cecile, but do we have kind of a timeline for what that advisory committee would?
Actually, that's probably the first recommendation that will be launched, and so we're looking at actually the task force getting back together on June 4th to actually start framing it, and so it'll just be the matter of time it takes to kind of create a shell. We have some benchmarking we've done with Moreno Valley, actually DLAC, CAC. We're now trying to figure out best in practice. And so that actually, I would say, with reasonable confidence, will probably be launched by late summer, early fall.
Awesome. That's great. And then the last one in this is my only one that was in the curriculum section, was around the where is it in recommendation 9? Sorry, where we talk about the curriculum being kind of responsive and reflecting African American people, students, and I wanted to ask about how that aligns with kind of the ethnic studies curriculum, and is this in addition to, is this making sure that our ethnic studies curriculum meets those recommendations, or how do you envision that, as because we've had those conversations, and I'm curious where this fits into that.
Yeah, so it's a both and. So it's within our ethnic studies, but we're also looking at like our next science adoption, right? Like how do we build in this criteria into the review of science materials that are coming up, and then any other adoptions that we do as a system. And so it just becomes a part of our review process for materials moving forward as well as going back.
Okay, cool, thank you. And so those were all my comments. I will say, like, all the recommendations, I looking through, like, is there anything that stands out as, problematic or a struggle or whatever, but, I really appreciate every single one of these recommendations here. I think you guys did an amazing job, so thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Minnick. Board Member Morowski.
Thank you, President Ryan, and thank you to all the task force members and the staff who's worked with them. This is a really impressive set of recommendations. So, the fact that our African American and Black students are not achieving to their potential means that we are all failing them, and this is a path forward to provide them what they need and deserve to meet their potential. And so I'm really excited. I'm actually really honored to be able to be in a position to adopt these recommendations to move us forward. I do have a couple of things. One real kind of small thing, but in terms of the structure of the two committees, I wonder if it might be wise to move the implementation and accountability to be a subcommittee of the advisory committee. I worry about fragmentation if you have two different committees, not knowing, with anyway, I think it's sort of all tracking the same thing. So that would be just a small recommendation. One more sort of technical thing. There is, in terms of the FICMAT audit that was done on the district, there is a very nice matrix on the website of the district now that has all the recommendations, the who's accountable for that, the timeline, has it been done or not. So that might be a model for you to look at, to track and make sure we're implementing well. I think my only concern with adoption of these recommendations is, given our budget crisis, there are a number of items that I am looking at here that I feel like if we adopt these recommendations tonight, are we setting ourselves up to not being able to follow through on them? Are we making false promises by not having the resources to be able to fund these as priorities? So I'm curious to hear from you whether, how would you like us, given what your awareness of the fiscal situation, how would you like us to frame that or approach it? Is it contingent on available resources? Is it we have to ask the community who is involved in tracking this effort to help us, to bring in funds to be able to make sure that we can actually do these things? Because Superintendent Gordon is here, who currently has stay and rescind authority over all of our spending. So can I promise you that we can reinvest what we save from, not moving forward with an SRO contract, if that's what we do?
Here's one of the things.
Thank you, Cecile.
SRO is one of those items, but especially when it comes to those suspensions, remember the district is losing money by the kids not being in school. So actually implementing some of those, you would actually be in a gain position, as opposed to, you're implementing this, it's going to cost money. Other things, and we do agree that it may be looking at other funding or taking your existing funding, existing grants, whether it's Title I, Title II. I know Title II is a lot of professional development that's already there.
To reprioritize
to
existing
reprioritize
funding.
some of those things so that it's not having that impact. So there are a number of options that we feel are available, that not all of this would be, I don't know if I would call it cost neutral, but it would be available, and there are some that are still there that can be used and can be implemented. It's not all just, well, that's expensive, it's going to cost $1 million, so forget it. No, let's look at some of those fundings and look at other areas.
Okay, and maybe it's all of the above in terms of all of those things might be needed. So I appreciate these recommendations again, and look forward to working with you on kind of how we find the resources to implement them. Thank you.
Member Garcia.
Yes, I want to thank you for a comprehensive set of recommendations and a much more just focused implementation timeline. It's still a very aggressive timeline, and so I share the concerns that you have every single recommendation to start year one, and that year one is July 1st. So, and I understand that there's also an urgency because African-American students have been chronically underperforming, right? So I understand that part too. So I just wanted to share those concerns, but also understand that it's work that needs to start. We need to take the first step in order to make progress. And I also wanted to highlight in some of your recommendations, just thank you for highlighting that the implementation of these recommendations will require negotiations, right? Certain conversations to happen in the negotiating process. So it's helpful to have these now and that you've sort of flagged those as we enter, as district staff enters into this process in the near future to start accounting for all of that so that we can make these recommendations a reality in our district. And lastly, one of the omissions that I did see was the special education. And then just wondering how you would be able to maybe cross-collaborate with other task forces or other district advisory committees that already exist, and how you can have these conversations across the advisory committees, maybe with English learners. We know all Black students are not So just leveraging all those other existing groups that we have at the district level so that we can have these conversations with each other and not in silos.
And I will say, Board Member Garcia, what you hit on is something incredibly important and was a part of the task force journey in terms of recognizing the diversity of African American students. So, one of our recommendations, and we can certainly punctuate it more, but the create a district-wide study team tasked to review, monitor K-12 special education referral practices is actually meant to really get at what was spoken to by our public speaker and also what you're speaking to. And that's a recognition that African American students are in foster, their special education, and it's recognizing that there has to be this kind of silo busting work. So, as we think about making African American students visible, this recommendation was specifically an attempt to make African American special education students visible, but we definitely had extended conversations about foster youth and about all of the diverse communities that African American students are a part of. So your point's very well taken.
Thank you. And I just want to thank you for all your hard work over many, many months.
Absolutely. Student Board Member Halbo, followed by Mai Vang.
So very quickly, wow, this feels really loud. Maybe that's just me. Okay. I want to echo everything that Ms. Nunley said tonight, but specifically addressing what she was saying about how, last week you heard from SAC in their LCAP recommendations, a lot of very similar recommendations to what was brought forth by this task force. And our recommendations are based off of surveys and focus groups that we had with students in the district with an very large amount, I don't remember the exact number, of students in the district from a wide range of high schools. And so a lot of these recommendations that they're bringing forth are not only being brought forth by this task force, but are also things that the students saw. Racial discrimination was one of the top 4 issues that students in our district identified as things that they see on a daily basis and that they experience and that they wanted to address specifically in the LCAP, but just in general. And so very clearly, these are things that are important to a majority of the constituents in our district. And they're also, once again, things that I've probably said all year and addressed all year long and really tried to address, bringing the student voice forward and hearing from my peers these types of things throughout the year. As a busy student, I can only spend so many hours of my week at the Cerna Center, so I've only managed to make it to one meeting. But at that meeting, we talked about school resource officers and restorative justice and divesting funding from school resource officers. And recommendations like these are things that are being brought forth by this task force, by SAC, by the LCAP, and things like teacher training, and staff training and things like that are being brought forth, even though we recognize that those are things that are being negotiated. And once again, repeating what I said last week, these things, when we bring them forth as task force recommendations, as we bring them forth as LCAP recommendations from your students, they are a call to action to all partners, to all people who have to come forward in order for those things to be achieved. This is our way of saying, look, this is what the people who are directly affected by these issues want and need in order to have their their issues and their problems dealt with and met. Once again, I think that it's important to recognize that in this presentation, they address the fact that they want all the recommendations to be implemented, but that they understand that especially in our financial situation, we're not necessarily capable of putting them all into place right now, but that doesn't mean that we should throw away the entire recommendation just because we can't do it all right now. We obviously don't want just piecemeal reform because that's been proven to not work in the past, but by accepting these recommendations and doing things like that, it shows that we're taking steps forward. And just on a side note, I think this task force is a great example of student involvement in the district and the way that students should be involved in the process. So
Thank you, Student Board Member Halbo. As always, you have the most powerful voice. Board Member Vang, do you still have a question?
Yeah, I'll keep this 30-second because I think pretty much my fellow colleagues asked a lot of similar question. First, I just want to say thank you just for your incredible, amazing work on the task force. And I just really want to call out and say that I really appreciate your thorough, laser-focused framework around how to implement some of these recommendations. I will say that I have grave concerns that if we actually don't put dollars behind these recommendations, I'm concerned that some of these recommendations won't be realized. And I understand that, we are in a fiscal crisis, but I do believe, I see that a few of these will take up to 3 years. But again, I wanted to put on record that, if we don't put dollars behind these recommendations, it's going to be incredibly hard to realize. There are some low-hanging fruit. I think, my colleagues have mentioned them. You have mentioned them, that hopefully we can get moving on these. So I'm hopeful. The only question I did have, and this is for superintendent and staff, who is the direct staff that will be overseeing the implementation?
Who is the what?
Who's the direct staff that will be overseeing the implementation of of the recommendations?
Will that be Vincent? Will you be continuing on doing this work?
I guess so.
Sorry, not to put you on the spot.
I guess I'm also asking.
You are.
I'm also asking that question
No,
because
it's
I think
fair.
oftentimes we have recommendations that come to the board, and then I don't know if it's put on the shelf, and I just need to put on record. I want to know who's the staff that's going to be responsible for
Won't be
implementing
put on the
these.
shelf. I mean, certainly as a part of the district team that's been working on, if we need to assign a name, it makes a lot of sense. The chief of continuous improvement and accountability would be an appropriate person. So I'll say yes.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Vincent.
Mr. Harris.
And I do just want to also recognize, when I joined the board, I was pretty appalled to find out that there was an equity office that was led by a very capable white middle-aged male and like 3 white individuals. And so, to have Superintendent Aguilar embed equity in everything we do and recognize that an African American Achievement Initiative has to have consistent, authentic voice from the community it serves and have leadership from the district who also represents that community, as well as the facilitator that we brought in, I think indicates how game-changing this is towards trying to finally move this work forward in a meaningful way. So I appreciate Board Member Vang's comment, and I'm going to go ahead and make a motion based on what we heard today, which is we're asking staff to continue to do the fiscal impact analysis so that we have an understanding of what we can queue in sequentially over the next 3 years and potentially what might cost more and take longer. And so that the motion is that we will have those fiscal analyses done and that we're adopting all of the recommendations with the caveat that we will be taking into account the budget constraints. I'm looking at Dave Gordon as I say that, and that we are just very committed to this work. I do not want to be telling my children 10 years from now that this work hasn't moved, that we had a chance to do something transformational and we missed that opportunity.
So moved.
And student preferential vote.
Aye.
All those in favor? Aye.
There are 2 motions here.
one, conference to action,
Okay.
and then action.
So let me first, I'm going to take a motion from conference to action. Second. Student preferential vote?
Aye.
All those in favor? Aye. Okay, and then the motion, and you got my amendment to the motion? The original motion articulated?
As amended, it's on the record.
Okay, perfect. We have a second, student preferential vote?
Aye.
All those in favor? Aye. None opposed. The motion carries. Thank you again for doing this very difficult work. We're moving on to the Local Control Accountability Plan priorities and recommendations presented again by Vincent Harris, Kathy Morrison, and our Parent Advisory Committee.
Motion to extend the meeting.
And I'm going to go ahead and approve the motion to extend the meeting. Do we have a second? Second. All those in favor? Aye. Aye, okay. Reluctantly. And thank you to all the community members who have stayed.
I'm sorry. Okay, great.
Did we lose Dave Gordon?
Y'all can stand and when you're done, you can say, that works for you? I'll move my but if you want to sit, you can do that too. Oh, okay. It's not a hard and fast rule.
Yeah. Oh, really? Oh. Okay, go ahead. Please begin.
Good evening, Board President Ryan, board members, and of course, Superintendent Aguilar. My name is Vincent Harris, the Chief of...
If I can ask for quiet in the chambers, I want to make sure we respect our parents who have been a part of our LCAP process for many months.
Chief of our Continuous Improvement and Accountability Office. I'm joined this evening by Kathy Morrison, who is our LCAP and CIPSA coordinator, and distinguished members of our LCAP PAC. Tonight, actually, we're kind of continuing a conversation that just started with the African American Achievement Task Force. We're going to talk about, notions of what are conditions that we need to change on behalf of all of our students. And in this context, we're actually broadening the scope, if you will, but very much many of the same themes you just heard, I think as student member Halbo spoke to, you're going to hear reoccur in this presentation as well. But one important thing to note is that while the LCAP is an incredibly important budgetary item, tonight you're really going to hear about the initiatives, the strategies, the recommendations, how do we change conditions for students? And then the next two borings thereafter, you'll get a sense of the LCAP as a planning document financially as well.
Thank you.
In terms of tonight's presentation, I think I've covered all these in terms of what we're going to cover together over the next several minutes. So the role of the LCAP PAC is really significant as it relates to thinking about the strategies of the district. And so you can see as defined in Ed Code, this is a parent advisory committee to provide advice to you, the governing board, and actually you appoint the members of it. And so as we talk about the recommendations from the LCAP PAC, you're really hearing from your representatives in terms of as they've looked at the system, looked at prior recommendations, and thought deeply about what needs to change. You'll hear some of their thoughts momentarily in their own voice. Just want to take a moment to give a shout out to our LCAP PAC members, and actually for those who are still here this evening, if they wouldn't mind standing. These folks commit. Our LCAP PAC members commit significant time every month in conversations about what does it mean for Sacramento City Unified to become a world-class district. And they've spent, many of them have had multiple time with the district as parents, as community partners, and so they actually bring a wealth of knowledge, and obviously as representatives of the board, they bring a citywide perspective, so incredibly invaluable in that regard. The LCAP goals very much mirror what I think all of us would say school systems need to value. Certainly goal 1 speaks to the outcomes that we're working for daily in terms of college career readiness for our students and graduation. The notion of being safe, family and empowerment, incredibly important with our community as well. And then ultimately operational excellence. Does the system operate the way that it should? All of this is what the LCAP PAC studies and offers and opinions on a regular basis. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Morrison, and she'll give you a sense of the process that the LCAP PAC went through in creating the recommendations.
Thank you.
So I will be brief, but as you know, this board-appointed committee began meeting this year in September and has met monthly right up through May to initially learn about LCAP education policy, and then throughout the months did a really deep dive studying student outcomes and various initiatives and programs in the district that seek to improve those outcomes. To begin the process for writing the recommendations, the committee reviewed the priorities from the previous year, added 2 around improving suspension rate and improving outcomes for English learners, and then during a very energetic meeting in March, the process was to map the priorities to the LCAP goals and metrics and actions that were already in existence, and then to brainstorm what might be revised and what would this look like when done well. And then finally, there's an eye to budget impact. You will see throughout the presentation some of the work that the members created during this meeting. I'd like to say thank you to Renee Webster Hawkins, who was very helpful in this presentation, who was not able to be here tonight. Katie Smith also was helpful, and Christine Shelby is going to continue the presentation.
Oh gosh, I turned it off. Oh, just kidding. Okay. We didn't learn this in the committee. So here, wait first. Sorry. Good evening, Board President Ryan, Superintendent Aguilar. I am Christine Shelby. I represent Area 3. My kids are currently at James Marshall Elementary School. I have 4 total, 2 go to school currently. Unacceptable student outcomes. You can see on this list the student group report for 2018 as you can get on the California dashboard. So anybody can get this. Anybody who wants to come into our district can look at this and see it's not good. We saw earlier this from the African American Task Force as well, and they had it highlighted, but we highlight all of it. We have tried to include every single report and data set that we got during September up until now to put into these recommendations. And this is our overarching call to action to make all those green, which is hard, but we can do it, and we need to. All right. Our PAC concerns: foster youth, students with disabilities, African American youth, English learners, the disproportionality between academics, chronic absenteeism, and suspension, a lack of access to specialty programs, and the opt-in culture for professional learning, the fiscal crisis. So all of these things we discuss pretty much at every meeting. Also, after our meetings, we also need a wellness break because of how hard and how like weighty it is on all of us. Budget considerations. The committee understands that the district funding be developed with equity in mind that supports the LCFF identified students. Many of recommendations that we have minimal impact on the budget. It's just an adjustment of resources and getting some metrics. One thing that comes up a lot, and you will see as I continue on, is professional learning and trauma-informed engagement is an evidence-based investment and likely to have a positive impact on all the areas that we'll talk about: attendance, student outcomes, mental health, and those suspension rates. Certain activities are already underway or necessary to correct some compliance findings, so the impact is nominal. Throughout our recommendations and our priorities, we found that closing the achievement gap was an overarching theme. Narrowing of the achievement gap is woven throughout so many of our recommendations. Providing equal access to opportunities across the district was paramount. All of us had different personal reasons, and just with equal access to opportunities, and I think most of the parents in the district understand that and know that. The green in the student outcomes is evident in different schools as well. If you go to the California dashboard, the schools with the most access to opportunities have better outcomes for their students. Aligning with equity, access, and social justice guiding principle was also something that we feel strongly about. Our 2019-20 recommendations are up here, and we already know that you as a board got the lengthy packet with all of them, but for everyone in the room who's still here with us, these descriptions of our proposed improvements really spoke to us. Increasing the diversity of GATE and specialty programs, improving performance of students with disabilities, improving performance of our foster youth, improving the outcomes of English learners, reducing our suspension rate, chronic absenteeism, and increase training for staff specializing in trauma, reduce bullying, and increase our civic engagement. Civic engagement between the district and parents. Wait, how far was I? Just want to make sure I'm going to. Oh, implementation of best practices. We want evaluation of programs for the effectiveness of improving academic and social emotional outcomes for targeted student groups. If they don't work, we need to move on. Providing trauma-informed training for all staff members, priority for our teachers and administrators so that we can improve just relations with our students and the different student groups that we have at our schools. Expanding civic engagement to include all stakeholders, our parents, our students, caregivers, and community, knowing that not all students have a parent, but they might also just have a caregiver is very important. And propose measurable outcomes. With all of our recommendations, we do try to include a measurable outcome because we want to know if things are working. And the California dashboard shows us some of those outcomes, so we need to be aligning with that as well. Across the board, and I know all of us in the PAC are very, very adamant about this. Our recommendations challenge the status quo. Our numbers need to change, and all students need to benefit from the LPAC. Our suspension rate, we'd like to see it written in the LPAC to reduce to 2.1% from our current district-wide 6.1%. Chronic absenteeism, reduce by 1.5% annually and maintain at less than 10%. Our current is 14.6%. Graduation rate for all student groups to achieve parity, especially our students with disabilities, our foster youth, and our English learners. I'm gonna let Kathy talk about the next one because it was very data-driven in our group, but she would be better at talking about this.
Thank you. So the other measurable piece that we want to add is we have a real-time internal dashboard called the Performance and Targeted Action Index that we can include metrics such as how students are growing toward grade level readiness. We'd like to measure and report students who are off track, who are brought back on track for things such as graduation, A through G completion, or chronic absence. And we can also have some more real-time measures of, for example, suspension incidents. One of the challenges of the dashboard is it just has an annual measure. And we really need some more interim steps to see how our students are doing so we can react throughout the year. And our next steps is that once the comments are submitted in full, the superintendent will respond in writing. We are expecting some more detail on the budget since the May revise, and we will hold the LCAP and budget public hearing June 6th and LCAP and budget adoption June 20th. Thank you.
So at this time, we're going to go ahead and take public comment. Do we have any public comments?
Yes, we have 4 public comments. Please come up when you hear your name called. Janine Bedley, Tony Tinker, Frank DeYoung, and Liz Guillen.
And we have 1 minute for each.
Hello, board members. My name is Janine Bedley. I was a lobbyist in 2001, and I lobbied for education on behalf of the students. And that is my ultimate mission in life and my purpose, to really put the students first. And I want to thank each and every one of you members for everything that you're doing here. You are amazing. I want to thank all the members in the audience and the students that came up earlier today. Music is so important. We got to use the right side of our brains, something that can't be taught in school, but it can be taught in school when we have music and arts. So I encourage you to use that. That was something I really lobbied for back in 2001. All the members of the legislature said, yes, we need to have music and arts in our schools. That's what drives our kids' rates of success when it comes to language, math. We really need to promote our kids to be successful leaders in the future. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
We came together because, I'm scared to get up here and talk.
I've been cheering him on.
Frank, are you guys combining your time? You're going to present
Yeah,
together?
we're
Okay,
just gonna
got
be
it.
together,
Get
yes.
2 minutes then, great. Thank you.
So I'm Frank DeYoung, Sam Brennan, and Area 5 representative for the LCAP.
I'm Tony Tinker, and I am Daryl Wu's representative for the LCAP.
So all I wanted to say is how proud I am of this LCAP committee. I think they did great work. The work they've done is, I'm proud to be a part of it. I wasn't there for the hard work, unfortunately, because of family issues, but I think they did a really good job. I'd like to call out Member Bang and Member Mimic for taking the time out of their busy schedules to stop into our meetings once in a while. It may not seem like much, not that they did a lot of input, but I think it matters to the committee because it sends a message that the board cares about what we're doing. So I say thank you on that. And once again, I want to thank the rest of the committee and Kathy as well, and Vince, for all the hard work that we did and the time we spent. They did a great job.
And Tony, congratulations on your new baby.
Thank you. So this is my first time out, and I'm
I
here.
know, I'm excited to see you.
I am excited to be here, but I wanted to say this is a long time coming, and that it has made a lot of progress with this body to where we started and where we are. The cycle is starting. Parents are on board now. This is the body of work that's come up I've seen nothing like this. But but we're still in silos, and we still need the information. And for the African American Task Force to be successful, for the Graduation Task Force to be successful, we all need to, for DLAC and LCAP, we all need to be able to come together into a room because we inform each other. So there needs to be a way that we are able to come together and have these discussions, not as presentations, but together, to be able to make this recommendation, because the African American Task Force is going to inform me about what they're trying to do, and then we're looking at the budget. So we're all looking at it from different ends. And if you want this to work for this,
we have to figure out a way to align it.
we have to work together. We have to be able to be on the budget to know what's coming from you. We need feedback that's coming back and forth. Because if there's not mutual reciprocity, you speak, we speak, and then we all speak together, this process is never going to inform, and we're going to be right back where we started in terms of our budget crisis.
Thank you, Tony.
You're
Appreciate
welcome.
your comments, and we're happy to have you back.
I'm happy to be back.
Ms. Guillen?
Good evening, board members, superintendent. I'm Liz Guillen with Public Advocates. I really want to commend the LCAP this year. I think that the presentation and the tentative recommendations really speak to a maturity that the process in this district has made. I think that I'm really pleased to see that they're looking at metrics, because I think that metrics will be the key to your own decision-making when you have to make more hard decisions around cutting the budget. While the amount of supplemental and concentration funding shouldn't be cut and can't be cut by law, the services and actions that they're buying should be changed or should be reviewed for whether they should be changed or cut. And I would echo the recommendation that Tony made, that there should be resources to bring the alignment of all these decision makers and inputters for monitoring.
Thank you. And we have a series of concept proposals that we're trying to get funded by foundations. Maybe that can be one of them, so we can do some training and alignment of those 3 critical work groups.
Please don't hesitate to call on me if I can support that.
You know I will. Thanks, Liz. Okay, do we have any board member comments or questions on this item? It looks like we have none, so we're going to be moving on to our next item, our 3rd interim. And I know that County Superintendent Dave Gordon has been gracious enough to come to be a part of this conversation tonight. And so we will have him speak. So he can come up and sit with our budget staff, and we'll have him speak just following that prior to public comment and questions. Item 9.3. The 3rd interim financial report, which is a conference to action item.
President Ryan, Superintendent Aguilar, members of the board, we're here tonight to present the 3rd interim financial report for your consideration and approval. While I've been at a previous board meeting, I was told that I probably should reintroduce myself. My name is Ron Fortson. I was a CBO and CFO in public schools for 29 years, and for the last 16 years since my retirement, I've been a financial advisor to school districts. My associate, Jackie Canfield, who has made presentations to you in the past, was 37 years in the Fresno Unified School District as the as chief, really in charge of most financial operations for that district, which is the 4th largest school district in the state. So between us, when we came in, we're dating ourselves, but we bring almost 82 years of experience in school finance. And this topic is a difficult one because you don't get to do many 3rd interims. You don't like to have to do 3rd interims. But one of the things I was kind of drawn to was the poster there. It says "No time to lose." And I think that is really appropriate for what you're going to hear tonight in regards to the 3rd interim report. This report represents our findings and recommendations over the 6 weeks that we've been here. Our methodology is always to go into a district and take a fresh look at the district and its financial condition. We're not trying to make the district look worse. We're not trying to make it look better. We're trying to portray it in a realistic financial situation. It's simply an assessment of where the district is and what recommendations there are to correct any problems. The question we keep hearing is there still a structural deficit of $35 million? Well, there's a little bit of background on that. Back in February, there was a plan developed as to what was needed to be done to ensure that the district could maintain a 2% required, the 2% required reserve that you have. It was really nothing more than that, as I understand it. It was maintain a 2% reserve each of the years for 18, 19, 19, 20, and 2021. It did not address necessarily deficits in reserves or deficits in the out years beyond that. But with your budget adoption scheduled for next month for the 1920 school year, you now have to be considering that next year out, 21-22. So most of the work we've been doing on the 3rd interim was for the 3rd interim for 18-19, but also looking at 2021, 2021, 21-22, 22-23. Having said that, we are now looking at a shortfall in your multi-year projection through 21, 22 and of approximately $34 million. Those numbers look identical, but they really are actually very different. And you'll see that in our presentation, one of the big differences is not only are we looking to maintain your minimum 2% reserve, we are recommending that for economic downturns, that we're recommending that you consider going to a 4% reserve, 2% over and above what the state requires you to maintain. So tonight, you will see that our recommendations go to not only maintaining an adequate reserve, but to also lay out a groundwork for eliminating deficit spending. The most recent cash flow analysis shows that any possibility of a state loan has been pushed back at least a year. And the cash flow itself indicates as early as October of 2020. We, in our analysis, think it may even go beyond that into the spring of 21. Our warning to the district is that a majority of the savings to be realized in bringing about financial stability is in your healthcare costs. If those can't be brought under control, the only options left will be through very deep cuts that would have extreme implications for students, staff, and the community. So I can't stress enough that the district it's been on the edge of a fiscal cliff. We've stepped back a few steps. The third interim buys the district that additional time to make those decisions with your labor partners and with the community. And I encourage all parties not to waste that time, and that's why I thought no time to lose was the perfect what's the word I'm looking for? The
Mantra.
mantra for this. Thank you.
It is almost 11 o'clock, so.
So I'm going to ask Ms. Canfield to step up and take you rapidly through a PowerPoint presentation.
Yes.
And then we will be happy to answer any questions.
Perfect. Before you do that, I'm going to go ahead and ask for a motion to extend the meeting. Okay, second? Second. Student preferential vote?
Aye.
All those in favor? Aye. So, Ms. Canfield, I think what we're going to do, because this did work well in the last presentation, is we're going to go ahead, given the depth of questions that we have and the breadth of material, ask you questions throughout your slides. So board members, if you can please push your button if you have a question on a specific slide and keep the comments brief. We can move through this and make sure that we're not having to come back to meaty material when we're 20 slides in. Okay.
So do we have 25 minutes for this? I thought we had less time. I just saw 25 minutes.
So
All right.
you have 25 minutes,
Okay.
but we're going to be giving Dave Gordon a good period of that,
Okay.
or at least an additional 10.
All right, so on the screen then, as you see the outline, we have many things to cover, and so just wanted to make sure that you realize why our focus is the third interim. I am sneaking in some other topics, and one is the May revise, and I'm going to let you read the rest of it so we can move on to the next slide. Alrighty, so the governor came out with May revise on May 9th, and pretty much stuck with a lot of the same themes that we saw in January. The COLA did change, so he went to the required COLA, so that came down 800,000, but he stayed with the same theme, and he's giving a one-year break again with the SERS rate, so he brought that down another from 17.1 to 16.7, and it's saving about 830,000, so it ends up kind of washing out. The other piece that he has still kept in and gave some more money to was the special ed concentration grant proposal, which does mean quite a bit of money for Sacramento Unified, since you are a school district that has the higher concentration rate and also has students
identified as special needs at a higher rate than the state average. This isn't a popular proposal. In fact, just today, the Senate committee rejected it, and they really want to see something else, and the Assembly is the same way. So I do believe we're going to see something when it comes to special education. We just don't know what. And so as such, we're not including any of those funds in the third interim. We really need to see what the final state budget brings forward on that.
And Jackie, on this item, this is $15 million ongoing, $4 million one time to supplement, not supplant existing special education funding, correct?
You know, I think it could possibly lower it a little bit, but the piece that's important is that it's coming with specific goals. And so the special ed department would need to
Early
figure out how they could
identification,
achieve those goals, you know, before you could even think about, is there extra money left over? So truly, it is not something to just think that you got something that can lower your deficit from.
Great, thank you.
This slide here is just a quick reminder to the board and to the public of the different times that you need to come forward, you know, with official reports to the board. And so right now, we are doing a third interim, which normally you do not need to do if you're a district that is in good financial status. But that is where we are right now, and the next time, you know, we're kind of in overlapping years, so the next time we'll be coming back to the board officially with forms will be in June, and that's actually for the 1920s. So it's kind of interesting period of time here when you're shuffling a couple of different years, but I just wanted to make sure everyone was aware of the reporting timelines. The next thing I thought, even though the third interim is really a snapshot in time where you go and you look to see like how things are looking right now, you know, revenues, expenses for the current year and the 2 years out, I thought it was important because this district was in the situation that it was to step back and look at what has been happening this year, because a lot has been happening. And this slide here is similar to one that has been shown before. I saw it when I was doing the different research, and I thought, you know what, this is good to put up here. So 21.1 million in reductions have been approved by this board for this current year. I did go back and mark the ones that were one time, so everyone knew that, you know, what was ongoing and what is one time here. And unless there's a specific question about any of these individual reductions, this was more to make sure that everyone just had a picture of what had been done so far and that the public knew also.
So I do have a question on two of the items. So I think, you know, one of the things that's incredibly important to note is you've come in here with this incredibly deep budget expertise and essentially uncovered and turned over every stone that you could within the district. However, there are a couple practices in here that aren't necessarily going to be good and sustainable practices. So can you speak to the debt service to facility funds $5 million deferral, and then the $3 million in lowering the OPEB contribution, particularly given we have more than a $700 million unfunded liability that we're currently faced with?
Okay. So what I did do some talking today about the debt service to facility bonds, funds. And these are COPs that were turned into lease revenue bonds, and they have now been moved over to developer fees and your Fund 49, which is a Melrose fund. And from what I understand, the plan is to actually leave those there. They can be there, legally can be there. So if you want to keep them there, you can. I left the notes upstairs on how long it is, but these are actually going to be around for quite a long time. So if the board wanted to move them back into the general fund, you can, but at this time, it's over in the facilities funds. It does take away from being able to do something for facilities.
Yeah.
So there are trade-offs, you know, so you'll need to decide if you end up wanting to bring them back, you know, for that purpose. On the lowering of the OPEB contribution, it's my understanding that the board approved this. They had set up an allocation of $3 million. This is above and beyond what has been happening on the pay-as-you-go amount. This was a different ticket item. I don't have more details as to why he chose to do it, except for it was above the need. And there is a big OPEB liability that is out there, and the sooner that you can fund it, the better you are, because as the years go on, you're going to have more and more of your budget be chewed up by retiree costs if you don't set this money aside.
Great. And then just noting, we had a couple questions from our special education advocates around the special education transportation reduction. Can you speak to that?
So I can only speak to that. I also looked at the special education transportation budget with the transportation and found some additional savings. So I understand that this was one time in nature. That is one budget that we're going to be looking at closer to make sure that we have an appropriate level for 1920. The goal is not to cut any program there. It's just to make sure that there's adequate funds to be able to do the service that is provided. So I'm assuming when this was researched that they found that they had, put more aside than what was
They
needed
had
at the time.
over budgeted, but we're not reducing services.
They were not reducing
Okay,
services.
that's helpful. Good.
This slide here is showing the actions that the board has done for the future years. Total is $7.8 million. The one-stop staffing was where the different departments that came together. I think I talked about this last time: human resources, the finance department, and the academic team. And they went through all the schools to make sure that they were being staffed appropriately due to the declining enrollment. Some had been overstaffed. And also the same thing was done with the departments. In addition, the board approved actions to reduce positions in the Child Development Fund, which reduced the contributions, and also the reduction in force resolutions that were done in February and March for some of the different management positions. Those total approximately $7.8 million. Between the two actions, the board this year has done almost $29 million in reductions. Next, I'm going to just move in. Hold on, I want to make sure we didn't forget a slide here. Okay, no, this is fine. I'll do it this way.
Member Morawski has a question.
Hi, thank you. I just wanted to clarify on the 35 million, we started talking about as kind of where we started from. And it seems like, we're in a much better place now. And I just wanted to clarify, I think that's because we've adopted so many reductions, at least partially, and then we got sort of a little bit better news on the revenue side and made some adjustments there. So can you just speak to how do we get from that number to kind of where we're at now?
Can you hold off and see if I help answer it during the presentation?
Oh, okay. Sure.
I'm thinking that it's a combination. It's not just one thing.
Okay.
And you did hit on several of the items.
Okay.
And
But this reductions, yeah. But these reductions that we've made.
They definitely.
They drew us further away from the cliff.
They did.
Right.
They did.
Okay.
Anything you can do today helps tomorrow.
Thank you.
Yeah. All right, so I'm going to get into a little bit of the third interim. As I said, the third interim is a snapshot in time where you look at revenues and expenditures and just try to give an assessment of where the district is right now with the best assumptions that we have. So for the 18-19 school year, the P2 information is in. That's the attendance report that the district is paid off of. And even though we're being funded by the prior year, there are certain things that are funded on the current year, and the ADA came in slightly lower. So that's the $485,000 that you're seeing there. Also, we did some research on our local income, and we found that we were indeed going to have more interest for the year, and that we had not budgeted for at the adequate level for our fees that we would get from our charter schools and oversight. Also for other tuition that we get for servicing special ed students from other than Sacramento Unified. And also there was some one-time funds, last year agreement with the county office for ROP that had not been budgeted. So we're recognizing those, and all of those total about 1.9 million. And some of those are ongoing. You'll see it later in the presentation. On the expenses, we went through and we looked at what could we capture in one-time savings. And I need to tell you that I am kind of conservative about taking away the expenses, so because I'd rather come back to the board and report that there are more savings than to say, oops, we made a mistake and we're not going to save as much as we thought. So from here, we have savings in salaries and benefits around $850,000, and then on the supply services and capital outlay about 1.7 million. I do think we'll find some more savings. I don't know that necessarily it's going to be extreme, but again, that is what we found. Another piece that we were doing is we were looking at any of existing expenses that you have right now in your unrestricted budget that are appropriate for some restricted funds that aren't fully utilized. And we found that there was funds available in the Title II that hadn't been programmed, and we have trainers, district trainers that are appropriate for professional development. And so those individuals are going to be funded this year out of the Title II, and then they'll be programmed in subsequent years in the same funding source, which will help relieve the unrestricted general fund.
So we have a question from Member Morowski. So we've been having some issues with your button. Okay, got it. Okay.
Next on another important thing to look at are all of the different programs that the unrestricted general fund supports. So we did do a deep dive into special education, and again, we were not taking away any monies that would be needed for the program, but we were looking at how things actually stacked up now compared to when they were looked at in the fall, and the budget had been built, conservatively, and it was greater than what the need was. And so we were able to say that for the 18-19 year that there would be savings in special ed of about budget by about $5 million. And we also took a look at the charter schools because you had a contribution budgeted for about $300,000. And this year, that is not going to be needed at that level. It is only going to be probably around $29,000. But that is something you're going to hear about in future years, that one becomes a little bit more of a challenge. The last one is the Children's Center Fund. The budget had $2.3 million set aside for a contribution, and they had program savings this year, most likely due to the uncertainty what was happening in that budget overall. But we're estimating that the contribution for this one will be about $2 million. So there will be some savings in the current year for that program.
Ms. Canfield, can I have you stop on one item? So the special education decrease was rather significant, a $5 million decrease. Can you talk a little bit more about that? Because I think that as I understand it, there were some conservative projections that were being required in the fiduciary oversight role of our fiscal advisor. So how did we find that level of savings?
So one, we have the advantage of time. So when I'm doing the analysis here, I'm doing it in late, April or early May. It was actually one of the first things that I looked at. And one of the biggest pieces in the special ed, in Sacramento's special ed budget that you need to have a good handle on are the non-public school and non-public agency. And I can remember my first meeting with Becky Bryant. She came in, she had a list. She had a list of all of them. And I took that as a really good sign that we had a person who was already starting to, make sure that she understood everything, all the costs that were in there. And so I personally used that information to be able to look at the budget and along with everything else. And we were able to, based upon historical trends, see that we didn't need as much money that had been put aside. At the same time, the 1920 budget is being built. It was being done independently of the 1819 analysis, and so we were able to see and go with more confidence that, yes, we are building a budget that will satisfy the needs of the special ed area, but they did not need to be increased at the same level that they had been. So that's actually one of the significant savings for the current year and the future years.
Outstanding, thank you.
And then the last thing I wanted to mention, just because of its a significant amount, the teacher salary restructure, there was no increase in the current year budget because the district did have the money for the current year set aside, since it was at the 3.5% level for the 18-19 year. Now I want to just kind of segue just a little bit, and I'm going to kind of go back with just talking a little bit about the April 4th board meeting. And I wanted to make sure you knew that, everyone is still researching and reviewing things, and we submitted a lot of program impacts to the county, and they approved several of them. We didn't put some in yet because we weren't able to maybe justify them, or they should not have even been happening. And we were looking at all these items and looking at the funding sources of them. And if you'll remember at the last board meeting, I talked about the base funding for LCFF to support the educational program of the district. And then I talked about the difference of the supplemental on concentration and the need for the district to create a budget that included the $76 million. And then I'm going to add in here a little bit that you also have lots of grants that have a specific purpose. So taking that all into mind, the next couple of slides are going to show you the items from the April board meeting, and I did a color coding of them and gave you some dollar amounts so you could see approximately, what we're looking at here. You can see a lot, anything that is green is funded from supplemental concentration or grant funding. Any that are blue are partially funded out of the unrestricted, and either, some out of the grants or some out of supplemental and concentration. And the one that looks kind of brown, but it's black, and there's only one, is totally unrestricted. That's the district-wide athletics.
Ms. Canfield, I just want to I want to stop here for a second, because I want to make sure that the board and the public understands that these are not adopted cuts, that these are items that you have identified through the various funding streams as we continue to figure out how we close the deficit. These are options, and I would argue very difficult options, and options that we would probably not want to have to pursue. So please, I want you to walk us through this, but I don't want to give the indication that these programs have been cut. For instance, we've heard so much from, our band and music department, and yet we just as a board asked that a menu of options be presented, and so we were being transparent about the difficult choices we were going to have to make, but not recommending cuts at that time.
And what I am trying to show on this slide too is that you need to build a budget that has $76 million in supplemental and concentration, and a lot of these items are in your supplemental and concentration. So if you were to cut them, you need to come up with something else to take its place.
That's right.
So if you don't like the particular program, that's one thing, but you'll need to replace it with something else. So the purpose of showing this was really that these options are very limited, for what the board would want to cut, unless you have something else you want to put in. So this slide here, again, the only one that is totally unrestricted funding is the district-wide athletics. And then on the next slide, these are all, again, either supplemental concentration or grant funding. And the idea of some of the grant funds, just so you have, there's the SIG, there's Title I, Title II, the after-school programs, Medi-Cal, the attendance grant, and Perkins grant. Those are besides the supplemental and concentration. So again, what I'm trying to show in these two slides is that these particular options that were brought before you are not good choices. unless you don't like the particular program and you want to replace it with something else.
Because these are with supplemental concentration
Or
dollars.
grant funds
Or
that
grant
need to be for a
funds.
specific purpose.
Critical. Member Garcia?
Let me say one other thing before I pass it on to the questions. And so if you added all these up, it's probably around 28 million or so, but again, you can't just cut these because, like, for example, 8 million in the after-school grant is really just for the after-school grant. You need to, serve that purpose. And then what is truly unrestricted in here is approximately 3.6 million.
So we have very little wiggle room.
Very
because
little
these
wiggle
are
room.
earmarked dollars.
Pretty much, yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Member Garcia?
Yes, thank you. So just to make sure that I understood you clearly. So many of on these two slides, many of these programs are funded through supplemental and concentration dollars. So to the extent that these programs went away, what does that mean to our bottom line? I mean, we still have to spend those dollars, whether it's on these programs or something else. So there's really no cost savings.
There isn't. Again, if you had a high demand for some other program that you would felt was a higher priority, then you would be in that decision-making mode on to put this other program in over the ones that you currently have. But yes, you need a program for, 76 million approximately. So unless, again, you have something else, you would want to leave these intact.
Thank you, Ms. Canfield.
Just one additional question. But you could move a program with unrestricted dollars into the supplemental and concentration dollars? Is that?
You can only move something from unrestricted to supplemental and concentration if you can show that it's going to help your unduplicated counted students in some manner. It has to help them. You can't just put something into supplemental and concentration. So you can look at what are you providing that is above the basic educational program, but then you also need to be considering how does that benefit those students.
And these are very specific subgroups, the English learners, foster youth, and low income. So that really isn't even an option.
But just to put
Yes.
anything in there, no. it's
Okay, I
not.
just wanted to make that
Mhm.
clarification. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Member Morowski?
May I ask on the other, is there other student supports and classroom considerations here? What about other unrestricted funds outside of kind of this list that was presented as potentials? Things to look at as.
There probably are a few more things that we can look at. I don't have the list with here in front of me. What I can think of is that there is some efficiencies that we might be able to do in transportation that was provided, looking at maybe eliminating some routes, but then you probably would end up using those bus drivers for your special education students that are having longer driving times. So it would be a better use of resources possibly, but you may not save as much, and I'm not saying that isn't something you're going to see, but that is something that an example of something else that is being considered.
Okay, and so should we expect that, like the whole unrestricted budget that is sort of outside of salary and benefits that are negotiated, that we have a list of sort of what is eligible to even put on the table just to even talk about?
Well, yes, I will go back and talk with the team to see what else we would consider and bring forward to you.
Okay. I think just having a list of knowing what our options are is something that we've been
Yeah.
asking for
But
a
I guess
while,
what I'm trying to tell is that your options are really kind of limited. I think that you've done a lot of digging already.
Yeah.
But I'm not saying that there isn't something to squeak a little bit more out of your supplies and services. But it's nothing going to be the magnitude to get at the dollar amount that we're still looking at. But it's not something we shouldn't do either.
Yeah, and I think I just want to know how far can we push? Like, where are the limits? What are our flexibilities? And then from there, we can make decisions about how to prioritize or
Mhm.
what to keep, or to keep all of it because we really can't do any of it, or, but
Right.
I feel like we haven't had the complete menu of options
Mhm.
laid out for us yet, to show us where those areas of flexibility. And I don't question, given the level of depth that you've dug into our budget, which I really appreciate. I don't question that there may not be a lot there,
Mhm.
but I think we need to just to be totally transparent, both for our decision making and for our community, to know, what is all of it, and what is it if we, just kind of, if we cut it all, like, what does it add up to? You know what I mean? Just
Mhm.
to show what's there.
Student Board Member Halbo?
I think this is kind of something along the lines of what she's saying, but I'm just a little confused as to why a lot of these things were brought before the board as options and like a menu of what we can cut, but they can't be cut because the money still has to, like, we still have to show where they're being paid. So I think I understand that the point of it was to say, like, we don't really have much to cut, but I'm just not really sure why they were ever put as options.
So Student Member Halbo, I think that's a very astute question, and that actually was a board member request. There were several board members who asked for it in that format so that we had an understanding of how little is available. And I do just want to say, I mean, we heard from several community partners, from teachers tonight, that, neighboring districts have much more, that you can go to San Juan or Elk Grove and have your field trips paid for, that you can have your elementary athletics paid for, that you have a much richer access to summer programming and enrichment. And one of the things that I think we have to continue to talk about is that when FCMAT found in 2006 that we were spending 91 cents on every dollar for salary and benefits, only 9 cents left to continue to invest in those very things that we see in our neighboring districts, they found in the last review that we are still, years later, with increased LCFF revenue at 91 cents on every dollar. And so we could continue to increase that revenue. If we're not moving that, we do not impact the structural deficit in such a way that allows us to have additional resources to serve kids. And I think that if we lose sight of that, it's a real problem when we look at neighboring districts being at average 85, 86 cents on the dollar. That is the difference between being able to provide that equitable access to opportunity. Board Member Garcia? Oh, you came up again. Okay, got it.
Please. Okay, go ahead, next slide. Now we're going to move into the multi-year. So again, when the budget came out, it was kind of dribbling out with information, and we're frantically, trying to finish up the third interim and dot all the I's and cross all the T's. So when we were developing this budget, this projection, we included the new COLA that was lower, but in full disclosure, we did not have the 2021 and 21-22 when we were getting to that point. So what you're seeing there is the January COLAs. Obviously, when we come back to you in June, they're going to be the correct numbers. They're not significantly different. One's a little lower, one's a little higher. I think it's going to balance out to being about the same when you look at the 2 years. But the one piece that I do want to talk about here is that the ADA is higher in 2021, and the dollar amounts are higher in 2021 and 21-22 because the ADA that had been reported on the second interim was incorrect. There were some schools that were left off. There are more of your alternative schools, your independent study school, your home hospital, and your non-public schools. And so, to be clear, it was an oversight, and when schools were being staffed, they were being staffed appropriately. They weren't affected by this change. It was when the report was being prepared that there was just an oversight made. And so that is being corrected here in the third interim.
And that person who made the oversight is no longer with the district?
I don't know that I can say that.
Okay.
But
Member Garcia?
but it should have been found, yes.
Yeah, so on the oversight of counting students, or how many, we were missing, what, 5 sites from the count?
Yeah, five sites, yes.
And that's the $7.8 million
Yes.
number?
Yes.
Okay. So, and I'm sorry, how many students did you say?
It was about 730 some.
730 something, okay. So I know that, I'm just trying to figure out how that affects our staffing ratios.
So it didn't affect the staffing ratios, and thanks for asking the question again, so it gives me an opportunity to say it may be clearer. The staffing went forward with the appropriate projected enrollment at every single one of the schools, and that was done in February. When the second interim was being prepared, in end of February, beginning of March. It's independent of staffing, and what happened was their decision insight was used for projected enrollment numbers, but the company did not do the alternative schools. So in addition to the work that they had done, then internally the other schools should have been added on. So it had nothing to do with the staffing. It was just when you're trying to get the second interim done as fast as you can, an oversight was made.
So it was never caught that those 5 schools were missing, starting with decision point? So they excluded them, but nobody internally caught that they were missing from that number for the second interim?
Right.
Okay. So, so I'm just asking the question because, we just approved layoffs. So I'm just trying to figure out if we have an additional 730 plus students, what does that do to the hundreds of layoffs we just approved?
It doesn't change the layoffs at all because, again, this was an independent oversight on just revenue only. They were going forward with the appropriate staffing, they had the enrollment numbers when they were doing the staffing at these schools. They did not make them zero, so they had the number of FTEs that were needed at the school sites. Again, this was a human error.
Okay. So did we have a surplus of employees? Is that where the adjustment is coming from? I mean, because if we have an increase in students, but it doesn't impact the staffing ratios, and because it's a revenue issue, so I just want to make sure that it's, I guess, understood that this still wouldn't allow us to rescind some of those pink slips.
Well, it doesn't. Let me try it again. If you remember at the last board meeting, I talked about enrollment and ADA. I talked about the difference between the two. I told you that it was very important that when you're staffing, you staff on enrollment, and yet you're going to be funded on ADA. So think of it this way. The enrollment was right when they were doing the staffing, so they made sure every school was appropriately done. The ADA, the report that came to you, it made you look like you were in more of a financial distress than what should have been at that time, and we're correcting it right now.
Thank you. That helps.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I was not aware of that, and that's very helpful clarification. Member Morowski.
I just wanted to clarify, is the entire 7.8 million and 9.1 million a result of the oversight, or is it combined with the difference
Yes,
in the
no,
COLA?
that is totally from that one.
Oh, I see. Okay, okay.
Especially since we didn't change the COLA rates, so you're seeing
Oh,
exactly.
that's right. Okay,
Uh-huh.
that was from Jen. Okay, yeah, I got it. Thank you.
And we didn't do that on purpose, but I'm kind of glad we did right now.
Yeah, because now we can see that it's all from that. Thank you. That makes a lot of sense. And I just want to recall when we were going through the second interim, and we were asking very detailed questions about the criteria and standards and all of the assumptions that were in there. This was something that we discussed at quite some length. That in one area it's a enrollment, ADA of 1,000 students different, and then in another area it was something like 300 something. So anyway, that I think that explains the significant discrepancy that we discussed when we were going over the second interim. And so that gives me a lot of comfort that we've corrected and everything's sort of aligned now to the correct ADA assumptions.
Right. Actually, the standards and criteria is a really good tool. Whenever you see something that says not met, you should look at that closer and that there could be an oversight that is done there. And if you were to go back and look, you would see that.
Yep, I guess that's absolutely right. And I was sad to see there's no criteria and standards as part of the third interim. Is that just not required?
Right.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. I have to take another motion to extend for another half hour. Okay, second. Student preferential vote.
Aye.
I am so sorry to keep you out this late on a school night. All those in favor? Aye. Okay. Please continue, Ms. Campbell.
Continuing on with the multi-year projection assumptions, this one outlines different things that we have done. So the teacher salary schedule restructure, this was not planned for, so this is in the budget. So this is an additional expense estimated to be 8.1 that's affecting 1920 and going forward. In addition, the STRS and PERS rates per statute are going up even with the break of the STRS rate, from the governor's proposal over the 3 years, 5.2 million. In health, relatively flat for 1920, but for future years, we went with a 4% estimate. So that's around $4 million, and that is unrestricted only that we're looking at right there. So for the general fund, it would be more, but that was the best number we could give you with what we're doing right now. Again, we've talked about restricted routine maintenance needing to go up because of the building funds that the district has received from the state. What we've done here, though, is we've increased it at a little bit lower rate. What had been put in the second interim was the budgeted level. So if you spent 100% of your budget, yes, the restricted routine maintenance would need to be higher. But we were doing a look and good feel for what we think that the district will spend. And so, yes, we are increasing it, 3.5 million instead of like 4.5 million. So, but it's something that the district will need to watch to ensure that you're spending the 3% that is required, and it has to be on actual expenses.
Member Morowski.
Thank you for identifying that, and I just remember that was also something we discussed at the second interim, whether that was routine restricted maintenance was too high. So I appreciate that. I just wanted to make sure I understand that on this slide, the say 5.2 million for PERS and STRS or the 8.1 million, those are just the annual ongoing costs over the next 3 years. That's not a
Actually, it's a new cost over the 3 years. So, like the 8.1 is going to be a similar amount for each one
For
of the
every-
years.
yeah, okay.
Yeah, and the STRS and the PERS, I just looked at the increases for the next 3 years and added it together. So give you a feel for the total amount.
so the STRS and PERS is the total increase.
It's an increase, yeah, the total increase over the 1920, 2021, and 21-22.
Cumulative, like all
Right.
added up together. Like,
Right. I think I have the different amounts in the memo, but I
Okay,
think I'm
okay.
adding them all together here for the PowerPoint.
Okay.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
The next one is actually an interesting one. It happened, we found it like a couple of days before we were getting the third interim done. We wanted to look at anything that has an impact on the unrestricted general fund. So on the charter schools, why I reported that for the current year, the contribution is going to go down to about 30,000. In future years, there's actually a challenge, and it starts actually next year, in particular for George Washington Carver. So the enrollment for George Washington Carver and New Tech, those are the two challenging charter schools that we definitely have identified. If they can't get their enrollment up or make some adjustments in their expenses, they would be causing a contribution to the unrestricted general fund in 1920 by about almost 500,000, and the majority of that is from George Washington Carver. And then it continues in 2021 to increase to a million for George Washington Carver, and New Tech moves up to like 179, and then in 21, 22, New Tech would be at about 350, and George Washington would be at 1.8. So there's some huge challenges that are going on here with the charter schools. And again, this is assuming that they don't make any changes, and so I just wanted to make sure, that the board was aware of this.
Board Member Vang.
Just wanted to clarify, the George Washington Carver and UTEC are dependent charters, is that correct?
Yes.
Is there a plan, Superintendent, to work with these two schools in terms of their enrollment? And if not, what is the transition? I think that if our charter school is, if we're contributing 2.1 million, I think that that's something that the board needs to discuss. If there's no plan moving forward in terms of how they could actually rely on their enrollment. And I know we haven't had a conversation about that, but in the FICMAC report, they also had mentioned that this was an issue as well. And I don't think that we've addressed it. Is there a plan? Because I know they're a dependent charter, so they're under our jurisdiction.
Member Vang, I mean, this is an area that, as Mr. Fortson and Ms. Canfield have now also brought to light, that we will be taking a look at very closely with our staff, and I would be happy to report back on the implementation of that kind of effort as well. On the one hand, we know that we've been monitoring New Tech, and that contribution is going to go down significantly, but now we have to look at one of our other charter schools.
And to be clear, New Tech is no contribution in 18-19, so.
We had anticipated a $750,000 contribution as little as a year ago.
Okay, well, it was 300,000, and then it turned out to not be needing any help this year, so that's actually a good thing. So they may be able to respond, but with those high numbers, it does look like some adjustments need to be made.
I do have a question, maybe more of a policy direction. In terms of just dependent charters, do we have anything like a level of contribution that we will not exceed to support dependent charter? Because I think we need to have a policy in place, because what if there's another dependent charter that needs additional contribution of support from our general fund and we don't have a policy around that? I think that that's something maybe, I know I'm on the policy committee, we may need to explore. So I'm asking, I guess my first question is, do we have a policy around that?
So I think that would be a question for Jack Kramer, and he's not here, but it absolutely is something we can explore for.
I think he is.
Where is he?
Here. Jack, could you answer that? Okay. So it looks like that's something we probably, I think, as a district needs to explore as a trigger for us to evaluate charter schools. So.
Okay, next slide. At the last board meeting, I was asked to show a slide for the STRS and PERS. So quickly, just showing you, these are the employer rates since 13-14 for both Cal STRS and Cal PERS. You can see that the rates have really gone up. And the next slide, though, is the one that really probably shows it more. You can see since 14-15 to here in 18-19, essentially the costs have doubled for the district, for having to cover the pension costs. And definitely you haven't doubled the income, so that is definitely showing that that is putting a strain on the overall educational program of the district. Next slide. So this slide here are items that, while they are still increases, that we were able to look at and say they're not going to increase at the level that had been just in the current year. So we talked a lot about the special ed already. So again, since the base was lower, for 18-19, so 19-20, yes, there's increases, but it's at a lower base. So we were able to then, have, savings, continued savings go on. So that combined all together was a savings of about 7.7 million over the future years, 19-20, 20-21, and 21-22. On the child development, in 18-19, the contribution was originally going to be 2.3 million. Actually, I should have changed that now to 2 million, and now it's going to be around 1.4, so it'd be a savings of around 600,000 if I were to use the correct number for where we're projecting for 18-19. In addition, with the projections of enrollment, we assumed a decrease in teaching positions, and that equated to 1.5. Again, that's using the current salaries and the current benefit level, which the benefit level always kind of blew me away when I looked at that one. And then we also captured some of the indirect, and that's from the restricted routine maintenance. We're, again, charging appropriate indirect, but that one is definitely a benefit to the unrestricted general fund that we hadn't seen before, so that's helping out all 3 years, too. Lastly, down there in italics, I just wanted to make sure that the board and everyone knew the projections that we have right now do not assume using any of the savings from the excess OPEB contribution, and for 18-19, as was stated in the memo, is approximately $7 million. This slide here is the financial, same as the financial information that you'll see from the SACS report here. When we're talking with the county office, they asked us not to put in any of the reductions that you're going to see on the next slide, because they want them to be board approved and something that is actionable, that they know the timeline will actually work. So what you see here is you see the district going south in 2021, that they have a negative 3.68 million, and it gets worse in the following year. Again, what this scenario is showing you is the assumption that nothing gets cut, and what will happen with all those changes that I talked about on the first couple of pages. But if we can go to the next slide here, we're calling this the recommended plan. And I'm going to talk a little bit about the format, and I wanted to stay on this page because this is the one that I'm hoping and envisioning that the board has. I've heard a lot of good community members speak to you guys today, and employees, and it sounds like, that everyone is understanding that where you are right now is you need to buckle down and get a negotiated solution. So let me just talk a little bit about this, because I want to make sure you understand the format. What we've done here is we're showing you the revenues separately, so you can see the revenues, you can see the growth of the revenues, and we're showing you ongoing revenues compared to one time. Why am I doing that? Is because I want you to be able to see that on the ongoing net change, that you're not deficit spending. So the contributions are, let me go from the top again. So you have your revenues and your contributions, that's to special ed and restricted routine maintenance. And then you have your expenses, and you have your transfers in that are coming in from other funds that are offsetting some expenses there. The next line you see that says supplemental concentration expanded programs, this was particularly important when LCFF was growing, to know that you needed to set monies aside for the LCFF, the supplemental and concentration. So you can see those dollars are a lot smaller, but what this is doing, it's reserving 1.93 and 1.67 for new expenses or expenses that are currently in those supplemental and expanded programs, but it's assuming right now new. So again, if you can, keep in the current allocation, then you would have those for new expenses. Next line is showing you the ongoing net change in the fund balance. So you can see for 18-19, your deficit spending 16.14, that's projected. And then for the 19-20, we're showing 19.67. The next little section that you see there are one-time funds, both revenue and expenses. So in 18-19, there were one-time funds that the district received. I did not see anything specifically outlined that you wanted to use for one-time. I'm sure there might have been, but since I didn't see anything, I left the one-time expenses as zero. Then you'll see, I know there's a lot of zeros there and it's kind of hard to see some of the numbers, but in 2021, that is a 6. And what that is for is those science books for grades 6 through 12.
Bless you.
And then for 21, 22, $4 million for K-5. I think the beginning balance and ending balance is self-explanatory, and so pretty much the components of the ending fund balance. But what I want to come down to The bottom here, you'll notice in 1819, you have a reserve level projected at 8%. And in 1920, you see that the reserve, it goes down to 4.48. And again, your deficit spending, that 19.67. And then in 2021, you're seeing that your reserve level is at 4.57, slightly higher than the year before. And what's happening there, it's assuming that you made 29 million in ongoing reductions, that big bold number there. And so that 29 actually decreases the expenses that you see up there, that 326 million, that 29 came off of there. Otherwise, you would see it would be a much bigger number. And then to moving into the 21-22, you see that, I'm sorry, let me stay with 2021. You see on that ongoing net change that you have a positive number, small, but a positive number, 0.30. That means you're not deficit spending in 2021. And then when you move into 21-22, same type logic that I've talked about, you see that you are not deficit spending by 1.28, but you see the 4 million in one-time expenses. And I want you to go all the way down to the bottom. What we did there is we're suggesting you do 5 million in reductions. You see that there's a red number, 2.72, and I said you weren't deficit spending. You're saying, why is the reserve coming down? Well, this is a perfect example of when you have a one-time expense that you can use reserves to help towards that one-time expense, and that is why I'm saying you're not deficit spending in 21-22. You're utilizing your reserves and still maintaining that 4% reserve. So,
Jackie, I think we have a question from Member Garcia, and I also have a question. So with this recommended plan for unrestricted general funds and the multi-year projection, you're essentially identifying in 2020-21, $29 million of unallocated cuts. So it is a recommended amount of monies that we would have to cut, but it's not specified as to where those cuts would come from.
correct. And let me add to this too. Someone might be asking, well, why don't you have a recommended level for 1920? And in the memo, I did talk about this. I'm not saying don't make any reductions in 1920. What I'm looking at is time and where we're at, and I wanted to do an analysis to see, could we create a plan that would give the district time to negotiate a solution, because your options are very limited on what you can do on the unrestricted side. Yeah, you might find $1 million, $2 million, maybe even $3 million, but you're still going to have this huge number. And so really a negotiated solution is what is needed here. And I wanted to see, could we create a plan that would give you, no deficit spending, and a 4% reserve to help you during those times when, an unexpected expense comes in, the, economy goes south, just anything like that to put you in a better spot. I did not like seeing you guys have a 2% level, because you would be bouncing in and out of AB 1200.
Yes. Member Garcia?
So I did want to ask you about the recommended level of reserve, because the state requires 2%. What about districts our same size? What's the average that a healthy district has?
So we're going to need to get back to you on like the average size of the district. There are some districts that have a reserve policy. I would definitely recommend that. I'll build on my Fresno Unified. We have 4 to 8% policy for stable times. And then on uncertain times, I should look it up, but we will allow it to go down to 2%, but we want to build it back up as soon as we can, because you can still have something unexpected happen the next year if you go down to 2%.
Right. It just gives you an extra.
But we'll get back to
cushion.
you on that.
Okay. And then the board policy for Board Member Bang, since she's the chair of the policy committee. There was one area that you did skip on the multi-year projection assumptions. We kind of, I think, just skipped it after the charter conversation. The utility estimates, $1.6 million in increases. Can you talk a little bit about what those are?
Yeah, you know, I tried to anticipate every single question, and I know that my detail for my utilities is back in the back of the room. But we talked with different agencies on how much, you know, like for water, waste, you know, electricity. We looked at there's different increases for the different authorities, and so that's actually one that we actually increased in 18-19 a little bit and projected, and I realized that I didn't talk about it. So in 18-19, we believe that like the budget was cut a little bit too much on the utilities budget.
Okay.
And so I think it was around 680,000 that we put into the 18-19 projected, and we use that as our base to move forward into the future years. And I would need to get you more information if you wanted to know the actual percentages that we did for the different agencies, but we did do and look at that.
So I was just curious what attributed to the increase. I mean, rate increases or
Yes, rate
you know,
increases.
inefficiencies, right? And we have very old schools.
If there's
too.
inefficiencies, it wasn't taken into consideration in the projection.
Okay. And then I do have another question on the indirect costs from a restricted program, 700,000. Can you share maybe some examples?
That one is the restricted routine maintenance.
Okay. Oh, so that's the RRM. Okay.
Yes. You're actually going to see the indirect go up quite a bit on special ed, but I didn't add that in because that's really just an offset, you know, so the indirect number is really going to change when you see the proposed June budget, but I was trying to give you like something that actually helped, you know, the bottom line of
Right.
the unrestricted side.
Because it was in the FICMAT report from
Okay.
December that we were missing opportunities
Right.
to redirect some of those expenditures. But I just think overall, it looks like what many of the comments here tonight were about, that we bought time. It's a delay, it's not a solution. So there's a lot of work to be done ahead. There's still a lot of very difficult decisions to be made, and just really looking at that, that the programs that we have are either tied to dollars that we still need to spend, whether it's that program or another program. But at the end of the day, there's just not very much to work with. And even with additional reductions, it doesn't add anything for our students. We are not even at the status quo we currently have. We are making no investments in the classroom, in programs, or any types of student services moving forward. It's just staying solvent and getting on a path of fiscal health, but there's just no additional revenue to invest in kids. And that's just sad. It's just sad. Thank you.
I agree. So in summary, we did capture the current year additional income and expense savings. We also recognize the different contribution changes for the current year and future year to the different programs. We also are recognizing the additional costs for the teacher salary schedule restructure in future years. Again, a reminder that the cash flow does show a positive cash balance through October 2020. So as Board Member Garcia said, yes, you got some time. But what we would say is you need a negotiated solution to achieve, you know, the 34 million. And we can't stress, you know, tomorrow is not too early, you know, to get together and try to get something done. And lastly, of course, the business office and others will keep a close eye on the state budget for any potential changes in revenue and any new expenditure obligations.
I think Member Morowski has a final question.
Yeah, I did want to go back to the prior slide of the unrestricted recommended plan. So just in looking at this overall, and I think this is something that deserves a little bit of our attention, we are still deficit spending in 2019-20 in the amount of $20 million. We are spending 20 million more than we are bringing in. That strikes me as really problematic. So, in assuming we followed this plan, it does make me nervous that it essentially requires July 1 of 2020 to have a plan in place to save 29 million to get us to that level, to save 29 million. And what you're telling us is that it needs to come through negotiated solutions primarily.
Yes, your options are very limited.
So if we get to that point and we don't have that in place, then we basically go over the cliff.
Well, you're not going to go over the cliff in that year necessarily, because I won't think you're going to do nothing. But and you have a 4% reserve there. Is that we're trying to, again, if you don't do anything, yes, it's going to be really tough.
Yeah.
Okay, but something's going to happen. I have to believe that something's going to happen.
Okay.
You guys just need to keep on talking about it, really. Keep your community with you.
Yeah.
You know, really, it needs to sound like the cliff is tomorrow, so you keep talking like that. Because if you wait 6 months to start getting some serious negotiations, you're gonna have a problem.
So this is really just buying us time to have those conversations.
It is.
What you're
It
saying.
is. It is.
So one of the other things that I think it buys time for is some of the work that we've started in the Fiscal Transparency and Accountability Committee is looking at sort of fiscal best practices, looking at what we can adopt in terms of transparency, and I think for the public to understand, these projections are kind of going all over the place. They're complicated. There's a lot of moving pieces, and so I think one of the aspects that is really important for the community is to build that trust that we are now. We've done this really deep dive. We have decades of expertise that is working through really making things solid. That we can all trust that this is what we're working with, right? And projections change, the economy changes, everything, that's always subject to change, but that we're finally working from a really solid platform, a set of numbers. So I'd like to just mention that, in the work of this committee, and I hope we'll be able to meet later this month, hopefully the last week of this month, but with some of the budget workshops. I'm not sure if fiscal staff is going to be available to support that, but there's a lot of areas that we can look at, and some of those are sort of our long-term fiscal planning. I'd like to look at the AB 1200 process and how we adopt collective bargaining agreements, and how we make sure that when we do so, they're clear, so there's not some kind of outstanding fiscal liability that exists in the world that we're not sure about, that we are actually able to support those with ongoing funds. I'd like to do a deep dive into our administrative cost structure and just see how that compares with other districts, and and see what our salaries are, what all our spending is. To look at contracts. And so anyway, these are areas that I think we can do a deeper dive into to just ensure that we are looking, turning over every rock and looking at all of the budget to see where any flexibilities are. And even if we're not talking about cuts, are we using our funds in the most efficient way possible? And are we setting like a long-term financial trajectory that is sustainable, that we can feel good about, that we can actually explain how we're making these fiscal decisions? So I think this opens up some time to address our kind of long-term structural fiscal decision-making.
which I think is a perfect segue to Superintendent Gordon. And I have to just really thank you, Superintendent Gordon, for bearing with us through a marathon board meeting. Ron, Jackie, we so deeply appreciate your 80-plus years of expertise between the two of you. And at this time, want to have Superintendent Dave Gordon come up. As you know, he is in a role as an independent fiscal advisor with stay and rescind authority, given the status that we currently have in the district.
Okay, I'm sorry.
And we have to extend this one more time. Sorry. Motion, second. All those in favor? Aye.
I don't have a half hour
Okay.
lecture.
Thank you.
Okay, am I on?
Yes,
Okay.
please.
Good evening, President Ryan, trustees, and Superintendent Aguilar. I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak before you. And first, I want to commend the superintendent and the Sacramento City Unified staff for digging deep to find additional budget cuts. Superintendent Aguilar and all of you have invested a great deal of hard work, and the results have been highlighted for you by Mr. Fortson and Ms. Canfield, and I want to give a shout out to them for their hard work and the Sac City staff. And I also want to give a shout out to Terry Ryland, our fiscal advisor, for all of her hard work. You spent significant time analyzing potential cuts and working closely with Ms. Ryland and our other staff to determine the impact of those cuts on your district, your children, and the families you serve. And I want to commend you for taking the time to think through that. And I think it's been difficult, but I think you've taken the time to painstakingly identify savings that could be achieved without collective bargaining. And as has been mentioned, when you're up to 91, 92% of your budget in salaries and wages, there just is not that much left that you have discretion over to make these kinds of reductions. So now SCOE's charge, when you approve the third interim tonight, is to review the third interim report in detail and raise any further questions we may have, but also, given the tight timeline, to assist in the preparation of the proposed 2019-20 budget. And I know that your staff and Ms. Canfield and Mr. Fortson will continue to scour the budget for additional savings between now and the adoption of next year's budget. Sac City's long-term budget problem, chronic deficit spending, remains. The savings targets to eliminate deficit spending long-term are significant and, in our opinion, cannot be addressed unless all parties come to the negotiating table and work together to come to solutions that will put you on a solid long-term foundation to reach the goals that you want to set for your district. So I would reduce that to 3 goals. Number 1, you want to end deficit spending. Number 2, you want to stabilize your budget going forward over time so that you're not having this sawtooth effect of getting to the cliff and having to save yourselves and getting to another cliff. That's not going to help you become a high-functioning district in terms of providing services to children. But thirdly, and most importantly, when you make the cuts, you have to do it in a way that doesn't just get you through the night and get you by into the next year. What I think you need to do is call it an investment capital fund, which you would have available to invest in creative, imaginative approaches to lift up the fortunes of all of the children in your district and really take these improvements to scale so that if you want more young people from throughout the district to qualify for admission to the HIS program. Set that as a goal, but you need some capital to invest in making that happen. It doesn't just happen because you hire a few more people or whatever. The presentation you had on African American students, I thought was fabulous. There are some very clear, specific goals there, but it's going to take some investment capital to do the things that will make those things happen. So the fact is that your hard work thus far has only bought you time by pushing back the date by which you run out of cash and excuse me, and trigger an insolvency and an appointed administrator. Unfortunately, this is not a cause for celebration, but it is an opportunity for a fresh start in how you treat one another in this district and how you work together. As you heard tonight, and as I'm always so impressed to hear, there is so much in this district to honor and cherish and be proud of. My own children got a wonderful education in the HIS program at McClatchy High School. And they're old now. I'm not, but but there are so many beacons of excellence here in the district which can be expanded and can be replicated, and a lot of imaginative people, hardworking people. So it's an opportunity to make a fresh start in how you treat each other, how you work together. And it's an opportunity to move beyond the constant conflict and instead create a culture of cooperation and collaboration, because that's what it will take, not just to solve the immediate problem of stabilizing the budget and creating investment capital, but to have the cooperative relationships that will really get the job done. So, please agree to work together in this spirit and use the time you've been given to set the district on a positive course forward in the interest of our young people and our community. I'm very optimistic that this can be done with the leadership that you have sitting before me. I'm very optimistic that this can happen if you all set your minds to it, and we will stand with you as the budget goes forward to assist in that process. And I'm happy to take any questions you might have.
Thank you, Superintendent Gordon. I so appreciate you staying with us in this late hour, and I hope to only keep you here for an additional few minutes. I do want to make some of this very complex budget subject matter for the many parents and community members that are becoming so deeply engaged. And so in an effort to do that, I have a couple questions that I want to ask you. I think one of the parents put it best when she said, you know, I want to be informed, I want to become involved, but I feel like I need a PhD in finance, right? And there's so much misinformation swirling. So there are a few common things that continue to come up that I feel really speak to your authority, having oversight and interacting with neighboring school districts. So the first is this repeated claim of administrative bloat. I would love to have you, and I know you've written about this, just briefly respond to this idea of how does Sac City compare relative to other school districts in your jurisdiction?
Well, as we reported in the material that I sent forward to the SCTA at their request back in February, you compare favorably around administrative expenses with the comparable districts within the county.
Thank you. So we are either below or on average with the rest of the comparable districts in the county. Thank you. So superintendent pay, this often comes up, and I know that you have to get the contracts of the superintendents once they are approved by the neighboring boards. So, you know, where does Superintendent Aguilar's salary fall in comparison with other superintendents in neighboring districts?
very much comparable to districts of the same size and even to districts of a smaller size in the county.
Okay, I appreciate that. So, one of the things that quite often haunts me at night is this claim that was made 18 months ago that the district was in the best fiscal position that we were in our history, right? And this was around the same time we were getting letters from you warning of impending insolvency due to an unfunded liability in healthcare structure. So, can you talk about that? I mean, 18 months ago, were we in the best fiscal position in our history?
Well, that's a value judgment that somebody made and asserted. I don't know what the basis for that was, but I can only speak to what we have analyzed.
Yeah.
And as was mentioned before, when we analyzed the costs of the new contract as presented to us, it was not affordable as it was presented. It would create a modest deficit which had to be taken care of. So I don't know how that
No.
speaks to the question of best financial health in history. But I will say something though about deficit spending. And as Member Morowski mentioned, when the chart was put up, when somebody looks at something like there's a $51 million ending balance, that sounds like a lot of money. And you talked about to the ordinary citizen, sounds like a lot of money. But it's so important to make sure people understand that that's one-time money. An ending balance is one-time money. It isn't income that recurs every year. And again, since most of your costs are fixed costs that actually inflate every year. So teacher compensation inflates as people move along the salary schedule, the steps and columns. They inflate because you have to pay for the health care. You have to pay for the pensions.
Right.
There's an automatic escalator, which is generally for step and column alone is 1.5%.
And so we haven't moved from 2006 to date to the 91 cents on every dollar for salary and benefits as a result of that escalator, despite additional revenues.
Well, yeah, and that's what I meant by the second point was get rid of the deficit spending, but then stabilize the budget, meaning stabilize the budget to use new money to create the pots of money you think you need. You have to pay forward because that's contractual. But if you want to create this investment capital fund, you have to say, okay, we want to create this amount of money each year, so that has to be taken off the top of whatever your new revenue is. And you have to have a plan, and you have to stick to it. You have to stick to it over time, and that takes good leadership. But most of all, and this was mentioned a few times before, in my experience, it takes continuity of leadership and guidance from both superintendent and board sticking around and sticking to the plan. Because when you look at a lot of our neighboring districts, they've had the stable leadership, and that's where
Yeah.
they're able to, particularly, I found that taking improvement to scale is particularly necessary to have consistent leadership, because if you need 80 principals, you want to have a place that's attractive enough for people to come and say, I want to work there, because you got to get 80 principals. That's a lot of high quality people. But again, I think it can be done. I think this district has all kinds of potential and the wherewithal to do it. You've got great community support. You've got great parent leadership and engagement. I think you saw that tonight. So despite all of what's gone on, I remain extremely optimistic for all of you and for this community. I think it just takes the will and the and sticking together and saying, we're going to get this done. Together, we're going to get this done.
I appreciate that. And two other quick questions, and I know then Member Morowski has a question. So, we've talked a lot about the need for continuity of leadership. I appreciate that. The fact that for 14 years, you have warned the district of practices that you believed were unsustainable. And so something that has come up a lot is, is our structural budget deficit a leadership failure of the current board and superintendent?
I think in my experience, it's been chronic, and it's been, personally, I think a lot of it has been because there's been so much churn and turnover in leadership and direction and all of that. You can't. These are huge organizations. One of my colleagues worked in the district they lead now, person's whole life from the time they were a student. And when the person became superintendent, told me a couple of years later, I thought I knew everything there was to know about the district, and 2 years later, I'm still learning things.
Right.
I'm still learning things I don't know. These are really, really complex places, and since our work is basically all about relationships, you're building and understanding those relationships every single day that you're on the job.
Thank you, Superintendent Gordon. And my last question is, Ron Fortson spoke of the need to address our healthcare obligations if we are going to be able to move past a multi-year deficit. Do you agree with that opinion?
I do.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. These are questions that quite often come up with community members and parents, and I think that in a very clear way, you help to articulate your assessment as an independent authority. Member Morowski.
Thank you, Superintendent Gordon. I would just like to step back for a moment and just ask you, sort of as our independent fiscal oversight entity, given what we've done and given the third interim, and I know you will have written comments, but are we on track given the situation that's been identified, or are we moving fast enough? Are we missing anything that we should be doing?
I would only say that, as Mr. Fortson advised you, the fact that you don't have all of your labor organizations at the table, I think is hurting you, because that's where you have to seek the additional reductions or changes in your budget that will take you to the next level of stability and continuity and the ability to make investments. And I kept this in case I got this question, because I think it's very important that everybody understand how it works with me and my oversight role, and what the role of collective bargaining is. So I just want to quote this to you. While the district is still governed by you, the elected board, me, the county superintendent, I maintain oversight of the budget, depending on the condition of the budget, but I am not involved in your labor negotiations with your employee groups. Not involved.
Right.
Because I can't be involved and be overseeing your budget decisions. You, the elected school board, through your staff and other representatives, negotiate with your employee groups on the terms and conditions of employment, including compensation and benefits. Under California law, the school district employer, that's you, and the exclusive representatives of employee groups are the only appropriate parties in labor negotiations and agreements. By law, the district must meet and negotiate with and only with the representatives of the employee unions selected as exclusive representatives of their units. That's Government Code Section 3543.3. So the idea is others may advise you and others may offer you their support and their wisdom or whatever, but negotiations are the province of you and the exclusive representatives. So if you're lacking if you're lacking that contact at the table, it's going to slow you down and hamper you in reaching the agreements that you need to. And that's why I made the other comment about cooperation and collaboration
Yes.
being so crucial to the work that we do.
Thank you so much, Superintendent Gordon. I don't think we have any other questions at this. Oh,
I do just have one more. So I was thinking, we could ask for a plan, because we have a plan that shows sort of a negotiated solution and what that would look like. And I was thinking, okay, well, can we ask for a plan that just relies on, stuff that doesn't need to be negotiated? And it sounds like the answer is no, pretty much.
Well, I think when you get to the levels that you're at in terms of how much of your budget is in personnel and the labor agreements, there isn't going to be much left, and a lot of what is left will be on an automatic escalator. SMUD will charge you more from year to year because their rates go up, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah. Can I, just one more thing, sorry. I just wanted to clarify, can you talk a little bit about your stay and rescind authority and what that means for us in terms of new expenditures?
Most simply put, it would be that if you want to make an expenditure that would worsen your fiscal status, I can't tell you not to do that, and I can't tell you what to spend your money on, but I can tell you, show me what you're willing to cut in order to allow you to make the new expenditure. That's what it amounts to.
Okay.
My authority would be to protect you from going further in the hole.
Okay, so you can't worsen your financial situation.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Got it.
And I in no way am empowered to tell you how to spend your money or to set
Right.
priorities for you.
But any spending needs to be offset.
Right.
I see.
Correct.
Okay.
thank you, Member Morowski.
Very much for coming tonight.
Superintendent Gordon, again, thank you for letting us
Okay.
keep you at this late hour. We have 8 public comments at this time.
Yes, we have public comment from Elvia Vasquez, Jason Weiner, Lamaya Coleman, Alice Mercer, Maria Rodriguez, Nicole Malevsky, Sarah Williams Kingsley, and Kenya Martinez.
Jason?
Elvia Vasquez had to leave, unfortunately. Elvia Vasquez had to leave, unfortunately. So, good morning, Board President Ryan and the board.
And I have a flight like 4 hours from now.
Oh, jeez. I will be fast then. I just want to add the voice. But my name is Jason Weiner. I'm a parent in the district with 3 children going to school here, activist with Sacramento ACT, and a member of our school site council. In a very short amount of time, I'll just say one area that I hope the board keeps its kind of thumb on the scale on reducing costs is the school resource officer contract. The board expressed a lot of desire to not renew that contract. My guess is it was not built into the budget projections, but that the board also makes sure that alternate school safety processes, procedures, and potentially hires are made plans. And so
we're
we are
committed
going
to
to be trying to work with you to determine what the community needs are there.
Thank you, Jason. Hi, Lamaya.
Hello. So my name is Lai Coleman. I'm a parent in the district. I'm also a sub who's been to something like 60 or 65 sites over 5 years. And I'm going to read off notes because I'm really tired. so I'm really glad to know that we've put off state receivership for a year. At the same time, like, it's only for a year.
That's right.
And it would be devastating to our families, our teachers, all of us. Since USD went into receivership in 2003, programs that supported students in need were cut and cut and cut. The district lost about 20,000 students and closed a number of schools, and a lot of those schools ended up reopening as charters, which kind of, to me, is scary. Like, it's a great potential conversion to charter program. And they're still paying back that loan. As we've heard from Dave Gordon, we really need to figure out how to negotiate a solution. And I'm going to skip down. Subbing in so many different schools, I see that kids are impacted really disparately in different schools, and the same cuts across all schools are not going to have the same impact.
Very, very true. Thank you, Lamaya.
Dispense with the niceties and say my name's Maria Rodriguez. The budget, so my volunteerism in schools began and ended with being treasurer. Accounting's my thing. And I love my sister. I was complaining to her about my job. I love it, but it's been really tough lately. And she says, you realize you're going through the same thing that the school district's going through? And I was like, light bulb. Luckily, I only have an $800,000 budget that I have to deal with. So looking at this, three things strike me on the budget, the $29 million in 2021, kicking the can down the road a little bit. We're still kind of doing that. Two, it's required ongoing reductions, and this is from my own experience. I always have to point out that you can look at reductions, you can also look at revenue, right? So there could be a revenue side that helps that budget deficit. Three, long-term stability. This is painful. As in my role for this nonprofit, I have made mistakes in budgeting, and I felt it, and I felt ownership for it. I've been at my place of work 10 years, so now I know not to make those mistakes. No one will ever make the ADA mistake again, right? So I just want to give a shout out to Chris Wong, who's a young man with the computer and the statistics, and he's still
fabulous.
here. So if you have any questions for him, he's still back there.
I appreciate it. Hi.
Hello, I'm back. Sarah Williams, Kingsley. Thank you again. It's good morning. So one thing I wanted to clarify is that if that page that was listed of supplemental and concentration grants included those programs that if we cut them, we would have to spend that money somewhere else. It included the GATE program, which I mentioned earlier. And one of the things I'm confused about is if that program has not been approved to be cut, but we've laid off the coordinator, how does that work?
So not all of those were supplemental concentration grant funding.
Okay, so the blue
gifted
says
and
it's
talented is
partial
partial unrestricted, and so that position that was laid off was through the partial unrestricted.
So is that amount, the 977,000, is that considered a cut that's already been made that's accounted for in the budget, or is it not?
No, that one position, that rest of it was not. No.
Okay, so we still don't, as parents, have a plan of if we remove the person, how that program continues?
Yes.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Thank you. And you did that all in a minute. Hi, Kenya.
Hi. So I'm just going to point out, I have a student at New Tech. You guys brought up New Tech earlier. I'm just going to bring up the fact that New Tech does have a principal who was able to pay back funding. It's a dependent charter. It was able to pay back funding, but it was on the backs of students. As you know, I've been here. I've told you guys repeatedly that the students did not have an RSP teacher from August 22nd until the middle of November. So when you look at the budget, especially for a dependent charter like New Tech, think about that fact. Also think about the fact that because the principal chose not to make proactive moves like hire AIs, instructional assistants, to cover students while they were looking for a resource teacher, that those students missed the instructional time, which resulted in compensatory minutes and compensatory education, which is coming out of the SPED budget now.
Thank you. Nikki.
Good evening, Nikki Malevsky from SCTA. You know that on the eve of a state takeover, the districts found that they were significantly underestimating revenues while also overestimating expenditures, creating a budget crisis that, suffice it to say, at this late date, I just want to say I hope that the state forensic audit looks closely at that. But I want to talk also about this menu that was brought up and finally has some numbers associated with these programs, which some of them are very, very small and aren't even, why are you even contemplating making cuts to things that are direct services to kids and to families when you're not even looking at the big offenders at the Cerna Center? You should go through your budget by location code at the Cerna Center and think, what of this money is really going to direct services for kids? Let's just look at the school board budget code, which you say you've cut $100,000 from. But actually you had raised your budget to $616,000 this year. And then when you said you cut $100,000, you brought it down to $553,000, not quite $100,000 cut. But in March, you guys raised your budget to $643,000. That is more than any board has ever spent on itself. SCTA has analyzed 5 years of spending of budgets and actual expenditures. Back in 14-15, this board spent $355,000 on itself.
I'm trying
Raised
to be
it another
very
100
mindful
the
of
next
giving
year.
everybody their time, but you are way over now. But please.
And you
feel
are
free
way
to-
over your budget, and you need to look at cuts that are not directly to kids. And for you to spend so much money on yourselves and to think about cutting these things from kids, that is grossly inappropriate.
Well, I just want to say that was a great segue for me because I really appreciate and get some clarity from this budget. And I still see that in 2021, we have 29 million that we still have to cut. And I would hope that we don't wait a year to start cutting. But I also, if we want to talk about expenditures that are the farthest away from students and have zero impact on student, that's healthcare savings. Zero impact on employees, zero impact on coverage, zero impact on students, zero. And we can cover 16 million, maybe even more of the budget deficit, which would keep the cuts away from the students. And hopefully then, be able to figure out a way to get all those other things, because I do want smaller class sizes. I do want intervention. I do want restorative justice practices that are effective, and nurses and psychologists. But with 29 million, and it sounds like you're not going to be able to find it anywhere else.
Thank you. Okay, it looks like we have no other public comments at this time. That was an item for conference to action. Do I have a motion to take this from conference to action?
President
Second.
Ryan.
All those in favor? Aye. The motion carries. Action item, so
President
do I have a
Ryan.
motion? Yes.
Can I just say a few?
Yes.
I just want to make a couple of comments. I know it's very late, so if you'll just bear with me here. I want to just speak to the seriousness of today's presentation because we've heard already commentary about how this could be interpreted as buying ourselves some time. But even if you look at the recommended plan, with the exception of Member Morawski and Member Garcia, who weren't part of the interview panel when I was invited to be superintendent of Sac City Unified, I remember during those interview panels, each and every one of you speaking to what the community had asked for in your search of a new superintendent. And I was thoroughly convinced that you were looking for a superintendent that was committed to a vision of equity. And I want to just be very clear that even if we were to implement the recommended plan, I was offered a 4-year contract, and I'm about to finish my 2nd year. And we do not have the resources to actualize that vision. And we wouldn't have the resources to actualize that vision at least until 22, 23, which would be, if I were invited to remain as your superintendent, in year 6 of that superintendency. Year 6, that we would have the resources to start investing in youth to advance a vision of equity, access, and social justice. That was not what was described to me when I was invited to be superintendent. Now, we should stay committed to make cuts much sooner than 21 and 22 or 20 and 21, because we are the architects of our own destiny. We can make a decision now as to when this system produces the revenues to be able to invest in our youth. We can choose to invest in 22, 23. We can choose to invest in 21, 22. And we can choose to invest in 2021. But we're talking of 9th graders who will have graduated, EL students who will have missed the opportunity to be redesignated because they will have been with us kinder through 5th grade without us being able to invest in them to be reclassified. That's not what I want to see happen. So I think we should make a deep commitment as a governance team that we are not going to wait until 22, 23 to design a system that produces the revenues to invest in our youth.
Thank you, Superintendent Aguilar. I think that's a very sobering way to end the evening. So with that, I will entertain a motion to adjourn. Oh, we didn't actually
Yes.
vote. We paused, sorry. Thank you, okay. Sorry, guys, I jumped the bullet there, jumped the gun.
So moved. Oh, yeah.
We're adopting the third interim budget. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Item 10.0, the consent agenda. Do we have a motion and a second?
So
All those
moved.
in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Item 11, business and financial information reports. Receive business and financial information. Looks like we have a public comment on this item.
You know, once Kenya said, you know, she's been coming here every, twice a month, and parents, we should. And I wanted to go back and go to sleep, but I said, I can't do it. So, sorry, the suspension report. And the suspension report, I didn't have time and I was too tired and too busy, so I don't have my little slides. And there was an issue that I think Vincent pointed out to me, which I'll address next time, but I still think it's so important. The suspension rate obviously is so high. And when you look at the elementary schools, on average, the elementary schools are at 2.84, but you have 6 of those elementary schools where it's over 8%. And that's troubling, to say the least. And that's Bret Hart, Cesar Chavez, Ethel Phillips, Isadore Cohen, John Sloat, and Woodbine Elementary. When you get to the middle schools, you have 4. The average is 7.44. Of course, you have several that are over 9. Albert Einstein, John Still, Rosa Parks, Wilsey Wood, and the high school. And I'm sure you guys can probably guess which high schools I'm going to say, or at least one of them. Hiram Johnson and Rosemont High School, they have suspension rates over 9%. And then, of course, the last but not least, the African American, it is still double what the other groups are, as well as when you get to the foster youth, it is triple what some of the other groups are. So I would be remiss, and I have to do those, so that's it.
Thank you. Do we have a motion to adjourn? Second, all those in favor? Aye. Thank you for everybody who came tonight.